My favorite part is when these globe believers start reciting their lore as if it's fact, and they act like we've never heard it before. Don't you guys like that part? That atheist guy was doing that. I find
Yeah.
it very entertaining. It's like, yeah, don't you know about the Big Bang and how great it was? How it made everything?
He was talking about the birth of the core and how it got to the center of the earth.
Oh my God.
Absolutely ridiculous.
And he was like so excited about it. Like, can you hear the passion in his voice? It's like, hey guys,
Oh, yeah.
haven't you ever heard this before? Like, it's so amazing. And he's saying it like it's total fact. And it's like so outrageous. You know, no connection to reality, no facts to back it up. Yeah, but he's going to come in here and lecture us about it. I don't know. I find it entertaining as long as I don't actually have to talk to them.
Yeah, I began to just stop them and let them know, or ask the question, why do you think flat earthers know more about this than you do? Because
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, they think we were born flat earthers. Like we didn't know about the globe at all, and they're here to teach us. So I've been stopping them and saying, look, we used to believe the same thing you do. So when they make this fallacious argument, you guys should take a plane trip for 36 hours in one direction and it'll change your whole perspective of life. I'm like, we already did that. We already changed our ideas that we thought were true based on new information when we went out and checked ourselves. So they don't know that we did this.
Yeah, Sonny, I mean, I'm open to ideas, but sometimes, like this guy earlier that kept asking me how you get from California to Japan, unless you were on a globe, I'm like, I explained it to him like 3 different times. House analogy, circumnavigating your house, palm analogy, just analogy of what's the difference from going from New York to California or going from California to Japan. Somehow they think like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like when they're going to another country across the ocean, somehow they think that magically requires a globe. Like, I just, like, I just don't even get, like, I don't know. Like, I explained it a whole bunch of times, and he's like, I just still don't get how you can go from California to Japan. I'm like, okay, well, I just don't know what else I could do for you at this point because, if you just like really can't imagine that you can travel from one place to another without it being a globe, like, I don't even know. Like, I'm at a loss.
Apparently, you can't go from one place to another if the Earth is a horizontal plane. Like, what? How's that?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just too far removed. I don't know. To go back to try to imagine. Should I try to indoctrinate myself again? Do you think that would be helpful?
I don't think so. Maybe if we all just
yeah. You should definitely you should definitely date a surgeon, sure.
Wait a minute, what was that? You cut out.
That was funny. I know I got it. I said, should I indoctrinate myself again? He said, yes, you should definitely date a surgeon. That's a funny joke.
Oh,
that was good.
I see what he did there. Maybe try to find a curvature surgeon.
Yeah, that's what we need. Yeah, getting that curvature out of the brain there.
Yeah, surgically remove it. Doctor, please. Doctor.
I tried to get the doc to talk. Have you ever heard the doc talk, Sonny, Tristan, down there below you?
We were talking with, I think he was on, I don't know. I was on politics and religion for several hours today and pretty good conversation. I don't know if he was one of them or not, but.
Oh, really? Because when I was in there, it was like completely insane. Like the Globers
Yeah.
had taken over, and I was there for a short time. Latz was trying to get it more civilized, but it was pretty crazy. But you went in there too.
Yeah, I came in for a minute, and then I saw you in there, but I had to leave, so I came back on after a little while. So there was more of us in there when I came back. So Crit had came in, and I mean, it was pretty interesting. It got kind of boring after a while, though, because I don't know, the Globers, the people that are normally routinely in politics and religion, and not necessarily in flat Earth. They talk about the weirdest shit, like, excuse my language, but they talk about some really weird stuff. And like, to me, it sounds like sophomoric, sounds like something from junior high school. And there's a guy on there with his video on, filming himself taking bong hits. I'm like, yeah, that's lame.
Oh boy, good thing I wasn't there for that part. Yeah, I mean, it makes me appreciate the conversations we have over here because, yeah, I left that like weird, outrageous, like Globers Gone Wild, where they were like talking to each other, and you can't even like follow their conversations because they're just kind of like screaming at each other about how the Earth rotates. It's like Gem Panda server on steroids. And then I came over here, and AV was like, just very calmly conducting this conversation. It was like, yes, guys, thank you.
What a relief.
Back to civilization. Yeah.
Yeah, because this one guy, I guess his name is Robert. His iStar, and he's just totally batshit. I mean, it's really over the top, just stupidity, and they pretending that he's like intelligent. And he's saying things. He just like puts a bunch of words together. Oh yeah, I debunked this 21-mile laser test. You can't see that observation from that location. There's a landmass in the way, and like and like who was it? Was it T-Dub? I don't know. Someone was in there trying to explain to him. Yeah, when you put a zoom camera, things have more space between them. He didn't get that. He didn't get any of that.
Yeah, well, since we don't have any globe believers willing to speak up like Tristan or Rolling My Boulder, or if anybody else wants to discuss your globe beliefs, by all means, speak up. But I'll just take this time to say how much I appreciate everyone that's here and everyone that's willing to carry on the banner of Flat Earth. Nice. That was good. Applause. Who did that?
That was me.
Yeah, because good. Flat Lloyd agrees. Yep, everybody deserves A+, right, Flat Lloyd?
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to do. You have to train your brain to not only understand the information, but also deal with whatever the person right in front of you is going to throw at you. And it's very challenging. We have a great team here. I'm very impressed with everybody. I really enjoyed listening to you guys go after that atheist guy, like I told you. I'm like, yes, it was great. He didn't have a leg to stand on.
I wish I hadn't missed that.
It was pretty good. It might almost be worth rewinding, Sonny. It was really good.
Yeah, Might check that out.
Yeah, you might become a recurring guy as well.
Yeah, Sonny, at the end, after he started with making fun of us about some claim he made that we were wrong, he ended up realizing he was wrong and he apologized. And now him and Mick are best friends, and he's having him as his best man at his wedding.
Oh my God.
Yep, they're going to go on a boys' trip to the Bahamas next month.
That's hilarious.
That is pretty rare, though. You're right. I should give that guy more credit, even though he annoyed me at first, for sure. I had a definite distaste in my mouth. But yeah, that he did admit that he was wrong. That's kind of rare for some of them, right? They'd rather just like run away before doing that. So that was pretty good.
What part did he admit he was wrong about? Anything in particular?
Yeah, it was his challenge. He was challenging the formula. Well, he wrongly challenged DJ, who was talking about the horizon distance calculation, and then he was trying to bring their tired old challenge of the 8 inches per mile squared formula, and then he had some chat GPT stuff that Mick showed him was wrong, and yeah, it was the math thing. He thought, he clearly had no idea what he was talking about. He just thought, somehow we had gotten this, hey there, Patted Pops, no music, please.
What did they move me in here?
Yeah, I can't imagine why anyone would have moved that person. Oh, now we have Venetian Merchant. Hello. Now they're gone. Sonny, I totally lost my train of thought. I was answering your question.
It's okay. No, it's okay. You were talking. I sort of had looked a little bit in the chat, and I saw that the chart or whatever that was about the 8 inches per mile squared, and I heard some of what Mick was talking about concerning that. So I think I pretty much gathered what was going on with that.
Yeah, he just somewhere got this catchphrase or idea in his head that there was something wrong with that calculation, and then Overlord was grilling him about, the different percentage error with that approximation at different distances, which of course he had no idea. They just come in here with something, anti-flat earther told them, I guess. I don't even know where they get this information. And then they think it's just going to fly with them having no idea what they're talking about. It's the same thing as when they chant refraction. It's the same idea. Somebody told them this is the magic wand to make flat earth go away. And then when it doesn't work, most of the time they get angry and have a tantrum. But this dude actually didn't. He actually looked at what was being presented to him. So that was cool.
Oh, I sort of remember what this guy iStar was saying. It was hilarious. He's like, what's your proof of the flat earth? We're basically telling him level, sea level. He goes, there's no unit of level, or there's no unit of flat. And I'm like, really? And nobody said there was. Like, what? What was? It's like, he just like, I don't know, man. Just really strange thoughts like going on with these people.
Dude, him and Bev would get along.
That's right. Yeah, we should send him over there.
Yeah. Before he was telling me, I had a conversation with him before he was telling me, I said about the globe, there's a drop over distance. He goes, no, there isn't. I mean, what? I was like, what? What do you mean? If you're standing on a sphere, doesn't it drop away and drop in altitude as you move away from your set? Like if you move away from that point? He kept saying that there is no drop over distance on the globe. He goes, that's where you guys have it wrong. There is no drop over distance on the globe. He never could explain what he meant by that. I think he was going to explain something like that no matter where
as you go. As you're moving along, you're not dropping his view. So that's probably what I would agree with you. Right, so you're assuming you're moving like that. So then if it's the case that he says, well, everywhere I move, everything I experience is flat, level, and horizontal because I'm not dropping and I don't experience any dropping, then what could he conclude? Therefore, I am traveling around a ball because I'm not traveling around a ball? What sense does that make?
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, what I've observed of working with teenagers, which I think we see the results of here, is, because of kind of the cultural conditioning and the thought police atmosphere that has increased, over the last 10, 20 years, that the people who, I guess you would say in the past, would normally be leaders in a society, they're like shamed into silence. I don't know if Flat Lloyd has seen this, but they're like the people who would like think really hard about what they say, or maybe you would say like at a higher level of intelligence or ability and so on, because the message they've been getting since childhood is, you can't say this thing, you can't say that thing, you can only say this, don't talk about that thing, it's too scary. So like those people are all like just completely like they're afraid to even say a word. They just sit there and say nothing. And like the lowest common denominator of society are the ones who they're not afraid, right? Because they don't even have filters, they don't have self-control, they don't really observe other people around them, they don't read the temperature of a room. So they just spout whatever. And then it's just because they're actually the only people who are talking, they kind of become the leaders of the group and lead them into degeneracy. It's a very weird phenomenon, and they're also usually the ones who are most tuned into the lowest level cultural, so I can't even call it cultural. I can't even call it counterculture because, what we're doing is really counterculture. It's just degeneracy, right? That's all it is. Yeah, they're also tuned into the music, the just mindset of the lowest common denominator degeneracy. And those are the people who are leading the youth. I mean, those are the youth who are leading the other youth because they're the only ones who are stupid enough to think they could just say whatever they want because they can, right? Like the smart people could too. It's just they've believed this programming that you're not allowed to say certain things, which of course we know here. Yeah, you could sit there for, say the earth is flat all day long and nothing bad happens to you at all, right? You could say whatever you want. I mean, within reason, we know there are censored topics, but the most reasonable people are being silenced. And so then here in Discord, That's why we're seeing these people who are just completely nuts, but they're used to people listening to them because they're the only ones talking. Like, that's just how it is.
Yeah, that's why you have, and I would say that it kind of is a culture of like hyper contrarian. Like, so it's basically just like 1984, it's like doublespeak is the language of the current era, like up is not necessarily up is down, left is right, black is white, white is black, like all these different things, like where, it's flat, but it's a ball. Like, so they just like They're just going to go contrary to whatever they're being told that doesn't fit the mainstream paradigm, right? You either, so in 1984, you either conform or you're punished.
Yeah, and they don't even have to actually do it. They don't actually have to punish any of these people. They just have this kind of threat hanging over people that they actually think something's bad's going to happen to them if they go against the mainstream, and they will probably be ridiculed, right? Which for some people, ridicule is like a huge threat. Like they're really scared of it. So yeah, I understand that's true.
Ridicule is like worse than death. They'd rather have their fingernails pulled off with a pliers than to be ridiculed in front of their peers.
Yeah, because I had a young person in here a few weeks ago that, like, this was a serious question that they asked me, like, if I join that Flat Earth server you gave me the link to, or if I click on that Flat Earth video, am I going to go on a watch list? Like, she asked me that, and she was, like, really serious, because that's the kind of thing they worry about, I don't know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh about it. Like, she was seriously worried about it. I think people do worry about that. Like, this girl probably only said it because she was probably more open about her fears than a lot of people are. Like, I think that's probably a common fear people would have, but like most people wouldn't say it, wouldn't ask. They would just assume, right? Yeah, we're too, like a guy earlier asked me to take his @mentions out of the chat here, right? Because he doesn't want to be @mentioned in the Flat Earth channel, right?
That's so strange. Now, you could almost tell that girl, whoever it was you were speaking to, well, listen, honey, we're all on the watch list. Why do you think flat earthers are separated out? No, they got all of us on the watch list. What do you think AI is?
That's a good answer, Sonny. I got to remember that one. We're all being watched for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you I mean, I've thought about that. Like, yeah, when my kids are older, I thought, yeah, well, I could just especially when if I actually ever get to retire, because now I work online, so I really have to have my phone. Like all these different things are tied to it. But yeah, could I just get rid of it? You could that's what I would have done when I was younger, for sure. If I didn't already have this job, I'd just be like, yep, bye guys. Yep. You don't have to be, you can exist in this world still. They haven't made it so you can't exist without it. Like you could just have cash and completely detach from it. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I made a choice back then, even after I came back from living in the wilderness, that it was better to participate in society. So I guess I'm just going to keep participating for now.
Yeah.
But it's tempting to just get out of it. It's tempting.
Well, it was nice talking with you. I have to turn in earlier tonight than I have been. So have a good evening. I'll talk to you all tomorrow.
I'm supposed to go to bed early too, Sonny, because I have to get up at 6:30. So why am I still up? Yeah, good question.
I know. All right, you guys. Take care.
Come on, Roland, my boulder. You don't speak anymore. I never hear you talk. Talking to Bacon, he's not even here. You used to come to Ladies' Night in the 24/7 server. That was your favorite night. Remember that? Because we talked to you and the other guys were not as nice to you as we were.
I don't remember that being my favorite night, but what's up?
It wasn't your favorite. Oh, how disappointing. I'm going to have to rewrite that chapter in my life story. Rolling my boulder didn't like Ladies' Night.
Oh, I'm sure I liked it.
But it wasn't your favorite night. Which was your favorite night? Was it men's night?
It was every night that I won the argument.
Oh, how many nights was that?
Depending on who is evaluating who won, not many.
Oh, okay. Wow. So you're
I would
giving
say
yourself
that I won a lot more debates than probably you would say, right?
Yeah, probably so. I think that's probably true. Yeah, we need I don't know, where do you even find an objective witness in this? I guess if you could find like a moderator who just wasn't into, the argument at all, that would be ideal, I suppose.
Yeah, I think we have to live with the fact that we don't have an objective, neutral person to observe this.
Yeah, because most of the people that claim to be neutral, I don't think they'd be good moderators because they seem like they're kind of just checked out in general, Like most of the people who are kind of like, doesn't matter either way. Who cares? I don't think they'd be, the best at moderating.
Yeah, I think anybody that knew enough facts to evaluate who was winning the debate, process of learning those facts would have pushed them to one side or the other. I think you could
a good moderator.
Facts.
Yeah, Crypto used to moderate the arena, which I think is one of the toughest places to moderate. Did you ever meet Crypto, Rolling My Boulder?
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was in there in the 24/7 server. What would you say was your best performance then? What is your particular
guys, I know what's over the ice wall. Guys, I found what's over the ice wall. You're not going to believe this. Wow. You're not going to believe this. Over the ice wall, there's just more ice, and it just keeps going. There's so much ice, in fact, that
it's a globe.
It's a globe. Yeah, because it turns back around and then goes to the other side of the ice. And then there's some water.
If everyone went on one side of the Earth, would the Earth just tip over? Because everyone would be on that side. It would be way down. It would just be way down.
Yeah, probably.
That's why the flat Earth theory is proven.
Here's one thing I was wondering. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, did they just fly over Africa and all these other places? Is that how that works? They just flew over all these other countries and no one saw them coming?
No, they took an aircraft carrier, you dippy.
Oh, really? Really? Did they now? And did they take that aircraft carrier?
First of all, to quote Animal House, it was when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor.
No, wrong. Incorrect. The Japanese did.
Incorrect.
You think I'm incorrect?
Rolling.
Yeah.
Please stop. They're culturally deficient. It's going to hurt them if you actually tell them it's from a movie.
Yeah, Roland, you better stop. You better slow your roll there, buddy.
Aren't you guys flat earthers or not? I can't tell.
Why don't you ask me some questions and see if you can figure it out for yourself?
Okay.
Okay. Question number 1. Is the Earth flat?
No.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is our Glober. We have different Glober mascots. We keep them around just, for fun. So, yeah, he's not actually a flat earther, but there are other ones.
Oh, so he's much smarter than all of you.
Wait. Are there actual people here that are flat earthers?
So,
oh yes, there's more than one.
Hey,
more than one.
I have a question. What do you guys think that big glowing thing in the sky is?
Is that? I think it's God.
Holy crap! I'll tell you what it isn't. It's certainly
Is that like
not
a big
the Earth.
flashlight?
The sun. The sun.
Yeah.
What?
Okay,
Globe Comedy Hour. It's a Globe Comedy Hour now, I guess. Is that what's happening?
My thing is like have flat earthers like never like flown to like another country or something? Or,
No,
flown around
no, they've never done anything ever.
Wait, I have a genuine question. Okay, this is a genuine question for the flat earth. Okay, this is
my Roblox coffee.
I have a genuine question for the flat earthers.
Yeah, you guys, hold on. You guys should have worked out ahead of time, like who was going to be your main speaker, because all you talk about.
I don't know who that guy is.
I'm sure you don't.
I'll ask you a question.
Well, who's it gonna be then? Who's it gonna be? It's Master.
I don't know him.
R.
Can I just ask a question?
That's okay. Right. I'll take up the burden.
Go for it.
I'll take up the burden.
Okay,
thanks.
So this is a question.
This is a question that I have.
I want to hear Master. I want to hear the Master.
This is a question that my year-old sister can answer. If the Earth is flat, why is there a horizon line that things like ships and airplanes can disappear over? Does it make sense if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, so there's no evidence. That is a common misconception perpetuated by a man who makes money by lying to children, Bill Nye, as well as others, that ships disappearing, that they disappear over the horizon, for one thing, that it would be the first claim, and that this supposed phenomenon happens because of Earth curve. Whereas, in fact, if you are at the shore and you're watching a ship and you think that it's disappearing, it's actually not disappearing at all. It's going outside of the natural limitations of your human vision. And if you had a high-powered zoom camera, telescope, or even binoculars, you could bring that ship back into your view, thus showing and demonstrating that indeed the ship never did disappear over the horizon, just disappeared from the bottom up due to angular resolution and the limitations of the human eyeball. The most serious globe believers, if you really want to be a globe defender, just leave that one in the dust, because nobody really even thinks that's proof of curve. I know if you Google it, it might come up, but it's a joke. All right. So there you go. Any questions?
I have two.
Do you have evidence of this? Do you have actual documented evidence of this, or is it just your claim?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it myself. I've brought the ship back into view. With a high-powered zoom camera after it went out. I mean, if you want a demonstration of it, I can give you, like a visual demonstration of it in the chat. There, are you in the chat? That
I need some sort of peer-reviewed paper or some sort of academic source.
Okay, well.
It doesn't exist because it's not how it works. I mean, if you understand,
people don't know. I'm sorry. Excuse me. People, they don't do peer-reviewed papers about things that are just, well-known, easily documented things, such as what I've put there, Optics on a Flat Earth, about how your eye actually sees. You don't need to have a peer-reviewed paper. I'm not going to have a peer-reviewed paper about, how long my table is. These are just things that you can observe in reality and that are well known and documented the way the human eye works, and that you can bring a ship back into your view after it disappeared from your view.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my God.
Did you have a question, Void?
I did have a couple questions, but then it's not even worth it.
Oh gosh, giving up so quickly. What a disappointment.
Oh yeah, I'm giving up. So as a pilot, when you're flying, so what do you think? Let's say if I was to fly in a straight direction in a whole way, am I supposed to just go to the edge of the globe and teleport to the other side then? How does that work? As someone who's flown around what is it, 280 degrees of the planet, did I just teleport back and forth then or something? How does that work?
Yeah, so you're demonstrating there another misconception about flat Earth, which is that we think that we're just a flattened out globe. Often it's portrayed in many jokes, propaganda, and memes as being a disk flying through space. The controlled opposition organization known as the Flat Earth Society also perpetuates this myth. Whereas, in fact, we reject the fantasy medium of outer space as being an impossibility, and we do not think of the Earth as being just a flattened out globe. Because you even said it right there. You're like the edge of the globe. It was kind of like you're imagining that flat Earth, like everything else you learned about your fake heliocentric globe religion, also applies to the flat Earth. No, we reject your cult of the globe altogether, and we accept the Earth as it actually appears, which is flat and stationary. So it's totally possible to circumnavigate a shape which is not a globe. The only reason you think that isn't possible is because you were indoctrinated from birth with a globe, and then you think everything else that you've learned about has to occur only on that, when in fact you can circumnavigate many shapes, not just a globe.
Okay, so what's the shape of the Earth then?
What is the shape? Because it can't be a spandex, because then that would have a shadow across the face of the Earth, and that would disprove laws. Okay, so no, what shape is the Earth?
Yeah, I need a visual representation of what this looks like.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that since, as I mentioned, you've been indoctrinated since birth onto the fantasy globe story, that you would like me to come up with another fairy tale to replace that, so that instead of accepting the world on its own terms, how it actually appears to you, you want me to produce you with a new thing that you can latch onto and pretend that it explains everything. So yeah, it looks like you see it when you walk outside your door, or especially when you go to the ocean. Have you ever been to the ocean, Void?
You're not answering.
Well, Kiwi. Okay, you don't like my answer. Kiwi Buzz.
I'm fine with it.
There's Kiwi Buzz. Kiwi Buzz.
I will dumb it down. What does it look like from space?
I'll keep saying it.
What does it look like from space? What does it look like from space?
I will answer that question after I tell you that another person, since you didn't like my answer, Kiwi Buzz has given you
no, because you don't
an answer at 44 minutes after the hour. That's what the Earth looks like. Looks like the Earth.
Okay,
yeah,
you're just retarded.
From space.
Yes, you're very retarded.
Oh yeah, is that surprising to you that the Earth looks like the Earth?
Space is fake.
That's not answering what shape it is. You're not answering what shape the Earth is, because you can't.
What does it look like from
come
space?
Up with a shape that represents your ideology, because
yes,
it goes
thank
against.
You, Void. Oh yes, I know you. Yes, please keep lecturing me. You're so wise. I know. I'm just a
Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah,
what does it look like from space?
Everything, please.
Are you going to keep manifesting? What does it look like from space?
I'm pretty sure this is rage bait, man. This has to.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. Good job identifying that, though. Good job.
Okay, so
anyway, look from space. Good question. There's been so many conflicting reports, Master. Do you like the pictures that show the horizon as flat and stationary, like the one the Kiwi Buzz put in there, which is from China's astronauts and their spacewalk, showing
number one,
completely flat and stationary? Or do you prefer the CGI compilations as given by NASA, as explained on NASA.gov, how they don't actually go up and take a snapshot of Earth the way you think they do. They create the image for you on their computer. Oh, please name the fallacy. By all means, name the fallacy and your evidence.
You're assuming I came here with a presupposition. You're assuming I came here with a presupposition that you believe in one thing. I'm simply asking you for a visual representation of what a flat Earth looks like from space, and you have yet to produce it.
Kiwi Buzz, why are you so against Kiwi Buzz? He's producing everything you asked for 45 minutes after the hour. Are you not in the side chat, Master? I'll tag you in there.
I'm looking. What does it look like from space? Show me a lookout from space. The same way we have.
He just showed you. He just showed you, babe. 45 minutes after the hour, China's Shenzhou 14 astronauts complete second spacewalk. There it is. That's what the Earth looks like from
and
space.
you think that's showing almost all of the Earth, that little spot right there? Okay, yeah, y'all just retarded. I see why y'all are not taking seriously about any activity.
I know. Yep, you're so much smarter than me. Yep. So if you go through life like this, yeah, that's
your voice is annoying.
Absolutely.
Holy shit!
Oh, thank you.
Does anyone have an actual scientific discussion?
Thank you, Master.
This dude can't even tell me any sort of physics. So does anyone have an actual discussion besides this dumb bitch?
Yeah, and he wants to talk to somebody else. Anybody
want to produce an actual flat Earth
I don't
image.
think anyone can, because if they understood science, they understand that every atom's vibrating. If we don't have a constant fluctuating, like rotation of the Earth and the way that it's formatted as a circular object, that the word would literally explode. It's like I don't understand how they can come up with these
Void,
shapes.
come on, Void. Does this work? Like when you go to parties, does this get the chicks when you tell them that atoms can't vibrate unless the Earth rotates?
Of the Earth's surface just tells me she's retarded.
No, this is such rage bait. No, I figured this out. Like, oh my god, no, this is funny.
No, well, I just like saying that.
No, I need Void's claim. I need Void's claim to be repeated. I'm sorry,
because
stop interrupting
no one takes him seriously.
He's told me that atoms will. Oh, no one takes Void seriously. I believe you. Yeah, because he told me that atoms only will vibrate if the Earth is rotating. Is that what you told me, Void?
Wow.
Format. It's not,
congratulations, helioskeptic. That's what we call a horizon line.
Please
That's what the scientific community has been calling the horizon line for like 3,000 years.
Your buddy won't let you talk. Sorry, Void. Is he the one that gets all the chicks at the party with the globe, love? Does he bring his plushy globe to the party and hug it?
This is just off of their presupposition that they don't have to take science. But of course, they can't actually produce physics of their own. They can't produce how we're able to actually spin around the sun without everyone flying off the surface of the Earth, mathematically speaking. It's just,
I have
oh
a
my
question.
God.
So, do you own a telescope, or have you ever been to like a place where you have seen outer space? Because if you look, why are all the other planets or stars or a lot of the different structures circular? Or like, for example, why is the moon circular? Or do you have another take on that maybe it's
another. Okay, I'll ask this idiot a question.
Void, I'm sorry that your friend keeps interrupting you. Void was asking a question, Master. Why are you so rude to him? Void.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you. So, okay, for example, on Jupiter, why can we not see the big red spot every night if it's flat?
Wow, Master. So you don't, you're over there yelling fallacies, but you think that's a logical question to ask me? The Earth where we live, and you're looking up into the sky, and you're asking me why you can or cannot see anything up there, how does that connect to
the Jupiter
place where we actually live?
Is it just the Earth that's flat? Everywhere else is spherical except for us.
Okay, so try to calm down a tiny bit. So as we talked about
Can you
at the beginning,
question, bro?
I'm trying to. You don't really have a
yes
lot.
Or no.
You don't have a really long attention span, do you? Right? You're just here for what the batch is.
Because you can't produce an actual image. You're just a retard. That's why everyone makes fun of y'all. Like literally.
Okay, Master. Yeah, it's fine. Like if you really need that, like you have been bullied in your life, so you need to find someone to bully. You felt like flat earthers are the one for
I'm not used to that, dumbass.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you found, what you're looking for. So if you're ever interested in
I can't stand her voice. It's so fucking annoying.
I know. I'm so glad.
I feel like I'm talking to an NPC in Oblivion.
Yeah, that makes me really happy. Yeah, thank you.
Bro is literally an NPC that you literally just like kill in the middle of fucking Whiterun in Skyrim.
Yeah, too bad you can't do that. Too bad I'm still here. But you can always
bro has all of the dialogue options.
Yeah, I'd rather talk to Void.
Through them.
I'd totally rather talk to Void if you want to leave, Master. That'd be cool.
You're literally just repeatedly pressing spacebar, enter wherever you have the.
Yeah, your sidekick's way more impressive than you. Your sidekick is way more impressive than you. I feel like he has a few more brain cells.
Hold on. What's the sophistication?
Okay, wait. Are they gonna?
I want to talk to Void. Void, could you repeat your question, please, before he interrupted you?
So if you're looking into space, okay, a lot of the other planets, or all of the other planets, are spheres. Or is that not true? Or are they also disks that we can only see? But if that's the case, how can we see them in a one-dimensional space? So basically, I'm asking, are all the other planets spheres, or are they considered quote-unquote flat, too?
Yeah, okay, so many things there. One, we are not a disk. I thought I already covered that, but I can cover it again. We don't claim a disk. That's something you might have seen in kind of a joke meme or propaganda that you've seen about what flat Earth is. You have now arrived at a place where you might actually find the information, the facts, and the logic that demonstrate that the drop over distance predicted by the sphere is never actually measured in reality. So, if you're interested in that information, you can hang around. You might get to it, but I'll answer your question first. We don't claim a disk, so we don't look up in the sky, and we don't equate ourselves with the objects in the sky, because this is I get it. You ask the question, but you don't want to hear the answer. Is that what it is?
You don't give the answer. That's the thing. You just
So are you used to people like but your question requires a lot of parsing, because many of the premises of your question are faulty. All right, because when you said are the other planets disks like Earth, would imply that we think the Earth is a disk. So that's why your question, because it's faulty, requires more exposition. All right, so we do not claim a disk. In fact, we do not equate ourselves as being in the same category as the wandering stars, aka the planet. In fact, this is a relatively modern phenomena in history. To even call the Earth a planet is very new in the scheme of things. For example, Gustav Holst's The Planets Symphony did not include Earth as a planet because no one thought that it was a planet. Because the word planet comes from the ancient Greek word for wandering stars. The Earth is clearly not a wandering star. It is not a star at all. So for that reason, we do not equate the Earth with the planets, and so we do not make comparisons between them as if they were the same.
Okay, so you're saying you consider them as they are then? You're not saying that there's something else? You're not saying that what we consider them is a fallacy?
Well, I mean, it depends. Like your buddy there asked me or maybe it was you, one of you asked me if I had a telescope. Yeah, I have a telescope. I've looked up in the sky. I've seen the wandering stars. I'm aware of what they look like with the telescope that I have. And I'm also aware that what I see when I look up in the sky with the telescope is much different than the artistic renditions that you will see on NASA.gov, in some fancy planetarian show, on the Discovery Channel. All of those are animations and artistic renditions of what the wandering stars are. So yeah, I don't accept these artistic renditions because many of these claims have never been verified and cannot be verified because we have not gone to that location, because the claims of going to that location, such as Mars, are highly suspect and cannot be verified to actually have happened. So we accept the wandering stars as they appear in the sky. We see that they move across the sky. We see the sun moves across the sky, and we see the moon moves across the sky, and we observe and experience that the Earth does not move and is flat and stationary just as it appears, which is what your experience has been since birth. It's only because somebody told you, oh, there's some big trickery going on. It seems like it's not moving at all. You never see any curve. You never have seen a globe except for in these artistic renditions of CGI and Photoshop, but and on your boob tube TV screen. But, really it's secretly this way, but only we with the secret globe cult knowledge can go to this secret place. So don't think that the way you experience reality is real. We're going to tell you what your life is and what your experience is and what your worldview should be. Yeah, boy, because you've been indoctrinated into the globe cult since birth. But now that you've come to the right place to get some actual information about how the drop over distance that would be expected from a sphere, which is 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, meaning that objects that were 20 miles away would be obscured behind 266 feet of drop, and yet we routinely have observations and laser tests that are showing and demonstrating that this drop over distance is not actually experienced in reality. That's what the flat Earth is. So whatever you think it was before, whatever your buddy's going to tell you tomorrow, they're just trying. They're trying to keep you small, and you have a chance of doing something better with your brain.
So your whole argument about the planet is that it's like this. I guess I didn't see the image of the shape. What exactly? I need to see. What's the image of the shape that you guys think the world is then? Where can I find
Thank you for having no image. Thank you. You now have no image in your mind whatsoever. So what I'd like you to put in your mind, did you say you had or had not ever been to the ocean?
I live on the ocean. I live at the ocean.
Oh, amazing. Maybe that's why you have a few extra brain cells, because you might have gone out and you might have looked, at the ocean and seen how the horizon's totally flat. The water's totally flat. It's as flat as the eye can see. If you go out in a boat, at no point does the earth start to curve. And no point does the water start to curve. It's flat, isn't it? That's the earth. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. It's flat. That's what you've observed and experienced. I know, that's funny, isn't it? Yeah. That the earth could be the thing that you experience it to be. Yeah. Which is flat and stationary. It's pretty wild.
So, what branch of flat earther are you then? So I can Google what you visualize the earth to be.
Oh, I'm the void branch. Yeah. I dedicate myself. I've been waiting for 5 years for you to show up so I could cater my argument just to you. Yeah. It's called the void branch of flat earth.
Huh. And oh my god.
I know, that's pretty funny, wasn't it? I wanted to laugh too, but I needed you to laugh first.
So then, is there no visual so you don't have like any visual interpretation of what the earth looks like then? Because I can't find anything online about
it. You can't find anything about my branch. Yeah, it looks like what Void sees when he goes to the ocean. Yep, that's what it looks like.
No, so you don't answer the question then. What is the Earth's shape then? So could you give me an image of what the shape looks like, or could you give me like a graph, spatial sheet, so I could understand it geographically at least?
Oh my. Anyway, so did you see my post that I tagged you in at 57 minutes after the hour, the flat Earth observations?
No.
Okay, well, can you see the chat? Can you go into the chat and look at that?
Oh, no, I see. Okay. Let me look.
Yeah. So you click on that link, and so this is a small sampling of the different flat Earth observations. So I bet you did well in your math class. Do you usually get an A in math?
Well, I have straight A's in every class.
I guessed that right. Good for me. Yeah. So in your math class, did you take geometry?
Of course I did.
Yeah. And did you do proofs in there? Because some geometry teachers these days don't do proofs anymore. Did you do them?
I do proofs. Yeah.
Good. That makes me happy. Okay. So you understand the concept that a faulty mathematical conjecture can be disproved with one counterexample, right?
In certain cases. Not that many have been instituted or ever even happened. Wait, let me look at this.
Oh gosh, he's really worried. He doesn't want me to lead him down a trail. He won't even answer like a very simple question that if he got all A's, he knows it's true.
Yeah, but you never answered
Yeah. So if the globe is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the 8 inches per mile squared will be the predicted drop over distance, and yet we don't actually observe that in reality. And in fact, we have not only one counterexample to that claim, but we have thousands of claims that we have thousands of counterexamples that demonstrate that this geometry is actually not displayed in the world where we actually live. Right? It's only in your fantasy TV globe world. Yeah, so you can look at some of those. Yeah, like, the one I near and dear to my heart is Chicago skyline. Halfway down there, you can see 53-mile distance. You can see Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. The estimated max is 223 feet. There's a lot of different observations of the Chicago skyline, most of them done by a photographer named Joshua Nowicki. Sometimes he takes them from the shoreline. I've viewed it from the shoreline myself. They give him a max of 223 feet because that's the highest dune in Warren Dunes, where he does take a lot of his images. So anywho, the target height, which would be, the skyscrapers in Chicago, 1,453 feet. Globe prediction, we have the horizon distance. That's a whole nother thing. We didn't even talk about the horizon yet, but we can since you're so good at math. and the globe predicted hidden by the horizon. So we see the skyline of the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan, and we would not see that if we were on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. I'll put an image in here of this is Joshua Nowicki's image. We use it because he's not a flat earther. He's just a guy who likes taking cool photos because it's really, really cool that you can see it across Lake Michigan. But, I've seen it myself on multiple occasions. This is what we're talking about. So, where you are, you're living on the ocean, you could either look at this chart. There might be, depending on where you are, one of these observations that is close to where you live, or you could just, look on Google Maps or your favorite map application. Find an object, whether it be a lighthouse, an oil rig, a buoy, an island, a city, and see how you can look at the globe curve calculators. I'll give you a link to one of those, and you can put in your observer height, the distance of the object, and then see how far behind the alleged curve of the Earth that it should be, and then find out if you are seeing that object, if you actually should be seeing it, or if it should be hidden behind the alleged curve. That's the whole gist of the argument there. There's one of the Earth curve calculators, so you can make your own observations there at your ocean. I put the link in there for you.
I still want to see what the objective viewpoint, what you guys see the world as, what the shape it could be, though. I'm trying to do a 3D model based off what I'm seeing online. I still can't get an actual rough estimate of what you see the world's shape to be as, though.
Why does it upset you that the Earth is just the realm that you experience? You feel like you need to know everything. Do you think humans can know everything, Void?
I get it. You guys can't give it an objective shape because the whole ideology that you're creating would falsify that. Okay, that makes no sense.
No, that's not what I said. So how about if you don't come to a conclusion that's different than what I actually said? How about if you don't do your, skip 5 stages ahead and give your you guys this, you guys that? Why don't you actually talk to the person who's right in front of you? I'm pretty sure I asked you a question and then you jumped right to analyzing me and telling me what I thought. I was trying to find out what you thought.
The question you're asking is, why do I have to see something? Why do I have to know everything? Then why, if you're asking me that question, it could be the same thing for you. Why does it matter so much what the shape of the Earth is, and why does that matter so much? That's basically what you asked me. So can I not ask that to you? I mean, you've obviously spent a considerable amount of your life invested in something that's basically meaningless. I mean, the whole argument for why you think it's covered up, a lot of you at least, is to make money, which is really counterintuitive. There's just so many things and aspects here that are really, really meaningless to answer your question. I guess there is no real reason to know or not to know, so it's just a waste of time, is it not?
Yeah, okay, well, gosh, so many things in there. I forgot what the question actually was. What was the question? Why does it matter? Is that the question?
Me a question. You asked me, why does it matter that I have to know it's a tangible thing? So I'm asking you, why does it matter?
Yeah, why does it matter that that children are being indoctrinated?
We're breaking off because we can't answer the question. Lovely.
Oh, really? Was I breaking up? I thought I was answering you. What are you saying, breaking off?
Breaking up. You started going about kids being indoctrinated because you have bias, calling my bias, which is just you being inherently wrong, but okay.
So my answer, you're asking me why it matters to me. I'm telling you why it matters to me. And you're telling me you don't like my answer, so you're just going to shut it down. Why did you ask me then?
My bad. Try to answer then.
I'm not going to try to answer. I am going to answer. It matters to me because I think it is wrong and it's an injustice that children are being indoctrinated into a cult belief that was started by the cult of Pythagoras the ancient Greeks who decided they liked spheres. They thought they were perfect shapes, so they just philosophized. They were just sitting around shooting the breeze. That's the way I look at it. And they're like, hey, we like spheres. Maybe they'd found some hallucinogenic plants in the forest or something. I don't even know how it started, but they just wanted it to be that. So they said it was with no evidence. That was way back in the ancient Greek time, right? And then in the last 100 years, they've really ramped up the indoctrination into this global cult so that children are being indoctrinated into a religious belief against their will from birth without their consent, and they become incapable of rational thought. And I think one of the great hallmarks of humankind is their ability to use their will and rational thought to shape their own world and to hopefully improve the world of others. So I feel like this birthright of humankind is being stolen from us and from you and from everyone. That's why I care.
Okay, so, but still, going back to my original question then, so you don't think the Earth has a tangible shape then?
No, why would I think that? Am I God? Am I omniscient? I know you want to think, because your God, I'm sorry to tell you this, is, this heliocentric model and those proponents of it who try to pretend to you that they are omniscient, that they can know all, that they can explain everything, right? That's what they tell you. That's why I asked you if you thought humans could know everything. That's why I asked you that. Because you're asking me to now pretend that I know everything, and I know that it's not possible for a human to know everything. So I'm not going to pretend that I can step outside of the earth and explain all things to you. And I would like to challenge you, Void, to allow yourself to be an actual person who is by their nature imperfect, but always striving to become better and prove themselves, realizing they will never actually be omniscient, and that humankind as a society can also never be omniscient.
I'm not asking about knowing everything. I'm asking you. So you genuinely think the Earth does not have a tangible form, that there's no shape to the Earth?
Why are you dictating to me? Like, why is that so shocking to you? Have you? I have not seen the whole Earth.
So if you think that, then how do you make it applicable to?
No one has seen the whole Earth.
Okay.
Great.
So how do I?
Wait, can I ask a question? If there's a pancake, right? Why is it that we look at other planets and we see that they're not pancakes?
Void, do you want to tell them why they're not pancakes?
No, I already asked her this question. Her whole thing is that it's not applicable, because that makes so much sense. I guess.
What do you mean it's not applicable? Because
we're not a pancake, King.
Yeah,
we're not a pancake. We don't think we're a pancake.
It's not flat.
No, they don't. So listen, these people are crazy. She thinks that the Earth is not it doesn't have a tangible form. So this brings the flat earthers. They think it's like a cloud of dust that's like unmanifestable. They think it's like kind of realm of like mental reality, which it makes no sense because they don't dictate it by fact. Yet they try to use fact to prove it. So this is more of a religion, less than a
Wait, so the Earth is like just a sphere?
Void! What a disappointment! I'll give you a D- just so I don't have to have you in class next year. But yeah, you failed. You failed.
Yeah, see, they can't come up with any systematical argument.
Yeah, well, I guess I wasted my breath.
No,
I guess it's an exercise,
Why is your name
useful to someone?
I personally agree it is flat, so yeah.
Well, why?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If the Earth's flat, if the Earth's not flat, why do you call it flat Earth then?
No, King. It's not that we're saying it's not flat. We're saying it's not a pancake. Are all flat things pancake?
Not necessarily, but it's roughly like the cat pancake, more or less, right?
No, it is not a pancake. A pancake has a thickness. Orthographically, it was an article in a.
Have a thickness.
No, because
what do you think the thickness is? What do you think the thickness is?
You.
Yeah, you can stop answering him now, Void. I gave you a chance to restate what I'd said, and you completely missed the mark. I just told you got a D minus.
So or just a bias?
I know it's the first time you gotten a D minus in your life, but take the L. Maybe study harder next time.
Oh my god!
Wait, are these people real? This can't be real, right?
No, this is a religion. Like this is kind of like a cult almost.
You have like a challenge
way to put it, it's not built in logic. It's systematic. It's like. I don't know.
Wait, so the Earth doesn't have a thickness?
I might fail you just so I can have you back next year because you do entertain me, Void. King, what?
Does the Earth have a thickness?
No, the deepest hole that's ever been dug into the Earth, King of Babylon, is 7.6 miles. And then the equipment failed, and they were not able to dig any further than that. So I'm not able to confirm for you any thickness deeper than 7.6 miles. Clearly, it is deeper than that, right? That's not the limit.
8 miles.
They were trying to go further. No, it's way deeper than that, King. So deep. It's not a disc.
What is it then? I'm confused. I'm lost.
They consider it like a realm. I think that's the best way to put it, bro.
Okay, Void, I'm going to give you a D for this marking period. Did you hear him? Say it again. He didn't hear that. Yeah, say it again.
It's funny. Oh my god.
He said it was a realm, King of Babylon. Did you hear that? It's a realm.
Is that what you
said? Yeah. What do you think of that? Yeah, a realm. It's a realm. What do you think of that?
I want to know what you think about the Earth.
Yeah, I just said it was a realm. That's what Void said. I agree with him.
It's a realm.
No, I'm saying that's what you guys.
I know. I'm just messing with you. Now you deserve to be messed with. I took you seriously at first. I even advocated for you against that ridiculous jerk. He's not seriously your friend, is it? That master guy? What a loser! Don't hang out with that dude anymore.
Well,
he's rubbing off on you.
So tell me, can you describe to me like the shape of the Earth?
The shape of the Earth. Yep, they're obsessed with that. They don't like my answer. I don't know if anybody else wants to answer, but we're not giving it a shape. Like I don't know, like why you guys are obsessed with shapes. I get it because you're obsessed with balls. You really want it to be a ball. Like we're told it was a ball. You had your little, solar system mobile over your bed. You got your rocket ship bed with your solar system mobile. You got your plushy globe.
What?
I know. You got your NASA T-shirt. I understand.
Yo, Chill Monkey, check your DMs.
What in the fuck are you talking about, lady? We literally observe in space.
Leave me alone.
Spheres everywhere.
Check your DMs.
Hold on, dude. So that's easy.
I don't know mine. I think it's like.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on, homie.
Oh, dude, that guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just found a perfect answer.
I feel bad making fun of you because I think you're actually mentally retarded based on your.
Okay. No.
Crit is speaking. I think they can hear you, Crit. I can hear you.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You just said we have photographs from space. Perfect answer. I'm not part of that we that has photograph from space. I've never been to space. I've never taken a photograph of Earth from space. If you have, and you are part of that we, now you would have to try to convince me that your photograph is real. What you've done is convince me it's not, because you're just an idiot. Just an idiot with an internet connection.
An idiot. So now let me help you understand, buddy. So not only can we observe the spheres, right? We look at telescopes, right?
Remember, no we.
But you don't wait up. You could go buy a telescope right now.
Remember, no we.
Yeah, you could go physically and buy a telescope, but you don't, because instead.
Okay, so I don't buy a telescope. Okay, good. So what else next? Next one.
The second thing is.
Okay, the first one's out. Okay, so number two.
But so not only do we observe, forget about the photo.
No, remember, no we.
We know.
There's no we here.
I understand your brain is.
So number two. Yeah. Number
you're
two's
overloaded
out
right now.
So try number three.
IQ.
Yeah, I get it. You're having a very hard time grasping the concept.
You sound like you have a speech
impairment. There is no we.
Yeah, you have a list for something.
Okay, yeah, so then you're triggered by that. So that's a sign of OCD.
I'm not triggered by anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you are. Most people don't even notice it.
No, you have a lisp, so what? I feel bad making fun of you.
So now you feel bad about it.
Shut it, King. We don't want to hear your commentary.
So number one and number two are out. Do you have a number three, or are you done?
Yeah, so we look.
Or number three, we'll just talk about my list. Okay, number four.
Right.
Okay, number four.
What ends up happening is that
number four. No, you're stuck.
We see the light.
We're already
we see how light bends.
No photo.
We know that things are spheres.
Okay, now you went back into a loop. Okay, you're supposed to be on number four.
You don't let him speak. You don't even let him speak.
Yeah,
you know,
so
people
what?
like you
I
are
don't-
so
okay.
inadequate. I don't understand how your existence
so what? So call your mom?
Anything like
So call your mom.
Okay.
Call your
So
mom.
Actually,
Okay, so number one was no photograph from space.
Yeah.
Number two was you buy a telescope to look at Earth, but you said I won't do that, so that one's out.
Look at Earth? Is that what I said?
Yeah,
Buy
number
telescopes to look
three
at Earth?
is I have a list. So what's number four? What you got? What's number four?
Yeah. No, I get it.
Number four, you give up? You just give up?
Yeah. Do you have like a,
All right, give up,
a deficiency of sorts? Like, are you?
Same answer as before. All right, who's next? Adam.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You want to give it a shot? This guy, I gave him I picked 3 softballs.
Are you saying that?
And he whiffed each one of them. Okay, you're up. What do you got?
Wait, Crit, do you like agree with Dandelion?
We'll just go with yes. I agree with Dandelion.
Okay. So are you guys saying like you don't know what the planet looks like?
What a planet looks like?
Like our planet, what?
Yeah. Well, no, I know a planet, a wandering star, is a light in the sky.
No, our planet.
What? No, there's no our planet. There's Earth, and that's it.
Our planet.
Yeah, that's not a planet, dude. That's Earth.
It's not a planet. All right.
What?
Yeah, Babylon.
Okay. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Since you're an idiot. Okay, a planet. What's a planet? Maybe use
like
your
a
word.
big circle in space, bro.
Okay, and you've seen Earth as a big circle in space?
Yeah.
Okay, so where are you from? Are you from Venus? Are you from Mars? You know, what planet, what alien life form are you that you've looked up in the sky and saw Earth in the sky? When did you do that?
What do you mean?
Okay, you said Earth. You said a planet.
I can't like look up the sky because I'm on here. Like I've looked down.
Yeah,
you know.
So Earth is not in the sky. Earth would be on the ground.
Well, it is in the sky.
It's in the sky now. Okay, so where are you from? Are you from Mars? Venus? Are you from Uranus? Where are you from?
Yo, what?
Okay, you said you looked up, you're on something, you looked up and saw Earth in the sky. So that would say you're not from Earth, you're from someplace else, and Earth was a faraway planet in the sky. So where are you from? I'm just curious. Are you a Martian? Are you a Jovian? Are you from Jupiter? Are you a Jovian? Where are you from? What planet
are you asking about my ethnicity?
No, not at all. I'm asking about your planet of origin. Is it Earth or not Earth?
Yeah, it's Earth, obviously. What?
Okay, so you didn't see Earth in the sky. You're from Earth, and Earth would be beneath your feet.
No. I seen it in the sky, bro.
Okay, yeah. Where are you from? Okay, let's move on to the next one. Oh, who's the guy? Void, you want to try again, or are you just going to freak out too?
No, I would. So you guys think that since the Earth is like, okay, you say I'm obsessed with shapes. Maybe I am.
I didn't say anything about you. I just knew that was audio came out, so I jumped in. You know, maybe I came in like a bulldozer, like a wrecking ball. But all right, let's go ahead. So don't.
Yeah, I said that. I probably said that. Yeah, I did say that.
Let me restart from scratch. I'll try to be respected. My bad. So
yeah, so you're obsessed with shapes. Number one.
Okay, so thank you for interrupting me. I appreciate it. So do you?
Yeah, no problem.
Do you think the Earth has a collective shape?
Yeah, it's not good. It is very bad shape. We've got garbage patches in the South Pacific. We got landfills that are leaking into groundwater supplies. We got open uranium pits and, you know, like oil spills off Santa Barbara. Yeah, it's definitely in very bad shape. Like that, it's not good. It's really not good. The outlook is not. You got global climate change. You got floods in Texas. So yeah, the environment that I live in, which I call Earth, that environment, the condition of it is very poor. It's very out of shape. Much like your mouth or your teeth. You know, like go get that checked out.
Like your brain, for example, yeah.
And your brain too, because your mouth is connected to your whole body health. So if once you get your mouth taken care of, maybe you'll start feeling better. You know, mentally, physically, and spiritually.
Yeah, so if you could maybe actually answer my questions, do you think
I just did.
Actual
very
shape,
bad
actual shape,
It's out
a
of
tangible shape, a geographical
It's not
shape,
very healthy.
a geographical shape.
It's not very healthy.
This has to be rage bait. You guys just don't make any sense whatsoever. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now that you think it's rage bait, follow your own logic. What should you do next? Should you hit disconnect or sit here and think you're getting baited? Because I just gave an answer to your question. The problem is you're not healthy. You're not healthy mentally. You're not healthy spiritually. And you're not healthy physically.
If you don't mind me asking, since you say religiously, are you religious?
No.
Then why do you say religiously?
Spiritually, mentally, physically. Yeah, you're probably very sick religiously too. Like when these astronauts tell you "God bless America," you're probably thinking like you're upset by that. How dare these astronauts tell me "God bless America" and God bless you, the current director of Bill Nelson. He used to be an astronaut, statesman. Now he's the director of NASA. He says "God bless America" and "God bless you," and you probably think he's rage baiting you. Go ask him. Go ask him what's the shape of the planet. And then they'll ask you, like, what? What do you mean planet? Which planet are you talking about? Earth? Earth's not a planet.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Do you think the Earth
going to be the same answer?
Shape?
The same
answer me. Do you know what geographic
answer?
Do you know what geographic?
Yeah, the ground is not in very good shape. Okay, it's not in very good shape at all.
What's this? What is this rage bait? I have to be getting like clip phones or something.
No, so do you understand? I mean, you don't need to understand or be able to see the entire Earth or know exactly everything about it, which it has many areas, even just within the known area, that have not yet been explored. So there's many areas of the Earth that are unknown, especially within the oceans, largely unexplored. You don't need to know all those things. Like, to me, it's surprising that after I explained to you the predicted geometry of the sphere, the drop over distance is not actually measured in reality. That's how the globe is disproven. You remember that? Remember we talked about that?
Math? Yeah.
What part of it are you claiming is faulty? Let's see your corrections in the chat.
My corrections, I'm not going to go over the notes. I could if I want to. I went through what I did.
No, then you can't. Nope. On this channel, you can't make a claim. Nope. You can't make a claim like it's faulty math and then say you don't feel like showing it. Put yourself on mute. Go do the math. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Anybody else?
Adam's still here. If you want to take it.
Give him another shot.
Hello? Hello?
What does the word flat mean? Is that an adjective or a noun?
I don't know. What is that?
Well, it's a problem, isn't it?
Noun?
The word flat would be a noun?
Yeah.
So when someone says flat earth, that's a noun? That's two nouns right next to each other?
What's that?
Yeah, that means you're retarded, dude.
I'm not retarded. I'm not.
Yeah, you think a noun is a thing.
We're talking about the sky, bro.
Okay, so flat and earth, which one's the sky?
Flat.
Flat would be the sky, so the sky is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, so flat, sky, then earth, and then what happens?
What do you mean?
Dude got bricked. That easy. An instant bricking.
Maybe go take a nap, Adam. Come back another time. Try again. It's okay.
Wait, do you agree with them? Yo, Milk.
Agree with what?
Crit.
With what? With what? He said a number of things.
Like,
oh, that you misidentified the word flat as being a noun.
No, not
yeah.
Not
he pointed that out accurately. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the call, flat Earth.
What the hell are you asking me? Do I agree with what? Do I agree with crit, or are you asking me another question?
Hello?
Are you asking me another question, or are you asking me if I agreed with crit? And with what did he say, are you asking me do I agree with?
What do you mean?
Carlos the Tabaknak. Dude, go take a nap.
He's bricked. This is a break game.
Tabarnak.
Tabaknak. Come on, bro. Try harder.
What does bricked mean? What do you mean?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so do you have an actual question about the flat Earth, Adam, or what's going on up there?
Yeah. What shape do you think the Earth is?
Do you live anywhere near the ocean, Adam?
Nope.
Too bad. Yeah, the Earth is just as it appears to you when you walk outside your front door and walk alongside the ground. There it is, the Earth. You dig up a hole to plant a flower. There's the Earth.
Perhaps irregular, for all we know.
We know it's not a globe. Yeah. Yeah. We know, I mean, the main thing here, I don't know, it's like very frustrating to globe believers, which I tried to explain to Lloyd earlier, but I don't think he really understood what I was trying to say. The main thing here we try to explain is that the geometry of the sphere does not predict the reality of our experience in the place where we actually live. This drop over distance is not observed and not measured. There's no curvature anywhere. There's no reason to think that you live on a spinning globe in the fantasy medium of outer space. That is a total fairy tale that you do believe. I mean, why do you believe it, Adam? Why do you believe in the globe?
Hello?
Yeah, did you hear my question?
Yeah, you said, why do I believe it's a globe?
That's right. That's what I said.
I mean, why would they lie about it being globe?
You believe in it because you're extraordinarily trusting and don't think people are capable of lying to you? Is that what you're telling me?
But there's no point, though.
And you know that how?
Okay, so I did the math. I can post it in the journal if I get permission, but I'd also like to ask another question then to you enlightened individuals.
If you want to wait a second, Adam
Okay, yeah.
was going to respond to my question.
Wait, say it again, I forgot.
Right, Adam?
Wait, say it again?
I asked you, how would you know that? You said there's no point.
Oh, yeah.
How would you know that?
Well, I don't, but like, there's no point.
Okay, so you don't know that, but you're asserting there is no point, even though you don't actually know that.
Do you think there's a point?
Do you acknowledge that you're saying there's no point, even though you don't actually know that there's no point? But you incessantly repeat it to try and catch me off guard or something.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. You say there's no point.
How am I trying to?
You don't. Watch this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say there's no point. I ask you, how do you know that? You acknowledge that you don't know, but there's still no point. So you don't know that there is no point, and you acknowledge that you don't know that there's no point, but you still say there's no point. right? Do you think I'm stupid?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so rethink that and maybe try again. Or go or actually maybe now's a good time for you to go take your nap and come back another time. Try again.
Why do you keep telling me to take a nap, bro?
Because I think you need it. It's quite evident that you could use it.
I just woke up.
Okay, well, you're missing a few hours probably. I would suggest you do that. Maybe at least try it. Might do you some good. Anyway,
yeah. So let's talk as if the Earth is not a shape. Then it's, I don't know. What do you guys think it is? A realm? So whatever it is, let's say if you guys can't determine what it is or isn't, what's the point of this argument? So your whole argument is that it's not a sphere, but then you can't give us what it is. So your whole argument is just disproving something and then not telling us what it is. Isn't that like repetitive then?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, right? Because if you describe a shape with a particular surface feature and you acknowledge that whatever you are standing on does not have that surface characteristic, you can't be on the claimed shape encompassing that surface characteristic. So if you say you're on a ball and it's curving, but you look and it's not actually curving, therefore it can't actually be a ball. So therefore we're left with the question of what is it actually? And by all practical means, as far as I can tell, and most people could tell in here, it's not really determinable as to what the entire shape is. So we're left with just really dealing with the surface feature. That's why we describe it as flat, and then we leave the rest for potentially further exploration if deemed even necessary at all.
So
it's not redundant. It's actually quite logical.
So logically, including the logic, is you take the most natural answer, the most inherent answer, and since that would be whatever the closest shape would be, okay, I guess it doesn't matter because you guys say it's not a shape. So then there's really no point in arguing anything if you're just going to say it doesn't have a shape.
Well, here's the thing. As I stated a second ago, as far as I can tell and what most people can tell, we don't know the shape. There may be one, but to make a claim as to what that is may be dishonest unless somebody actually has all the evidence to support it. I don't have that. I don't know about anyone in here who does, so it's irrelevant. Topic at hand is the surface feature.
Yeah, your math there is totally wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stay here, but yeah, he's got some ChatGPT checking math, which is completely wrong at 32 minutes after the hour. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense what you put there. If the Sears Tower, 1,453 feet, if 1,637 feet should be hidden, but the tower is only 1,453 feet tall, it should be entirely hidden. Then you have this claim of standard atmospheric refraction of reducing it by 7%, which I'd like to see your calculations of where you came up with that. Then you've got adjusted hidden height of 1,407 feet, and you put here, so now only the bottom for 1,407 feet is hidden, and the top 46 feet is visible. That's just a complete lie. Most of it is visible. You can see it right there in the images. Yeah, I see you. I know you ChatGPT'd this or whatever you did, but it's completely wrong from beginning to end. I just had to say that. I mean, but at least you did something. A lot of people claim they're going to do something, don't actually do it.
So
I mean, Void, you could have at least had the courtesy to format it, don't you think?
I know, I agree.
Let me have a question. So if I'm standing on one side of the world, and let's say I had the most powerful telescope I have, or I have one powerful enough, I should be able to see at the same sea height level across the entire world. Then that's your argument.
You think that? Do you not think that light has a rate of dissipation?
No, that's the whole.
What's the term for it? Rate of occlusion rate. Forget the technical terminology. The light spreads out, right? And air is not perfectly transparent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what makes you think you could see forever knowing that?
I'm not. I'm asking you if that's what you guys think.
So no.
So then, could that calculation not be off also? Because see, light doesn't actually change a logical fact, though. It wouldn't change the actual
change a logical fact.
Density.
What do you mean by light?
So like, let's say I have I have a question. So then, basically, if I had a ruler from one point at a sea level and I took it as far as I possibly can across the world to another point, and I dropped it there. Let's say the Earth is. I take it at 2 height points at the exact same, so I can measure it without it being abstracted by like mountains or other things. And I take one ruler
like over water,
side, and for example, over water, and I take it to the other side. Should it be equal then? Should I be able to measure it out and have the same exact length? Basically, should it be flat?
Well, not. You mean the same elevation would be the same on both ends, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the elevation should be
right. Well, we got a pretty good one. It's not exactly a ruler, but would you accept a laser?
A laser gets fractured by light, so it's kind of.
At worst, the worst of lasers would diverge sooner. But if you got highly concentrated lasers, right, that don't diverge, like you know what I mean, like the light would cone out as opposed to remain perfectly, cylindrical. Right.
Wait, I have a question.
Hang on, please.
Sorry.
Do you understand that, right, Void? You don't.
Yeah, but all lasers.
I'm speaking to Void. Please. Let me finish up. What do you mean by fracture?
So, as I don't know the exact systematical or whatever I would say.
Okay, because fracture usually means break, right? Are you talking about diffract or refract?
No, the fracture. So, for example, I don't know the exact name. But for 3D printing, when you print with lasers, you can get up to a 99% accuracy, but you can't get exact accuracy because lasers can't be formatted perfectly. And it would be the same with that laser. Now, maybe you could get 99% accuracy, but you can't be 100% accurate with the level.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Right? So the laser itself has an overall, the size of the beam, right? There's a width, if you will, to it. So in the case of printing, I mean, you can't get down to, infinitesimal width, right? So of course the thing's not going to come out perfect. But that's not the point here. The point is you have a laser beam, you point it out horizontally from a certain position, it reaches a destination where it would be predicted to have had to go over by a certain, number of feet or even miles or whatever above the destination point, right? Where in fact it actually just reaches more or less at the same level as that it was shot at. So imagine a light ruler, if you will, and it does actually more or less accomplish that.
So then there's a laser from one point to another point at the same height that measures the Earth being flat, having no curvature. Then,
at the very least, you if there is any error in the setup or whatnot. That could be criticized, perhaps, but at worst, the results do not conform to what would be expected if we were on a curving surface on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. It doesn't match up by orders of magnitude.
Yes, but at the same time, light fractures other light downwards, creating what's the systematic term?
So you mean you're talking about refraction, right?
No, let me pull up the.
Yeah, get your argument straight. Get your argument straight, please.
Fracture light. Go ahead and say that, Adam, if you want to. Wait, this next. Oh, and then I guess if the laser traveled at the speed of light, it doesn't matter anyway because it wouldn't have enough time to fracture, so it doesn't even matter. So wait, is there a laser that did that? Did you guys make that conclusion then?
Yeah, I can gather a few points for you if you want. Give me a minute. In the meantime, somebody take over. Feel free.
So, if the world isn't measurable, then why do we try to measure it?
Well, I mean, we've been given these numbers, and we've been told that the Earth is this exact radius and that we're on a sphere. So that's what we're measuring. We're testing their claims. We're testing that mathematical conjecture, like I told you before. So that's why we're measuring it, because we're measuring to see if that predicted drop over distance is actually there in reality, or the predicted horizon, maximum horizon location, whichever one you prefer.
Okay. So, Phil,
yeah,
so you can let's say you do disprove that the Earth is a sphere, but you still can't give any other. I mean, I guess you could if you could come up. I mean, that would take an incredibly long amount of time to generate all the all the geography to try to like 3D print or 3D generate an image of what the world would look like. But I'm pretty sure you guys say that it's not possible, right?
I mean, that's what I would say. I don't speak for everyone. Yeah, I mean, there's many limitations to why we can't produce a model of the entire Earth. I mean, for one thing, it's not even logistically useful to try to model such a complex system. It's better to model small processes and so on. It's counterproductive to try to do that, but also, the travel restrictions. Even if someone wanted to go off and try to map out, everything, they wouldn't be able to. There's travel restrictions past the 60th parallel stemming from the Antarctic Treaty and the 1991 environmental protocols stemming from the Antarctic Treaty, where the 50-plus nations that have signed on to this treaty agree to police that area, and several people who have tried to take unauthorized trips down there have been arrested. Most people don't even try because, if you go to any like yachting website, I can show you a link if you're interested in that kind of thing. It tells you very clearly you need to apply for permission, have your trip approved. You can only go in certain areas and so on. So, for you to ask us to model all of that is just logistically impossible, on top of the fact that it's unnecessary.
All right, Boyd, I'm back. Posted in chat 3 links. I want to take a few moments. Some of them are lengthy, or some of these may be lengthy. I didn't check the times on these ones particularly. There's one that goes over up to an hour. I think maybe the first one is that. I'm not sure. But feel free to scan through it, check the results. Yeah. The main thing is, for example, if you look at the last one, 28.6 miles. You see in the photo there, you see a little green blip.
Just in the exact time. Oh, yes, I do.
Thumbnail itself, right? Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see even that. But even better, you see there's that little, yeah. So when you do the math, that should be below the physical curvature. The ball, right, it goes down. And from that observer height, you wouldn't be able to see that.
So the observer height was at the exact same length of the light fracture then?
Even better in that one, it looks like the laser is actually going below where the camera height is. But suffice to say, the fact that you can actually see the little blip indicates that, you know, something in the standard model doesn't add up or does not comport with real world observation.
Well, real world observation can't pinpoint the exact like geographical state of the world down to the 0.0000 percentages of what.
That's not what I mean, sir.
Curvature would be. Yeah,
that's
I know.
But that's not what I'm advocating.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is the curvature can't be measured down to specific numbers like that. But specific numbers,
I know.
Like a 28 mile distance, is probably very, very small if we were to look at a humongous curvature. So I feel like
I'm glad you asked.
Look it up because 28 miles would.
I'm glad you asked. Right? What would you expect? What would you expect?
What would I expect in what?
How far would you expect the drop to actually be on such a small distance, quote unquote?
It would be in the 0.001 amounts of geographic.
Of what? What unit?
Hold this up. Let me look up the exact amount of what.
You're probably on. Yeah, you're probably on point, right? It would be a decimal depending on what unit you're using, right? Or even in percentages in terms of, you know, the radius in miles or something. But you have to provide a unit, right?
Yeah, let me find the exact one so I can, because if I can show you a psychological scale, I mean not psychological, a scientific scale, but you'll probably, let me try to find one that.
No, I understand scientific notation, sir.
Yes, let me pull one up.
Well, I'll save you time, right? The expected drop over distance can be estimated with the function 8 times x squared, wherein x is in miles, right? So for every mile, right? Perhaps a good way to picture this is, let's say you're lying on a shoreline, right up against the water. Your eyes are right up against the water, and you're looking straight out, right? For the first mile outwards, the water should drop 8 inches. Okay, and for the second mile, it would be 2 squared times 8. 2 squared, 4 times 8, 32. So after the second mile, it should drop 32 inches. Follow? So there's a non-linear growth in the drop as the distance goes out further and further. So at 28.6 miles, it would be 28.6 squared times 8. If you want to do the math there, you'll get a number in inches. And then you can convert to feet and get an idea of how low below that tangent line, quote unquote, would be.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do the math, or shall I do it?
I'm doing the math right now.
All right, so 28.6 squared.
Wait, I'm already deep in. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
If you want, you can answer the other person's question and trying to just pull this out.
Wait, are you off on a different line of thought already?
No, I'm looking at this laser point because the hidden distance is about 46,000 meters. 2 divided by 2.
Right. Okay. So check this out, right? Just to help you out, I'll expedite the process. So for the 28.6 mile bit, right, you have 28.6 squared times 8, right? So 28.6 times 28.6 is 817.96. Multiply that by 8, you get 6,543.68. That's in inches. If you divide that by 12, that's 545.306 repeating.
Yeah.
Feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
600.
There you go.
545 feet should be hidden by the curve over 286 miles if it was both the laser and the target.
No.
No.
Oh, sir. No, it's worse than that. Over 28.6 miles. Not 200.
No, 28 miles. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
It should be hidden over it, but it's not.
It sounds absurd. It sounds absurd, but this is what it amounts to. When you think of it in like terms of miles, you have like so many zeros after the decimal point that you think it's insignificant, but when you convert into, more tangible figures, these are readily applicable. 545 feet. What is that? Like fucking 30, 40 story building or something? Whatever. 10 feet per story or some shit?
Yeah, the whole thing is
you follow the line of thinking, right?
Yeah, I get it. The math there makes sense, but the whole argument with it, if it's not hidden, you could say there's no curvature, but at the same time, it would be down to a 0.0001 mark. Because if you pull it back an inch, curvature-wise, it should be disappeared. And then if you keep in the same spot, it's not. So did they pull it back? Did they test if they pull it back maybe 10 more feet? Is it there or not?
No. Check this out, right? Yeah. So what I was describing there is not necessarily how much in this particular case should be hidden. I'm talking about in the abstract, how much drop from 28.6 miles it would go down. In this particular instance, I'm not sure how readily available it is to know how high the guy was, but there's another calculation, right? That would tell you how far the horizon should be given the observer's height. Okay, and if we know that the emitter is below whatever value it comes out of some of these manipulations, it should be hidden. Okay, so the horizon, you should expect it to be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in miles. So if the guy's 1 foot off the ground, you have 1.22 times the square root of 1. So 1.22 times 1 is 1 mile. The guy's 10 feet off the ground, or let's say 9 feet off the ground, you have 1.22 times the square root of 9, which is 3. 1.22 times 3, what is that? 3.66. Right? Miles. And then beyond that, things would appear to be curving downwards. So that line of sight, from that standpoint, unless the object is high enough, you won't see it, or at worst, you'll see part of it cut off. You follow?
Yeah, but that whole mathematical system only works if the world is a perfect sphere, which there is no perfect sphere because there's ground disfiguration, there's mass pull. We have mountains, we have divots in the sea.
Correct.
So
correct. This is why we do it. This is why we do it over water, sir. Because it's the smoothest, right? It's more consistent. It's more widely available. This test can be replicated more widespread, et cetera, et cetera. Now, of course, these are just approximations. Now, if you happen to have something that comes against this, right, I think most of us would be happy to see it.
The whole idea is, though, it could be an abnormality, just like how there's divots in certain spots that can lower water level to it, not lower it, but keep it more abnormal. It's like, unless this was done, it's basically like this whole mathematical system done across the entire world, it would be impossible to measure whether it's a curvature or not. So
what would you suggest? I mean, it would seem to me that you know something, right, that proves to you that we're on a ball. What might that actually be?
Me physically, I can't prove it one way or another. You could say my idea is biased because maybe it is. Same way it could be with your belief. It's like I don't really care whether it's a circle or not. It really doesn't matter.
So you don't know actually. So ultimately, you don't know. Okay, well that's fine. Okay, that's perfect. I mean, maybe we.
Yeah, but what you don't get is that the lack of evidence is the evidence. Don't you get that?
Well, that's interesting too. Yeah, but the thing is, Void, if you don't know, then perhaps we ought to spend a little bit more time with somebody who does know, or at least does say that they know.
If anyone else is here to speak, they should speak then, because go ahead.
By all means, that's cool. It's good chat. Good chat. I'd encourage you to take a look at those videos, and if you see anything, any anomalies or whatever, take note. Come back. We'll talk about it. I think most of us are all ears for that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that was a good explanation, Nick. Good job.
Thank you.
Hopefully you got something out of it. Maybe something will sink in at some point.
I actually came back as I realized I wanted to see if you could answer a question. Another question I had actually. Is that guy still here? Milk. Hello?
Yes, we're here. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, see the reason. Okay, so if I'm flying, let's say I'm flying towards Hawaii, and is there like a certain threshold where I'm instantly gonna like teleport to the other side towards like Japan or something? If there's no curvature to the Earth, no, I'm just saying if there's no curvature to the Earth and I head in one direction, how do I get on the other direction?
To a circle.
And but then it's a curvature.
Circles are flat, not spheres. Circles are not spheres.
Sweet.
If you travel in an Earth, that doesn't mean you're using the curvature of the Earth. Make it
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am honestly I can't hear a word you're saying. Are you able to fix your mic?
Anyways, go ahead.
No? Okay. So yes, I can't answer that.
I don't want to make a joke, bro, but like I don't know what happened to you. Maybe you were accounting for the curvature, and the curve was not there. You know what I mean? So the accident happened, but I'm sorry if I made it into a little joke.
Okay, I'm leaving, guys. Have a good night. And thank you for the kind word.
Good night. Yeah, no problem, bro. You take care. Yep.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Cheers, man. Yeah, I kind of hope he was just trolling. And he doesn't have two broken arms.
No one's going under for taking the cast off. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
They got a cutoff wheel and they just saw that sucker in half, and you go on with your day. So it's either more severe than we understand and he couldn't communicate it, or it's a troll. Well, you know.
Or maybe he just paranoid.
Maybe get that guy a tinfoil hat. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe he thinks like they might accidentally cut off his arm and he'll bleed out, and like he just like has this crazy idea, and then they're gonna like remove the cast in like 2 seconds. And he's like, "That's it? Yeah, that's it. You're done."
Well, if you look at that cast, it might happen. Whoever made that cast did a pretty interesting job of it.
Yep.
That doesn't look like a cast at all.
It looks like a cast with a thing around it, or the bandage wrapped around the cast.
I don't know, man.
You zoom in like the
That
around
looks
his
like an ace bandage, dude.
Yeah, it looks like an ace bandage wrapped around the cast. Like look at his hand, and then you'll see like it's white on that part, and that could be the cast, the hard cast. And then he does definitely have an ace bandage wrapped around it, but I don't know.
That was straight cat.
Yeah,
that dude was the other day just freaking out. He was a hardcore troll.
Yeah, it looks like he had some bad poison ivy and they just wrapped it up in an ace bandage. He's in here for shits and gigs. There's no doubt about it. That's why he was like trying to tug on your soft hots.
So Bendy Light's back giving us a silent treatment again. This creepy PFP. Oh, we got Crazy Ape.
Let's see if our Bendy Light has followed us. Followed us over.
Yeah, he just kind of just sits there. Welcome to the room, Oscar. No, nothing. Oh,
and Crazy Ape.
Wait. Yep. Crazy Ape got a welcome earlier too.
Hey, Bendy Light, you know that Bendy Light debunks the globe. You want to talk about it?
Hi.
Hi, so did you know that Bendy Light debunks the globe?
No, it doesn't.
Well, it does, because if the light bends, then you don't have a geometric horizon. Are you aware of that?
No.
Yeah, that's so. I'm updating you on the situation. So if the light bends, then you don't have a tangent point to measure to. So the horizon is not Earth curved. So the globe is dead upon Bendy Light.
Oh, we don't need to measure to the horizon.
Oh, great. So what are you using the Bendy Light to measure to then?
I'm not using Bendy Light. Isn't that what you?
Oh, what light are you using? No, you guys use the Bendy Light. You guys have the refraction, right? That makes the geometric horizon the not geometric horizon. It turns from geometric to apparent, right?
Geometric to apparent. So if I set a spoon in water, does the spoon still exist?
It's not about whether or not it exists. Hold on a second. But you also now all of a sudden have an apparent location for where the spoon is.
Right, that's why I said I don't measure to something like that.
Terrific. So what are you measuring to?
Well, I haven't measured.
You haven't measured? What's the Bendy Light name for then?
Oh, it's just an old name I got a long time ago.
Long time ago. Do you think the Earth is a globe, Bendy Light?
Yeah, it is.
Do you have any Earth curve measurements that you can give to us, Bendy Light?
Nope.
So you believe in a globe even though there's no evidence for it?
Oh, there is evidence for it.
Okay, what's the evidence? Empirical, please. I don't need any affirming the consequent fallacies up in here.
Well, all geodetic survey.
Geodetic surveying, oh yeah, they're measuring flat pieces of land.
So they're lying to you?
No, they're lying to you. They haven't lied to me. I figured it out a long time ago. They've been measuring flat land and then pasting those little flat pieces around a ball that they presuppose.
But they say that the Earth is a globe.
Right. Why would they say that if they don't have any Earth curve measurements and they're measuring it flat?
Good question.
So that's not a globe proof. What else you got?
Well, they must not be measuring it flat, or they're lying.
Well, why don't you show me their measurements, and we'll see if they're measuring rise over run in short distances. Why don't you show me?
Well, I think you have to prove that they're lying.
No, I don't have to prove that they're lying. You just show me what they've got, and we'll see if it's flat or round.
No, burden's on you to prove that they're lying.
I didn't say that they were. I told you they ain't lied to me. Maybe they're lying to you.
They work fine.
So what curvature are they measuring? Show me the curvature measurements.
Just their measurements that they take.
Okay, show them to me, and let's see if it's curvature or not. You don't even know what they're taking as far as measurements are at this point, because you're just like, whatever they take. So you don't even know. This is pathetic, Mindy Light.
No. You need to show that they're measuring curvature and saying that they do measure curvature.
Their measurements are available to anybody and are used by everybody.
Right, so...
Yeah, they measure flat.
Right, so this is your burden of proof. You're saying that they're measuring curvature. I want to see it.
I say they're not lying. You say they're lying. You have to prove they're lying.
No, I didn't say that they were lying.
Nope.
No one said that.
So they're not lying. They're not lying.
Okay, so show us the Great. So show us the measurements of curvature. That's all we need from you.
For us to determine whether they're lying. Hey, bro, wait a second. For us to determine whether they're lying or not, we need to see what you're talking about. We're not just going to take your word for it that they are saying, hey, we're not just going to take your word for it that they're saying, hey, we measured Earth curvature.
It's not my word, it's their word.
Well, then show us it's their word.
Go to the Geodetic Survey online. Check it out.
No. I'm not looking up your I'm not looking up your evidence for you. Sorry. You obviously already have pre-knowledge of this, so you can go get where you found that knowledge and post it for us. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have to do anything, really.
Okay, so you just have a belief that they did. You can't demonstrate that they did.
I know it matches what I observe in reality. Everything I observe in reality.
Show.
Oh, T-Dub, this is my favorite. So, Bendy Light, so in reality, do you observe a flat, stationary Earth that has the celestials moving and you affixed to this flat, stationary plane?
I observe a globe.
Where? Where would you show me this curvature that you observe every day?
Every time I watch a sunset.
What does the sunset have to? Is it setting over a horizontal horizon? Redundant, I know, but is it setting over a horizontal plane?
Well, it's either going below a flat Earth or it's going around a globe Earth or whatever other shape.
Why would you assume that it's going below a flat Earth? Why would you say below?
Well, because it drops below the horizon.
No, it doesn't. It just meets the horizon and then disappears. So, are you saying that horizon is Earth curve?
I'm saying it's not magic.
I didn't say it was magic either. So, are you telling me that the horizon is the tangent point, sagitta, Earth curve, leading edge of a sphere?
He wouldn't be throwing out his bendy light now, would he?
Certainly not.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Earth curve then. The horizon is Earth curve. It's the leading edge of the sphere. Yes? Physical? Geometric?
Yep.
Okay, good. So if I post something in the side chat that says that, or shows that your horizon is well beyond the geometric limitations of a globe Earth radius 3,959 miles, then what's going to happen? You're going to go to Bendy Light?
Well, yeah, because there's an atmosphere.
Okay, great. So then it's not the geometric tangent point that you just now claimed.
Yeah, you got to have one or the other, bro.
The geometry still exists. Just because it's apparent doesn't mean the geometry does not exist.
Is that leading edge?
What you see.
Is that leading edge that you're saying is blocking off the curve, the sun from view, right? Are you saying that the distance to that point is 1.225 miles times the square root of your observer height? No, so not the geometric Sajda tangent point of a sphere.
Wait, did you say the geometric one or the? I mean, it's not a perfect sphere, too, by the way.
Back to you, Sesu.
Oh, okay.
Nobody.
So I was just going to say, T-Dub, what he just admitted to us is that the sunset is an apparent phenomena. It's not actually happening because that wouldn't be the geometric physical tangent point. So whatever the sun is appearing to go behind is not actually real.
Yeah, it's not Earth curve. Yeah.
Nope. It's a bad day for you, Bendy Light. That Bendy Light totally bones your globe.
Yeah, you need to flip-flop back and forward between the two. Oh, it's geometric. Oh, it's not. It is. Oh, it's not. It is.
Yeah, how long do you think you could double speak for, Bendy Light? All right, so no Earth curve. That's good to know.
Hello?
Yeah. As soon as you bend your light, you don't no longer have that tangent plane line of sight.
Am I on here?
Yeah, hello, welcome.
Oh. That was weird. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, we were just
so you can hear us.
Yeah, my phone told me.
Yeah, so we're recapping the fact that if the atmosphere is bending the light like old Bendy Light, then it's an apparent sunset and not actual. And that ruins your whole argument.
Not really, because if I put a spoon in water, the spoon still exists.
So you're claiming the law of refraction. What do you need for refraction in this scenario?
A density gradient.
No, not a gradient, because the example that you're giving is two isotropic medias meeting at a very defined boundary. Do you have that in the atmosphere? The gas, is the gas going to refract between one gas and another gas?
Well, now I understand that refraction can have two mediums or one medium with a density gradient. That's possible, right?
Okay. Well, I don't know. You're going to have to demonstrate that for me.
Oh, but you never seen a laser shown through sugar water before?
Okay, so you're making a false equivalence between gas and water with sugar in it and a laser pointer with a flat baseline. Is that what you want to claim?
Well, no. You wanted to know if I could have one.
No, you wouldn't want to claim an entirely different scenario than what you're claiming to prove your point. Right?
So you don't accept that sugar water is a one medium?
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you if sugar water with a flat baseline and a laser pointer is the same thing as gas. Do you think those two are the same thing?
I never said they were.
Okay, so why would you bring it up when we're talking about gas and gas?
Because I was not talking about specifically gas. I was talking about a density gradient within a medium.
Let me ask you a question. When the sun sets between your eye line and the sunset, is there sugar water in between those two?
That's a dumb question.
It is a dumb question because you made the dumb comparison. So obviously you realize that your comparison was stupid. So we don't have to use that, do we?
Well, that was a red herring.
Yeah, the red herring was sugar water, and when we're dealing with gas, that's the thing that we're concentrating on.
No.
So what would you be able to demonstrate with gas and refraction, please?
The argument was a single medium with a density gradient. That was the argument. Was it not?
Horizontal.
Oh, yeah, but we can't use a liquid and a gas as an equivalence, can we?
You know that sugar water does not cause light to bend, right?
No, it actually does. In fact, there's a name for the term. Can someone help me out with that term? That sugar, actually, the molecule of it spins light downwards. What's that name?
So if I shine a light directly
cyclonic
straight up through sugar water, it will bend.
Yeah, of course. The molecule of sugar has that ability. Do you think sugar water and gas are the same in that capacity?
I think sugar water has a density gradient. That was my point.
Okay, so sugar water is the same as gas in this guy's mind. Hey, everybody, point and laugh at the guy that thinks sugar water and gas are the same thing.
All right. Well, if you want to believe that's what the argument was, that's fine.
Well, you're not correcting me. I'm saying that you think there's equivalence between sugar water and gas. Everybody here, except for you, thinks that's absurd. So there's nothing left for anybody to do except to point and laugh.
I never said that. That was a straw man you made.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to equivocate sugar water and gas, are we? Bendy light.
I'm going to equivocate a density gradient with a density gradient.
Okay, are these two of the same media, or are you using a liquid and then a gas and trying to fit the two together? What are you doing?
I'm just saying there's a density gradient in the air. Do you disagree with this?
Oh, so in the air we have a density gradient. Is it horizontal or vertical? By the way, either one that you pick will be a flat Earth.
Why would it just automatically?
I know. Is it horizontal or is it vertical?
Horizontal or vertical? It's just,
yeah. Which one would you like to pick?
It begins at the ground and it goes and it becomes less dense as you gain altitude. That's it.
Altitude. Oh, there it is. So it's a flat Earth that you're using in this scenario.
Oh, so the word altitude proves Earth is flat?
Well, it's in relation to a horizontal plane. So yes, you'd be using a flat Earth in this scenario.
That's hilarious.
So you're saying that altitude is in relation to a sphere. Could you describe to me? Yeah, go ahead and show me altitude and describe it in relationship to a curved surface. I would love to see that.
So that's all proof you need is a dictionary that says that is altitude.
No, that's not it. I don't know why you're saying that. That's a straw man. I want you to show me that altitude has anything to do with a relationship to a spherical surface. That's what I want you to do.
How could it not? Altitude above a surface.
No, altitude is above a horizontal plane.
Where does it say that? And why does that matter if somebody says that?
It's simple geometry. Could you have the same geometry or the same altitude from two different points from a curved surface?
Two different points from a curved surface. So, what does that matter?
No, I just want you to demonstrate that to me, that on a curved surface, you would describe altitude at two different points.
I'm getting a phone call. Hold on a second.
Oh, how convenient.
Oh, yeah, you guys are...
It's time to phone a friend, is it?
You guys are on the edge. So...
No. We're talking about altitude. So show me on two different points, two different tangent points on a surface describing the same altitude from that surface.
And if I don't, then what happens? Nothing really changes, does it?
Well, you just can't use the word altitude, so you're going to have to use something different.
I'm sorry. Okay. How about you guys provide proof that we've all been lied to? Otherwise, it's like there's nothing. I don't know how
so far, Bendy Light, who said anything about being lied to? You are just describing to me a flat Earth with bendy light and trying to equivocate gas and liquids and sugar, by the way, and then that's supposed to help you with the ball that you think that you live on. Pretty pathetic.
It's pretty sad.
I know it is sad. You should probably rethink your life and your religious system.
So do you believe you can be lied to about a shape?
Yeah.
Is that what this is all about?
Do I think I could be lied to about a shape? No, you just measure the shape. If someone tells you that a circle is a square and you don't have the knowledge or the understanding to know the difference, then I suppose you could get lied to. But in this scenario, the Earth has no measurable curvature, as you've described to us with this bendy light that your name is and the thing that you claimed. And I'm wondering how you think that flat horizontal altitude angles to whatever the thing is in the sky and all that stuff equals a ball.
My claim is that the Earth is a globe because it's been measured a globe by all geodetic surveys.
Okay, perfect. Just go ahead and prove that and give me the measurements, please. Give me the measurements, please.
I don't need to prove that.
No, you do need to prove that that's a positive claim, and you also included the idea of measurements, so now we have to have the measurements of curvature. Please provide that right now.
I don't have to provide anything to you guys.
Okay, so you're just going to make a baseless claim, not support your position, and your name is Bendy Light. I would say that's pretty much every glober that we've ever come in contact with.
Is there a geodetic survey, and have they measured the Earth? Yes or no?
Yeah, did they measure the curvature is the thing that we're talking about right now. So you need to show me the measurements of curvature.
When are you guys going to have the balls to go to
No, this is your claim. We've already checked into this. We're hoping that you have something different than we have because they're measuring depth and altitude according to a horizontal plane or in relationship to a horizontal plane. You have not shown us anything different. So until you provide that, that's what it's going to be.
Until I provide that, you'll just keep asking.
No, I mean, show me the curvature measurements that we're looking for. Let's see it.
Well, evaluate what you're showing us and see if it's what you're saying it is, or what they are saying it is. Even
if you kept asking me for 10 years, would you still be here asking me?
Oh, bro.
Yes, because nobody's provided it, including you. Nobody has provided that. And it seems like it's going to be the same problem. You're telling us that the Earth curve is measured. You're going to ambiguously appeal to it. You won't show the curvature measurements, and then you're going to say, what are you guys going to call me a liar because I don't show the thing that I claimed? Yes. That's exactly what's going to happen.
I think you guys need to step out of your little sandbox and go outside and test your measurements against geodetic survey.
Yeah, we have done that.
No.
Go tell geodetic survey. Make a map. Make a map.
Show us what they do. Show us what they do. Show us what they do.
Why don't you guys have a map?
Show us what they do. You keep doing this shit that you don't show and demonstrate.
I mean, I'm just trying to help you guys. You guys need to eventually get out of
Then help me by showing me. Show me what you're talking about. Show us what you're appealing to.
For 10 years.
Show us what it is you are appealing to.
People have been showing you for 10 years.
What have they shown us?
Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it.
No. What's that going to change? You're just going to ask us.
So, Bendy Light, you're here to help us, and the thing that we need help with is you showing us measurements of curvature, and that's the thing that you don't want to show us. So I don't think you're here to help us. I think you're here to be, I don't know, a dick.
I'm only here to help kind of get it through your skulls that it's useless to be doing this online, honestly.
So getting it through our skulls is to not show us the evidence that we're looking for. Is that right, Bendy Light? You're trying to show us that just believe in something that's not demonstrated. That's what you're trying to help us do, Bendy Light?
The shape of Earth does not need to be proven to everybody.
Oh, wow, there it is. Everybody, is the live stream going? It doesn't need to be proven. Just accept it as fact without any evidence whatsoever. There it is.
Yeah, it only needs to be proven to the people that it matters to.
Do you have any idea how pathetic that is? You're selling us that just believe it, don't ask for proof. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I told you that it's been measured. It's already been measured. And
you haven't provided the measurements which we're asking for. So where is it?
It's been measured by,
wait a sec, says
millions of people throughout history.
We're supposed to just believe him when he says it.
No, you need.
Yes.
You need to believe measurements, or if you don't believe them, then
what measurements?
Just believe you about
against
them.
their measurements.
So show us what you're talking about. Show us what you're talking
Why don't you go to the Geodetic Survey and test their measurements?
This is your claim, my
the
friend.
evidence for you. Find your evidence for you. I'm not your messenger boy, bro.
It's not my claim that the Geodetic Survey exists. That's not a claim. That's a fact.
You're appealing.
It's not his claim. It's not his claim that the Geodetic Survey exists.
So, what are you guys afraid of? Why are you afraid to go to the Geodetic Survey and put your?
Whoa, that's a projection.
What are you afraid of?
That's a projection. What are you afraid of by posting the measurements that you say exist?
I'm not afraid of anything because I don't need to do anything for you.
Okay, so then go get it. That's perfect. So you can go get the curvature measurements, and we'll just sit here and wait for them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not going to give you.
Off you go.
All right.
You're not gonna. You're here to help us, bro. I thought you were here to help us.
Not being very helpful.
Well, sometimes it's a little. Sometimes a little tough love, you know.
The tough love of helping people and telling them, here's the evidence, and then not providing it.
Wake up and smell the coffee that you've been here for 10 years. You're going to still be here in another 10 years if you don't change.
He just knows the buzzword. He doesn't know the details.
Yeah.
He hasn't read any of it. He hasn't gone over it.
I enjoy the
hasn't
comedy,
presented
guys.
before.
It's fun. It's always fun.
No, this is fun for me. I have someone coming in here telling me that there's earth curve measurements and they won't provide them. And he's here telling us that he's here to help us and is not helping us. So where are they?
It's not
where would I find these?
a survey either. Anybody can measure it.
Oh, what else? And how would we do that?
Well, I'm not going to tell you. You're
just digging yourself a deeper hole each time. You're saying, yep, it can be done. Yes, it's out there. And then I asked you for it, and you're like, I don't have to do that.
It's already been answered.
Well, why don't you just stop deflecting and get us the measurements that you say exists?
No, I'm not going to get you anything.
You won't be doing that. You won't be getting us the evidence that would change. Like, you want us to be done after 10 years. You don't want to see this anymore. You want to help us, and you're not going to provide the thing that would end it.
There will always be flat earth. I'm not worried about that. There will always be flat earth people. But, you know,
probably. It's going to grow exponentially because people like you won't provide the evidence that we're looking for.
It's growing exponentially, yeah.
It is actually. Every day, people are realizing, you know what? There's no earth curve measurements, and they're telling us there are, but they're not actually providing them. This could all be over in a heartbeat if you'd provide the earth curve measurements, right? Don't you want to help people?
No.
You don't want to help people now. So earlier you said, I want to help people, and now I don't want to help people, and I'm not going to show this evidence that would change the whole thing. But that's what you're going to do now, Bendy Light, right?
I can't help people that don't want to be helped. That's all right.
No, the help would be you getting us the measurements. You know what I'm saying?
My measurements are not going to change your mind.
What measurements? Could you post it in the side chat, please? I really want to see it.
I told you I had never measured it.
Didn't you just say my measurements?
Well, yeah, if I went to measure it, yeah, which I could do if I wanted.
Oh, so now it's you have it, but hypothetically, but you didn't do it, and so you don't have it, and neither do the geodetic surveyors apparently because you're not posting it.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Okay. Oh man. So the geodetic survey doesn't exist.
Can you tell us how they do it?
Yeah, maybe explain the process. I'm not even looking for the measurements at this point.
I don't know everything about what they do. No, I'm not a geodetic surveyor.
Oh my gosh!
I knew everything that they did. I'd probably go out and.
T-Dub.
I was right. It's just
Hold on, Bendy Light, shut up. T-Dub, can you believe this?
I know generally.
Hey, Bendy Light, shut up. So T-Dub, can you believe this? This guy is telling us that geodetic surveyors have measured the curvature, but he doesn't know anything about it.
I never said I didn't know anything about it.
He's just heard that they have. He doesn't know if it's true. He hasn't analyzed the validity or the veracity of what they did. Nothing. Just nothing.
Right.
Just trust them.
Yep.
Because they said so.
I never said that either. I said go test their measurements against yours. That's what I told you. What
measurements would those be? Would that be rise over run?
I don't know of any measurements.
Hey,
I'm like you. I don't know.
Flat measurements. You're right. I have never heard of a flat measurement before.
So in geodesy, do they measure rise over run, and do they measure triangles across a horizontal plane?
I don't really care.
You don't care now. So the thing that you were appealing to, not only do you not know about it, but now you don't care about it.
No, it's just because this conversation's starting to get boring. So,
well, then kick rocks, dude. Take a hike.
Yeah, I gotta get stuff done here. So, toodles.
Yeah, I know. Maybe go look for some of those earth curve measurements while you're out busy and doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Get that earth curve measurement that you know exists.
Yeah, I might actually try and measure the curve someday. I might do that.
Terrific. In the meantime, kick rocks and shut up. Just take a hike.
Okay. Have a good day, guys. Bye-bye.
Lazy little bitch.
Oh, am I okay to ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Okay. So, when it comes to, like, I know the last time that I was here, you were saying that the Earth is not, when the other person, I forgot what their name was asking about, like, why can't you see Mount Everest? And it's because the atmosphere or the air is not transparent completely, so like, we have limited vision.
Across the surface, yes.
Right. What about like telescopes and stuff? Like, why can't we, like, if we were to view it
across the horizontal plane where the air gradient is the densest? It's the same problem, dude. The air is a certain thickness. It doesn't matter how big the aperture is or the magnification. It's kind of like trying to look through a progressively thicker brick wall. There are ways to mitigate this and use infrared filters, which will cut out a bunch of the interference patterns. And we do that, and it hurts the globe, because then we can see a lot farther, and we see things in the distance that we thought were behind Earth curve. Take, for instance, Mount Canigou, and if anybody has that particular image, they can post Mount Canigou. So it's not helping anything at that point.
A picture of the infrared Mount Canigou be the same as, like, having a picture of, like, Earth from NASA?
Do you think that across the horizontal space plane, the air is really thick?
Yeah, I mean, I could grant.
Holy shit!
I could grant you that. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, where you're saying,
what are you going to grant me? I'm asking you a question. I asked you a question, and you're going to say that you grant me that? What are you granting me?
Oh, I thought it was a claim that you're making that the Earth is, like, the air is thick. Yeah, I would agree.
In space?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying. Maybe ask the question.
You said NASA and pictures from space. Okay. Is space the same air gradient density that the surface of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, so why did you bring that up again?
Because you said that you have a picture of an infrared, like a...
Yeah, it's an observation of Mount Canigou. It's from like 273 miles away. So the infrared filter cuts out all the disturbance and the interference patterns from the diffraction and the refraction and all the other frequencies of light, and you can get a better picture of the flat surface to Mount Canigou, which is not possible on a globe Earth.
Okay.
If I can just interrupt for a second, Vegan, what you're asking is, why is a picture of Mount Canigou acceptable, but not a picture from NASA, right?
No worries. Let's just cut pictures out of this. Why don't you give us the Earth curve measurements?
I'm not making any claims, though. I'm just asking questions.
Well, nobody can take a picture from space. Anybody can take a picture of Mount Canigou if they want to go there. It's a real place, and it can be done by anybody.
Okay.
So we can verify that it's real.
Okay. So is the claim that, like, at the tip of Mount Canigou you can see that the Earth is flat?
No. We're just kind of, begging the question with the globe Earth believers that there is some kind of geometric Earth curve that we should be blocking out the majority of that mountain range, and it's not there. But it's foolish for us to actually beg the question that there's any Earth curve in the first point. I guess what we would need is actually measurements of the Earth curve so we don't beg the question next time.
Was I begging the question?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
In this scenario, we're going ahead and taking the claim of the Earth being a sphere of a certain size, and we should expect to see a certain amount of blockage by the geometric Earth curve of that mountain range.
Okay. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think I understand it.
So in reality, no Earth curve is measured, and there's nothing obstructing the observation to Mount Canigou, right? So we don't have to worry about that. So it's a flat Earth.
Okay. And then I have one more question. It kind of can be explained a little bit easier, I think. So when it comes to what you guys are saying that NASA, like scientists who try to explain the mantle, other things, you're just saying that they're kind of like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but so correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that them saying they have facts and they explain things based off of evidential like standpoints rather than actually having empirics, like for the mantle, or like
Right, I hear what you're saying. They're making assumptions and pseudoscience claims based on no evidence whatsoever, except for the assumption that the Earth is a ball, and then it's a certain size, and that, according to their belief, that the crust and the mantle and the core are all at certain depths inside the sphere that hasn't been measured yet.
Okay.
And I'm not going to say that they're lying.
Yeah.
But essentially, it's just a lot of misinformation.
Gotcha. And then the evidence that they have is not substantial to...
Well, no, what they would need in the first instance is Earth curve measurements, and they don't have that.
Okay.
And they would need to know what's below 8 miles, and nobody's drilled any further than that. So everything that they're presupposing is based on conjecture and circumstantial evidence, and that's not science.
So are you saying that they're just like they're stupid for just making the assumption and just saying that this is fact?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's not science. There's no way it's empirical. There's no way it's deductive. It's just an inference that they've made based on a poor assumption. That poor assumption is that the Earth is a ball. And if they don't have the measurements of that ball and the curvature doesn't exist in reality, then the entire inference falls apart, and we should be pointing at them and laughing at them and anybody else that believes them for making such a silly assumption.
So are we to deny the poles, for example?
What poles? There's no poles to deny. What's a pole?
Well, like the North and South Pole.
What are those?
Well, if we go to one side of the Earth,
once again, you're begging the question that there is a ball, right?
Well, hold on. Hold on. Sorry, I might be asking the question here.
No, I'm not going to hold on. You're making an assumption that the Earth is a ball and that there's poles on the end of them.
Sorry. I said that I might have been begging the question there. When somebody does go to the location of what they said would be the North Pole, and you look up and see the stars rotating in one direction, and then you go to the location of what they would call the South Pole, and you look up, the stars are different. So what would be the explanation for that?
I don't know. Does the Earth necessitate see, the thing that you don't understand is that the sky and the Earth are two different, essentially, systems, and one does not dictate anything about the other, especially when it comes to shape.
Okay. So,
do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is a really important point. I don't want to skip past this. Do you think just because you observe something in the sky, it has anything to do with the nature of the surface under your feet?
I mean, not necessarily, no, but it's possible.
Okay, so,
yeah.
Well, would it be possible only in the instance where we could measure Earth curve?
I don't know. I guess. I don't know.
Well, yes, it would necessitate that. The thing that would kind of help your story is if the Earth was curving in any way, shape, or form, and it's not.
What do you mean, my story? I haven't made a single claim. I'm trying to learn.
Well, a second ago, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you had to catch yourself saying that there's poles on opposite ends, right?
I'm
so
limited.
Don't try to be also. I understand that you're living still inside the paradigm that you've been trained in for most of your life, and you don't have to be shy about it. But if you're going to sit here and ask me questions that have all these assumptions baked into them, then I'm going to go ahead and assume, which is a bad idea, that you still believe that the idea of the Earth being a ball without any curvature measurements is the paradigm in which you exist.
Well, I would say that that is wrong. I would say that I'm indifferent to the situation at the moment.
Okay, so if you're indifferent, then you're not going to be asking me about anything having to do with the pre-assumption of a globe, right?
That's not necessarily true, because if I'm here to learn about the difference between flat Earth and global Earth, right, I would have to have, based off of my preconceived knowledge.
So you're going to operate from the standpoint that you've been trained in, like I said.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that I believe it.
Okay, so why, if you don't believe it or you're not sure, would you ask any questions with those assumptions baked in?
Because it's what I previously learned?
Yeah, exactly. So why don't you just get rid of that and ask me questions that are legitimate to the idea or that are consistent with the idea that you're operating from no assumptions whatsoever. Now, you could ask me, what is the sun? And I'll tell you, I don't know. You'll say, what's the moon? And I'll tell you, I don't know. We see lights in the sky. I have no idea about their composition or their relationship to the Earth except for what we can measure.
Okay.
So you're going to say, somebody goes to the North Pole, which interestingly enough, if you look at maps about 500 years ago, there's a large landmass in the north. And now on the maps today, that landmass is gone. Now, I would ask you a question. How come on the North Pole of the globe, land is appearing and not appearing or disappearing over the course of 500 years? What answer would you give me?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Well, why not? On the globe, we have land appearing and disappearing. So on the globe, what is the reason for land appearing and disappearing?
Well, again, I don't know, because I'm not assuming that the Earth is a globe.
Okay. So it wouldn't be fair to ask you questions about things that you're not assuming or believing, right?
Oh, yeah, but I don't know the map either. I don't know, like, I would have to know what map you're referring to. I would have to get off of what is the belief. I would have to, like, I can't, like, it's like talking about somebody's opinion about somebody else that I have no knowledge of. Like, what do you think of this person? I don't know. I don't fucking know who they are.
Right. So if I tell you I don't know what the sun is and I don't know what it's doing, nor do I understand anything about why in certain locations there may or may not be an apparent different rotation or apparent movement of the stars, and you'll be satisfied with that then. Like, I have limited knowledge, I can't answer your question, but I do know that the Earth is measured flat. So we don't have to worry about what the skies are doing because it has no consequence as far as the nature of the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions that don't have assumptions baked in?
Nope. I'm sorry for wasting your time.
You don't have to apologize. I'm not really upset with you. It's just, sometimes I want to help people understand that they're not even aware that they're making assumptions when they ask questions or make claims. And it's hard to do because you've actually been trained to do that. Everybody has. We're all great at being trained, or we're great at it because we've been trained to beg the question of things that we actually have no evidence for. And I want to help you, believe it or not, I actually do want to help you, unlike the caller that called before, to kind of like help you like critically, logically parse through the way that you think and go, did someone train me to beg the question? Did someone train me to affirm the consequent or make inferences when it's actually not necessary? And that's a hard thing to separate yourself from, because through the K through 12 system and even into the universities, that is very much promoted. The idea of logic is not taught in the Western societies, or at least not in the Americas.
Well, I would say that I'm vegan, so obviously I know how to not go against what is previously known. So like, I would, not to say that you're wrong, but like I would say that I pride myself on questioning previously conceived logic.
So with veganism, let me just ask you some questions, because I'm not really big on, or I don't know a whole lot about veganism. So could you explain to me why veganism is so valuable? Why it's better than having a full diet as far as meat-based proteins and stuff like that? What is the logical conclusion that you've come to as far as eating only plant-based everything?
Well, I would say that veganism is the desire, like if I were to describe what a vegan is a person that desires and acts upon that desire to not want to exploit, commodify, or enslave animals. So like the benefit is to not do those things. Like you are not exploiting, commodifying, or enslaving animals when you make the decisions to not buy meat products, buy leather products, or like clothing products that come from an animal, going to zoos and stuff like that. It's just the desire and the act upon the desire to not want to enslave animals, basically.
Fair enough. So it's about ethics, right? So you don't want to do something that is unnecessary or abuse a resource that doesn't need to be abused for the sake of let's call it vain appetites, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. What about the plants?
Well, so you know the difference between like response to stimuli and sentient response,
right? And plants have the plants have that. There's plenty of studies done that the plants actually respond to stimulus as well. So I wouldn't, right. Some people go, well, the plants aren't sentient like the animals are, but they do respond.
Yeah, they simply respond to stimuli, where else like a dog has sentient response. Like if we look at a Venus flytrap, yeah, so a response to stimuli, if we're talking about a Venus flytrap, is if it doesn't matter what is touching the mouth of a Venus flytrap, it doesn't matter if it's my finger, a fly, or a bee or whatever, something touches the hair of the Venus flytrap and it will close. And if it's like my finger, for example, where I pull it out, or like a pen and I pull out the pen, it will actually end up killing itself because it runs out of nutrients trying to gather the nutrients from the insect that it would be initially consuming. But it ends up killing itself because it runs out of nutrients. So
that sounds mean. Sounds mean. You shouldn't do that shit to them.
Well, it's simply responding to stimuli. It doesn't have feeling. It doesn't have.
Hold on. This is actually a fallacy that you're committing. So now your veganism is illogical because you're creating a false equivalence. Involuntary response and voluntary response are not the same. So please don't use something as far as involuntary response to make your in this case an ethics claim.
What do you mean? I made a fallacy. Could you explain the fallacy that
it's called a false equivalence or a false analogy, where where you're going to use something like involuntary response, where the plant itself probably has sensors, right, like within the Venus flytrap, that if stimulated, it will close just out of auto response programming. Let's talk about the fact that let's take Mythbusters, for instance. They conducted loosely, we'll call it an experiment for this case, but they had a bunch of different plants. I think they were tomatoes, and they separated them, but in each environment for each of these different plants, they were all the same plants. They played them music, they played them recordings of people cursing the plants, they played them recordings of people praising the plants, and then I think there was another one, maybe a control, and the ones where they were being condemned, they died. The ones where they were played positive affirmation or whatever, they flourished. So we're not going to compare auto.
That's responding.
Hold on. Oh, is it just vibration? So now you're going to make a claim. Can you get me a scientific experiment that actually validates that it's vibration that they're responding to, and not perhaps the words that were used?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay.
Distamir is also here, so he might have the link already. So here you go.
Yeah, so this is Mythbusters.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go.
All right, what's the naturally observed phenomenon in the experiment?
So it's what it is that it's the frequencies that observe the plant, right? It's so the plant is responding to the frequencies, and it's not like the words themselves are making the impact. It's the frequencies of volume and stuff like that that stimulate the plants to help them.
Okay, what is the naturally observed phenomenon?
Could you describe what that is? What do you mean by that?
You're giving me an experiment, so I want to know what the naturally observed phenomena is in this experiment.
Like, you mean like the variable?
Oh my gosh, no. I want to know what the dependent variable is, which would be the naturally observed phenomena.
Yeah, so like they're playing music for plants to observe.
No. Naturally observed phenomena.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not like getting what you're observing. So, what is a naturally observed phenomena? Because
in nature, what is the plant doing that we're trying to study? What we're observing. What is the plant doing in nature, so that we can decide what is causing the effect? What is the effect that we're studying? What's happening to the plant in nature that we can study?
I mean, I could just read you the study, dude. Like, I don't like plants grow so it would have to be considering a plant growing without the music versus plant growing with the music, right?
How long does it grow if you cut it off?
Cut it off?
Yeah, like if you uproot it or you chop it in half. How long does it grow then?
Well, you would plant the plant in a pot, right?
Right. So if I plant an onion and I want to eat onions, I have to uproot the plant, do I not?
Sure.
Okay, so I killed the plant, now what?
Well, just because you pulled it out of the ground, it doesn't mean you killed it. You can replant it, right? They have a lifespan between
Not necessarily. Can you show me a study of how plants react to being cut in half so we can see whether or not they feel pain?
I think what you're going to find is that the studies are anecdotal. You're not going to find a scientific study on that. I'd be very, very surprised.
Right. So in this case, because we don't have any studies that can tell us whether or not the plants are experiencing pain or not, we're going to make an argument from silence fallacy to justify whether or not we should decide we're going to eat plants instead of animals.
There you go. It says that they have there is electricity that transmits responses to sensory, but it's not since there's no nerves to send to.
It is a nerve. The whole thing is.
Okay.
Yeah, it turns out the entire plant is a nerve.
Okay. If that were the case, there's no brain to process what the plant is experiencing. So if there was, in theory, an experience or a response to stimuli, right, there's no brain to process that, i.e. no pain.
What makes you think that the brain is necessary for the feeling of pain?
Because it has to process or interpret what it is experiencing.
Wait, well, that would be begging the question and then affirming the consequent again.
It's not begging the question.
Okay, so you can prove to me that just because there's no brain, no pain is felt?
Yeah.
It seems like the same type of pseudoscience that got people on the globe is now being applied to all these other quote-unquote ethical ideologies.
Oh, so I can say that I don't know, right? But it is safer to believe that plants don't feel pain.
Safer? That's subjective. We're not dealing with the subjective right now.
Okay. Well, veganism in itself is subjective because morals are subjective.
Perfect. No, there's a true moral law. Right and wrong do exist. You lock your doors at night, so you understand that.
Can you provide?
Sure. Do you lock your car doors at night? Do you lock your doors at night?
Well, that's because I subjectively think that it's wrong for somebody to break it.
No. You understand that it's wrong, and you don't want that to happen to you, so you have your own moral law that has a right and wrong in it. So moral laws do exist, and there's an absolute moral law. And it's not mankind that decides.
Laws exist based on morals, right? But subjective.
No, but moral laws are not subjective. Right and wrong does exist, and is objective.
Okay, describe an objective moral. Not
it's wrong to steal.
Moral.
It's wrong to steal.
How is it wrong to steal?
Do you want people to steal from you?
Well, because you can make the argument that it is okay to steal for some.
No. We're not going to go to hypotheticals. Here we go again. You guys always go to hypotheticals. Do you know anybody in your entire life that likes?
I did.
It is a hypothetical. Yes, you did.
It actually has happened, right? People.
So what's the scenario?
People did steal from the rich, justifying it because they gave the money to the poor.
It's not right. It's not right. You and I both agree that you would not have people. No. Do you want people to steal from you?
No, because. But
no. Do you know anybody that wants to be stolen from?
That would be a subjective. I know some people who don't care to be stolen from.
Do they want it to happen?
It's indifference. They don't.
No, it's not indifference. Do they want it to happen, or do they not want it to happen?
If they don't care, that implies indifference.
Indifference? No. Sorry. Okay, let's change it. Forget the stealing. Do you know anybody that wants to be killed?
Yeah, I do. Suicidal?
No. Murdered.
Yeah, suicide by police.
Right. So, would you say that the people that want to be killed, would you say that would be a normal moral behavior?
Again, morals are subjective. You cannot provide any
Okay, so
evidence.
where do you live?
Moral.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in the U.S.
Give me your address and stuff. If you say it's subjective, then if I decide to go to your house and do violent things to you and take from you,
want to be doxxed. I subject.
No. It's about what I want. Remember, it's subjective. So if I want that to be correct,
fuck what you
it
want.
doesn't.
I subjectively
Sorry,
have to agree with you.
I'm sorry, friend. You get to decide for me what it is that I get to do to you because morals are subjective, and I get to do what I want.
Subjective means, right?
That's exactly what it is. It's whatever I decide. So if I decide it's right for me.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's right for me, right?
Fine.
Because it's two different subjective.
It doesn't matter. You just told me that it's subjective, and so you
pain my pain. Is your pain my pain?
It doesn't matter. It's subjective. It's whatever I want to do.
Is your pain my pain, or is that a subjective experience?
You don't understand. It doesn't matter. It's subjective. I get to do what I want because it's what I want. It's my position. I get to do what I want.
I have to agree with you once, so I don't have to.
You don't have to agree with me, but listen, man, I'm just letting you know. You're telling me it's okay for whatever I decide subjectively from my point to do whatever I want. Right?
Okay, do you know what a subjective thing means? Like, do you know what subjective means?
Yes. Objective means it's...
Yeah, it has ties to some. Subjective would be it has some ties to someone, right? And objective has no ties.
Give me the citation. Give me the definition and citation, please.
Okay, sure. Based on or influenced by personal feeling, taste, or opinions, right?
Yes, personal feelings. So my personal feelings is that I get to take away things from you because that's my personal feeling. Thank you.
But opinions differ, right? But here's
exactly, but it doesn't matter, bro. Don't start. I don't want to hear about it. You told me that it's okay.
Hold on, because this might help clears things up. I might have said morals are subjective, but objectively, we need morality to function as a sentient society.
Right, so objectively, we need subjectively.
Collectively come up to agreements on what is moral.
That's illogical. That's illogical because that now is an appeal to consensus.
Regardless if it's an appeal to consensus or not, that's what we do to function, right?
I know it's not right because it's illogical.
Right.
Isn't that a shame?
Yeah, but that is exactly what happens, you know, like I'm not saying that
that's what happens. You and I both agree that it's incorrect because you told me that.
Well, hold on, but I'm not saying that the prescription is that we should always function that way. However, that is what we have to do for now because
so by the majority rule, we should do whatever the majority says, even if the majority is immoral.
Well, no, because you can decide for yourself.
Oh, no, we're not going to do that. So you do agree that there is an actual moral law. There is a right and wrong.
No, because if because if there was a moral law, then we would all agree that exploiting others is wrong, but we don't.
Nope. That's an appeal to consensus again. See, the thing about moral law or law in general is it doesn't rely on consensus. It would be illogical to do that.
It's wrong to kill, right? Why don't you think it's wrong to kill? Why don't you think it's wrong to kill another sentient being that doesn't want to die?
I do think that.
Oh, but you don't act on those morals.
I haven't killed anybody, have you?
Do you pay for somebody to be killed? Do you eat?
No, I really don't. In fact, I don't like the idea of it at all. No, I don't.
So you're vegan?
No. You said somebody. Is an animal somebody?
Yeah, he's talking about people eating people for some weird reason. Don't call a fucking rabbit somebody. You're weird, dude.
Do they not have their own subjective experience?
What about those? What about the plants?
Listen,
Maybe they don't want to live.
The hawk doesn't give a shit what the rabbit thinks. When the hawk comes down in my backyard, it goes swoop, and there goes the rabbit. That's the end of the rabbit laws. Picking its guts out down in the field, picking it all apart. It doesn't care about the rabbit.
Yeah, just like if a mountain lion finds a person and attacks a person, you think the mountain lion's going to feel bad about eating some lunch?
Do you think I'm going to talk
think
to
about
a
it,
lion?
brother.
Do you think I'm going to talk to a mountain lion, or do you think I'm talking to a human being right now that I can communicate?
What's interesting
What
now
I'm saying is,
what I'm saying is there's a difference between man and animal. And look at this. Listen to this, John. Now he's making a distinction between man and animal. That's interesting, isn't it?
All I never said that man and animal are the same. I said that animal deserves the right to not be exploited for the sake of.
Why do they deserve the right?
So,
what about the onions?
If a mountain lion attacks a deer, are you mad at the mountain lion now?
The mountain lion's
because
doing
he's
it
not
for
eating
survival.
plants.
You're not. The mountain
Oh,
lion's
really?
doing it.
So everybody
Yeah.
should eat plants because you think it's better for everybody, right?
Well, we can survive off of plants. We can survive off of plants. We can live a healthy life, and
Yeah, and if you're living in the middle of if you're living in an Arctic tundra and the only thing around is other
Greenland.
animals, what are you gonna what plants are you gonna eat?
Hold on, you're a flat earther. You know that Greenland is the least habitable place on the planet, and they still manage to have a couple vegans there. I'm not saying it's the majority, but they still manage to have vegans there, and it's the least habitable place on the planet. So,
what is your point?
So, what I'm saying is, you can have a vegan diet anywhere.
Yeah, that's your choice, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's
does it make you morally superior to me?
In my opinion, yeah. But that doesn't.
Wow.
I just want to quickly jump in and ask him a quick question. If we don't eat the cows and they start multiplying and getting out of control, they're walking around in traffic and stuff, and we got to start culling them and just getting rid of them because there's too many of them, we're all eating plants instead, then what? Like, you're not making sense, bud. Cows were put here to feed us.
Sorry, misclick. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. Ask that question again.
No, don't bother, flat man. Okay.
Did you guys hear that he thinks he's morally superior to me, even though he said before that morality is subjective? But now there's a moral law.
In my opinion, that's subjective.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But no.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, I know. So you understand the hypocrisy within your own ideology.
You really don't get fucking subjective at all, my guy. Holy
no, okay, so where do you live? Where do you live?
My subjective stance. I don't have to fucking tell you because subjectively I don't want you to fucking be here, and I subjectively in my personal boundaries, my subjective stance matters more to my privacy than your opinion of an invasion of my privacy. So I don't have to give you. That's not objective.
So you're better than me.
There's ties. There's ties to it. In my subjective opinion, yes, I'm better than you.
There, see, there it is. That's all I wanted to know. That vegans think that they're better than everybody else.
Well, he's in for a surprise. He's in for a surprise when he finds out what flat earthers think of you guys. We think we're superior to everybody. How do you like that?
Okay, congratulations. Again, that is my subjective opinion. I don't speak on the behalf of all vegans, right? Some vegans say that we're all equal. Some vegans say, because we all have our own subjective stances. However, we all collectively come together and agree upon that, we should not exploit, commodify, or enslave animals.
Yeah, because you're morally superior, because you guys think that animals are not equal to humans and also
we never said they're equal.
So now you don't care what happens.
Hold on. We just say they're superior to our sensory pleasures. They're just superior to our sensory.
What about the onions?
I'm gonna put a few bears in your backyard and a couple lions in your backyard and put just a bunch of shit around your house so they want to hang out by your door and see how you like it.
Oh my god, you guys are funny.
So what about the onions, bro? How come you don't care about the onions? I'm just curious.
Oh, holy shit.
You won't answer it, will you?
So,
what's wrong with
an onion going to have a subjective? Hold on, I haven't even got into sentient response yet. Is an onion going to react the same every time that I cut it, or is it going to react differently every time, depending on the onion?
I don't know. Have you done
is each cut for an onion?
Have you
ever seen onion slices? Have you ever seen onion slices? It's pretty consistent on what an onion slice is, depending on how skilled you
Are you talking about the shape of the onion at this point to kind of justify your position? I'm asking you how the onions feel about you killing them.
They don't have any feeling. They don't have a brain to have feelings.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know they don't have a brain?
No. I didn't ask you about that. How do you know they don't feel pain?
Because they don't have a brain.
Begging the question.
They don't have a... No, that's not begging the question. They don't have a brain.
It is begging the question. No, you're not understanding. What makes you think that the brain is necessary for the feeling of pain?
Because it has to interpret or process what sensory experience is going on.
Yeah, that's in animals. What about plants? Excuse me. Don't equivocate.
What processor is in a plant?
Don't argue with me. I just want the experiments. I want the experiments, bro. I want the experiments. I don't want you to ask me hypothetical questions. I didn't make a claim. I didn't make a claim. What did I say? Repeat my words back to me. What did I say?
Holy shit, dude. Tell me the processor that is in the plant.
No. I want to know why you're begging the question that the processor is necessary for the feeling of pain.
I'm not begging the question. I can explain it to you. Because with the processor, it is only experience, right? There's no process to the experience, right?
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that the plant doesn't experience you cutting it in half?
I said that it may experience it responding to stimuli, right? Responding to the stimulus.
Okay. But what about it?
If there's no processor, how is it interpreting the pain? How is it processing the pain?
Is it necessary? This is my question. You said I was making a claim. I'm asking you. Is it necessary that whatever the thing is needs a processor to feel pain?
I believe I gave you this study. You said I...
No, you didn't. I'm asking a different question. Aren't you answering it? Now you're dodging the question.
I believe I gave you the study that explained.
Vegan guy, I want to know how you know brain is necessary for the experience of pain.
Oh, was it deleted? Was my study deleted?
I guaranteed it wasn't deleted. I'm asking you a very specific question, and you're avoiding it continually.
We're based on...
Why is a brain necessary for the experience of pain? Period. That's the question.
Okay. We're going to go through it right now. Plants, abstract, with the aim at the pain, eliminating pain memory movements, conscious during the operations. No, that's not it. Interesting. Plants also originally demonstrated from the clod at the back.
Are you telling me you're actually researching this on the spot like every other globe that we get here? So you don't actually know the answer to the question?
No, I
you
do.
have the answer to it right off the top?
I do, but I'm going to explain it through... Okay, you want me to explain it to you? Because nerves get sent to the brain, right? Brain processes...
In what? Don't get incredulous with me. In what scenarios?
Okay, if you are getting cut, right?
Yeah, so we're talking about a mammal. I want you to tell me how it works with plants. Don't compare plants with animals.
Well, I'm telling you how I have to describe how it happens to an animal, which is a...
I see. So what you're going to do...
And then I will describe it to how it
Well, I don't know. The reason that you're actually yelling over me is because you know I busted your dumb ass.
No.
Here's the situation. The pseudo-scientist that you appeal to, you're not going to explain shit, I'll move you. It's very simple. I've already busted you. I've already busted you. Don't worry about it.
I'll explain the sentient...
He's chanting. I'm going to explain to you how I got your dumb ass busted. You made a false equivalence. You're trying to equivocate plants and people. And that's not going to work. And your pseudoscientists know it, and that's why they have you buying into this philosophy. It's pathetic. For anybody else listening, you can apply this logical consistency to any argument, especially veganism, where they're going to try to equivocate the idea that plants and mammals or animals are the same, and because one has a brain and one doesn't, Well, the one that doesn't have the brain doesn't feel pain. So it's ethical to eat onions, but not to eat cows. There it is. Stupid shit.
What about ants? What if I want to eat ants?
Let's get off of the vegan topic. Let's take it back to the room topic. Trying to understand why people think this way is folly. I said in nature, if you're hungry, you'll eat whatever. That the proof is like, go to any bush people out in the rainforest. They'll eat anything. They'll eat tarantulas, snakes, whatever. It doesn't matter. Why? Because they need to survive. When it comes to your survival, you'll eat what you need to eat. Obviously, in civilized society, you can eat whatever you want because you got supermarkets and such. We should just take it back to the room topic.
Too bad he left because I wanted to ask him about ants. They have a nervous system. Anyways.
Brains, so it's
have they got into this ants' brains? So what about worms?
I'm willing to believe that the people
they got like 7 hearts.
Yeah. I think with the budgets that all these research facilities have, that they've probably tortured pretty much every animal they possibly could to see how they respond to different stimuli, which I actually think is sort of unethical, but I don't think any stone has been unturned.
Have minerals. What's up, minerals?
What's up?
Not much. Trying to see if anybody has evidence of this globe.
I'm just here to listen. See what y'all are talking about.
Talking about triangles.
Sounds fun.
Do you even know what they are?
What, a triangle?
Yeah,
It's a shape with 3 sides, I think, right?
a shape with 3 sides.
3 points, 3 sides.
Oh my goodness. Anybody got a triangle diagram?
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'll find it.
There's all types of triangles.
Nope, just 3 straight sides and intersecting, right? 3 angles, 3 straight sides, right?
Yeah, 3 angles is a good way to put it, I think.
Well, yeah, well, you can't have angles on curves, can you?
No, just 3 straight.
Yeah, 3
Sides.
straight lines intersecting, making angles, 3 angles, right?
Holy shit. She actually said that. This person might be a flat earther.
So, you can see in the chat who's got making all that background noise. You can see in the chat that there's a question: which of these which of these are not triangles?
But let me see here. Well, I gotta scroll down quite a bit. Oh. Well, definitely not B. Well, I don't think B is one. But A and C look solid. Well, there's something in C, actually. I don't know. But it is the shape of a triangle, so.
The little thing in C is called a right angle indicator, meaning it's 90 degrees.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. It looks
What
like
about D?
it
You like D?
has. It looks like it's like broken or something.
So you got it right.
Holy shit.
Hey.
So you're a flat earther then, right?
No.
Yeah, you are.
What? What does this have to do with Earth?
Oh man, give me a second. I have to go to my computer because nobody has the presentation for you. It's just one thing I have to show you. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit low.
Yeah, I'm not on my phone.
That sounds good.
Okay, so to do celestial navigation, you create 90-degree triangles, basically, like this. This would be you in the center where these 3 circles intersect. That would be you in a boat taking 3 readings to a sun. You see the little square in the bottom indicating it's a 90-degree triangle? See that? Like if you're on an ocean or something, that's how you do that. You see that, right?
I mean, in the picture, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering if you see it.
Yeah.
So those would be called angle of elevation, like this. See how angle, 2 lines make an angle? See that? Then the other one is a curved line and a straight line. That doesn't make an angle, right? So you can't do this on a globe. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah. So here's something else. There's a device you use that makes.
Did you make these?
No, I've been collecting them. I'm Professor Triangle.
I see.
Yeah, you can use triangles for all kinds of things, but you have to have a flat ground to do it. So if you're on the ocean and you want to sail 2,000 miles and you pick a star that's got a ground position, which means if you look directly up at the star, it's 90 degrees above your head straight up. And then 2,000 miles away is where you started. So that's the ground position. So you go back to 2,000 miles and then you look at that star and you make an angle to it. And 90 degrees down to the ground is a straight line. That's your straight line in the triangle. You would just sail to that 2,000 miles. So 2,000 miles of flat water, it's not a ball. So just this debunks the globe.
So, all of like the satellite images of like the planets and stuff don't count or something.
No, they ain't. You're not seeing a ball. And the satellite weather ones you see are from either Doppler radar or planes flying over.
I mean, I was on a plane yesterday. I mean,
Yep, it's not curved.
Yeah, because the Earth is so massive. Of course, you're not going to see a curve.
So in 2,000 miles, do you think it's flat for maybe 2,000 miles, so celestial navigation would work?
I don't know, but I do know.
No, you would drop about 35 degrees or something like that, 30 degrees around the ball. That'd be that much curve.
We took off at nighttime, and we were kind of following the horizon for a little bit.
Yep, that's flat too.
We were following it for the longest while, and then the sun eventually set. I guess the plane turned a little bit, and then we weren't following alongside it. But I don't think if it was. I think if the Earth was flat, it would have just been gone. You know.
No, I don't know what you mean.
I don't know. I don't believe the Earth is flat. But
it's not a belief system. It's measured that way. I just showed you how.
Oh. All right. I was just coming in here to listen. I'm not really too knowledgeable on this kind of stuff.
Oh, you are now. Now you know it's flat. See how now you know something. It's not a belief anymore for you. Like the globe is just a belief for you. You don't know it. You just believe it because you see it on TV. That's it.
Okay.
So we measure it flat over all water. Just flat and level. That's why you use water levels to make things flat and level.
Didn't Christopher Columbus believe that the Earth was flat or something like that?
I don't know. I have nothing to do with Christopher Columbus. I have my own. I have my own equipment.
Well, that's neat, I guess.
Yeah. Plus, it's not you're not falling off of Christopher Columbus's falling off the edge of anything. So that's that. We're not a disc in space.
A disc in space.
Yeah, we're not that. Yep, we're not that.
Are we a triangle in space? Oh, Jesus.
Not in space. Nope, space is fake.
Where are we then?
On Earth.
But what's outside of Earth? I mean, people have left the Earth. They had to go somewhere.
Well, you did. You went in a plane.
No. Talking about leaving the atmosphere.
No, there's no such thing as an atmosphere. You would need air to be ball-shaped to have that.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. Interesting.
Well, it's a fact, and air doesn't come in the shape of balls. It doesn't form balls. You can't make balls of helium in your room. You can't make balls of propane out in the patio. You got to put it all in a container, or else it just goes everywhere. So
did you
no atmosphere?
How did you come to believe or find this out or whatever?
I live by Lake Erie, and I now have a P900 camera, and I was able to see about 16 miles the first time, the second time about 12 miles. But Lake Erie's kind of funky because you're only going to get shots a few days a year because of how it's either 100 degrees outside or it's minus 10. So you got to pick the right days.
Do you think if you had the opportunity to go into a spacecraft and leave the planet, like leave the atmosphere and see the Earth for yourself and see that it's like spherical or whatever, like you'd believe
It's not. No, because that's not measured to be a ball.
Well, I mean, like if you were to go out like with astronauts or your rich billionaire friend or something, I don't know.
No, it's not measured to be a ball. So why would it be a ball if I went up in the air?
I mean, you're gonna leave the planet, so you'll see it.
So what point does it turn into a ball? There's a 52-mile shot. That's across Lake Michigan.
I don't know. You get out of Earth's atmosphere and go.
Did you see what I posted? 52 miles away. That's across Lake Michigan.
That's still, the Earth is huge. You're not going to see like a curve.
So there's no curve. So over 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop. It should drop deep down behind a ball. At just 10 miles, 66 feet. That's a 6.5-story building. And this one here is 40 miles, and you can see that.
With how big this planet is, you're not going to just see a
I just told you. Here's the chart. Yep. Here's the actually done in AutoCAD for you. How much drop there is over all those miles I just said. You can just look it up and see exactly what you're supposed to get. That's exactly what you're supposed to have on a ball that you say is that you live on. 21 miles straight across that lake. No drop at all. That's flat straight across 21 miles. So you see that big tower.
Okay. Well, and you guys can talk to someone else. I'm just here to, listen in.
All righty.
Thanks, Dr. Triangle.
Now go tell all your friends you learned what a triangle is and how they're used on Earth. Any other takers want to tell me if they want to take a triangle test? Minerals did awesome.
I have a question for you, man.
What?
So what do you believe?
I don't have beliefs.
Okay, what do you think?
Oh, what do I know? I know the Earth is flat and stationary, and we're contained.
How do you know that?
Because we have air pressure of 14.7 psi at sea level, which means a fixed volume container. It's the only way you can have gas pressure.
Have you been to school?
Yep. Have you?
No, I haven't. So that's why I think.
So now you're going to get schooled in this. Now you're going to learn all about it then. So now we don't have to worry about anything. You don't know anything about globes or spaceships or looking in the sky because you've never gone to school. No, you already said you don't know anything, so we're going to go with that.
The Earth is clearly flat. We all know that. It's logic, right? The Earth is flat. The moon is flat. Everything is flat, right?
You're spiraling, dude. You're live on YouTube spiraling right now.
I mean, right on YouTube, Earth.
You're having a hard day. You're having a bad day. You're on YouTube having a bad day in the flat Earth room.
I mean, imagine.
Remember that.
How can you believe that the Earth is flat? You gotta be so stupid.
Oh, it's measured that way. Here, well, let's find out what you know, since I'm so stupid. Go ahead and look in the chat. Answer that question. This is a NASA IQ test question. Answer this.
I just find this so beautiful that you all believe what you say.
Answer that.
Wait, let me see what you just put. I would say Z.
So once again, we have another Glober who's afraid to answer. This is normal for these guys.
All right. Can you do something for me?
After you answer that question.
Okay, then I would say A.
A is not a triangle.
Which one of these? I mean, D.
D is not a triangle.
Yeah. And
My
B.
Goodness. And you said we need an education system. Let's look. B and D. So did you get it right?
According to your thing, I think I get it right. No.
All right. So here you go.
All right, let's go.
Now, yeah. So
Now
when
I can
when you're sailing, you make angles to stars called elevation angles. Are you having a hard time?
No, everything is good.
I don't know if that showed up yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see an image.
Oh yeah, so angle of elevation, right? It's got a green check mark, has a flat bottom, angle up to the star. Then you have a round bottom and an angle up to the star. There's no angle there. You can't make an angle with a curve. So you can't do this on a boat called celestial navigation. Got to have a flat surface to do this. That's how sailing works. Not like this. Dumb shit. You and your dumb shit education system. And now you're spiraling because you make triangles when you sail.
What the hell is that?
That's how you get a fix on where you're located in the middle of the ocean. Take 3 stars, get your angle to them, and look them up in the chart and tells you where you're at. Draw 3 circles, your intersection tells you where you're at.
Okay. I have a question for you then.
Why?
Why I have a question, or what is my question?
I'm not even done yet. So how does that work on a ball? How do you make triangles on the surface of a ball?
But I don't understand your thing, man, for real.
All of a sudden you don't understand? That's amazing.
That's fucked up. I never heard of that before. I don't know what is your source either. Like, what the hell is that?
What's my source?
I don't want to know your source.
There's no angle between a curved line and a straight line.
Why do you have to? Why do you have to go so far when you can just be use common sense? For example, when you see something very far,
sense.
But why don't you let me? Why don't you let me talk? So when you see something far away in the ocean, why can't you see, for example, like if there's a boat? Why can't you see? Why can't you see all the boat?
It's too far away.
What does that? What do you mean? It's too far away.
Things get smaller if you go on a road and you drive away from a car and you keep your eye on the car that you're driving away from. It'll get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore.
Why can't you see like the bottom of the
too
boat?
Small. Yeah,
you can see the top of the boat.
You're close to the water.
What do you mean you're close
So
to the water?
angular resolution, your angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller. On a ball, you wouldn't even have an angle, so that would never even exist on a ball.
But what are you talking about? Why can't you see the bottom, but you can see the top?
I just told you.
But
Because there's
why
waves and shit in the way.
Part of
It's so
boat?
far away that a 2-foot wave
so
can
it's
hide
so
the whole
far
boat,
away,
dude.
You can see
Yes.
the top, but not the bottom. What the hell, man?
So you don't understand how perspective works. That's fine. That's normal for you guys.
You can see certain part of the boat when it's far. What the hell, man?
Okay, let's find out if you're right. Let's look at some pictures. Let's see. Here's a boat. Let's see. Let's see it go far away and then you can't see it anymore. Here it goes. Far away. Almost can't see it anymore. Oh, can't see it anymore. All gone. Here's another one.
You came prepared. Okay, let me show you another
And that's
picture.
an island behind that boat right there. An island. And that's gone too. Amazing, huh?
Nah, not so much.
Not too much?
Not too much.
So here's one. 52 miles. Here's one, 255 miles. How do you see that far on a ball? Kev.
It's not very far.
255 miles isn't very far? It's like a 4-hour drive, dude.
Then why can't you see everything?
Because you can't see forever. Things get smaller, remember? What would make you think you can see a tree that's 1,000 miles away? Don't you think there'd be something else in the way of it that's taller? That appears to be taller in its field of view?
What about the pictures taken from space?
What about them? They're not those aren't even pictures.
What about astronauts that have been in space?
No such thing.
Why?
These guys right here, I'll post it for you. These guys floating around in space. Look at the harness on that guy in the background just hanging. That's a set, dude. That's a green screen set. All that shit on the walls, so just computer generated actual photos probably just pasted in that green screen room. I have a green screen. I know how to do this shit.
Do you know Chris Hadfield?
Yeah, he's an actor.
He's an actor.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't he?
know Mark?
Isn't he a musician or something? Doesn't he play music up in space?
Yeah.
I have that. I have that green screen he used. I can do the same exact video. I have that same one.
Do you know Thomas Pesquet? Thomas Pesquet?
No.
Is a French astronaut. He made a lot of conference and YouTube videos too. This guy is very well known.
So they're up there just making YouTube videos? Wow.
Yeah.
Here, look at this girl. Look at this girl getting a stuffed animal teleported up to her. Isn't that amazing what they can do in the ISS? Isn't that amazing? Teleport up a Martian. That's amazing. This is the shit you believe in, dude.
Yeah, I believe in shit.
Yeah, you believe in shit. That's right.
I mean,
Here, disappearing right around the corner. Whoop, we're just going to turn invisible before we even leave the room.
Honestly, I feel sad for you, but you look.
You feel sad for me? You're the one who believes in this shit. You should feel sad for yourself. Here, look about monkeys in space. Let's do monkeys. We're chasing each other around. Monkeys. That's what you believe in, dude. You astronauts, remember? Here's some more, just kind of teleporting into the space station. We'll watch him fade in. Whoop, and fade away.
I remember the first time I saw those fade ins and outs, I was like, what the fuck? All that money they take and they can't even get that right.
Dude, they do it on purpose. For trolling these Globers. Here's a giant in space behind the space shuttle. You can see him standing out there. That's the model maker.
Okay, I have something for you, my friend. Can you read?
No, I can't.
That last one you posted, that last one you posted with the satellite being released from the space shuttle. I had to see that a few times to recognize what that was. Oh, that is a person. Oh my god.
What do you need? What do you need somebody to read, Kev?
I need you to read that. So I
read what?
Have to explain you it. Wait, I'll put it in a sec.
You can't read?
No, I can't read, so I need you to do it for me.
It's a ChatGPT stuff?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Let me fix it for you. I'll put it back in my ChatGPT to correct it. Let's see what it says. I won't even read yours. I'll just post it into mine without even giving it a prompt, and I'm just going to copy it and tell it, watch this. A dumbass Glober used ChatGPT for this. And then I'll paste yours in and see what it might laugh at you, so don't be offended. Oh, the argument falls apart quickly once you actually think about it and stop repeating what the textbooks and so-called ancient philosophers claimed about real observation. Let's break it down with real world logic and not belief. That's what his first opening line to you is. Let's post the rest of it for you. Since you want to use chatbots, I'll use them. Because you can't think for yourself.
What about boats that goes?
Wow, that was bad. You just asked about boats. And I said, no, you were wrong.
But a boat that goes from Vancouver to Japan goes...
What about it?
A boat that goes to Japan from Vancouver.
Yeah, so we went over that, how sailing works.
Okay, so how do they do that?
I showed you. Get angles to stars. That's navigation. That's celestial navigation. Use that on water a lot if you get lost. And if your radar goes out, you have to use it. That's why you have a navigator on your ship. No, he's just not there to wear stripes.
Which path does he take?
Oh, I don't know. I don't sail from wherever you said to Japan ever. You're not going to catch me sailing to Japan either, ever.
But if you think about it, what route would the boat take? Or the plane?
Now, how would I know since I don't sail to Japan?
I mean, you refuse to know because it's obvious that they will not do.
Okay, calm down, Linda. Calm down, Linda. I can give you part of the answer.
Here's a map. Yeah, I got this, dude. Here's a map. Pick which map on here, and then I'll figure out the route.
What the hell?
Yeah, go ahead and get me one of those, and then we'll figure out the route from there. Since you can't tell me what you mean or what you're talking about.
Can you show me like a less clear map? Like, what the fuck are those?
Just double click on it. It'll just blow up. Those are all different navigatable maps.
Okay, the one in the
all
middle.
different kind of maps you can use.
The one in the middle.
So I don't know how you would go around on it. I've never used that. I've never sailed to Japan. How would you go?
All right, let's see. If it was me, I would just go from
here. Let's help you out. Let's use a military map. Will that help you out?
What is a military map? Show me.
A military map. We'll use it. It's flights. A military flight map of the world, but it's got all the oceans on it, so that should work, right? We can look at the oceans, right? So, World War II military map. Which route do you want to take? Draw it on there for me. It's got distances in miles in the red lines from each point. So you should be able to figure out where you want to go.
Is this your flat earth?
This is the United States military. It's a military map. I didn't make it. They made it. The government made it.
Do you have a map in which you believe in?
Well, I'm going to use that one there. I want to use that map.
But which map do you believe the Earth looks like?
I don't believe in maps.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't go anywhere, so I'm not worried about it. Here's one. Here, let's look at for blimps. Back in when blimps were everywhere in the early 19 and late 1800s. Here, look at this one. How would you navigate around on that one? Here's another one from that era. These are made in the UK by the UK government. So what do you call that? And it even shows the flight paths on them. All their stops they make. It was routes, like bus routes. What'd you think of that? How do you think they got around using a map like that?
I mean, it's a view of the world on the top of the Earth. It's just very simple. There's nothing amazing about it.
Okay, so pick your route then. Go to Japan. And then figure out which way you want to go.
So if the Earth, so you think the Earth looks like this, right?
No, it's flat and stationary and contained.
So why don't we have a map of it?
You can make a map if you want. I gave you, 200 maps or something on that one page?
Why
you can make a map, do anything you want. You can make a map and you can navigate with all those maps if you use their coordinate system that's on the map.
Why would the government lie?
Who lied to you?
Yeah, why would they lie?
Who lied to you? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? So has the government ever lied?
Yeah, so that's the question.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, that's the question. So answer me.
You tell me why they lie.
No, you tell me. You believe that they lie. I don't believe they lie.
No, you said they did. I said, does the government ever lie?
No,
and you said yes.
I don't think they lie. You
don't think the government ever lies?
I'm asking you, do you think they lie?
Do you think the government ever lies?
I'm asking you, why would they lie on this if that's the case?
So you're not going to answer me? Because I got to clarify what you're talking about. Do you think the government ever lies?
I asked the question and you answer by another question. I mean, it's not very good.
Because we're clarifying your question so I can be specific.
you can clarify a question by asking another question. I mean,
Yes.
like I'm asking
So
you
do
a
you
clear
mean-
question. Why would they lie?
Do
Why
they
would
only lie on
Just be
one
clear.
thing, or do they lie on a bunch of things? If they lie on this, they're not lying about anything else, or do they lie on certain things and you just pick out which ones are real? How do
And
they do
what's-
it?
Why are you asking me this?
So you can go ahead and tell me how you figure out if they're lying or not.
I
You
don't
said they're
understand, man.
lying. You said they're lying. So I'm trying to help you out.
I said, if according to you, they are lying, why would they?
Well, I didn't say they were lying. You did.
You not believing in the around Earth makes you believe that the government lie.
Whoa. How did you put that together? Maybe they just don't know. Maybe they think they live on a ball just like you, and nobody's ever told them that they don't live on a ball. Because I'm telling you, you don't live on a ball, you think that the government's lying to you now?
And you're a lost cause.
How do you figure?
By listening you talking.
What made me a lost cause?
I mean, have you heard yourself?
Yep.
You're digging in shit, trying to figure out something that is obvious.
Yeah, it is obvious. It's flat and stationary. I showed you with triangles how to navigate, and you asked me how to take a map, and I showed you 250 different maps. I showed you 200 different maps and other kind of maps.
Bullshit.
And
your map
I didn't make them. Those are you can Google them to get those maps.
Guys, you guys hear me? One question, but fast.
No,
You guys
I'm
hear
going to
me?
mute you. Yeah, I'm
Bro,
going to get rid of you.
fix.
Okay.
Oh, you can mute people. That's insane.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm a
I'll
mod.
mute myself so you can let
I'm a
them
mod.
talk,
Yeah,
right?
I can make sure people can't
You're a
interrupt
mod?
me. Yep.
That's insane.
Yeah, why is that insane?
That's fine. We should allow all type of people, even you, to be mod. I think that's good. It's freedom of speech. That's good. That's all right.
No, I'm having a conversation with you, not him. After you, I'll get to him.
I mean, there's nowhere to go with you. You are a lost cause. I can do nothing with you.
Because I don't believe in your government stuff?
Oh, so you just admit that you don't believe it?
No, because I don't believe in what you said about the government. I don't believe in you. What you're saying.
But I'm saying what the government is saying.
What does the government say? Show me something.
What I say.
What government is lying to me, or to you, I should say? Nobody's lying to me.
What government that thinks that the Earth is not round, a globe?
You'll have to ask the government that shit. Are you talking about
Which one?
NASA.gov? NASA.gov? I showed you guys in green screen rooms floating around by wires, and you still think that's real. Oh, he's gone. What are you whining about, Levi? Why don't you just unmute? That's not very nice. I showed your guy floating, hanging by a wire in the background. You didn't like that.
Flat Earthers, you guys ready for the challenge now? Now that all the small fries are gone.
You don't have any challenge. The challenge is for you to find the Earth curve and present it.
Yeah, the horizon. That's what it is.
Do you think that's the hump of Earth that's in the way?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
So it's always 1.225 miles if you're 1 foot high and looking out?
Not always. Generally.
Yeah, it has to be.
No, it doesn't have to be. The Earth is not a perfect sphere. You know that, right?
I thought I was hearing things. Oh my god.
What? What are you talking about?
Like the photos of the space.
Well, the images that you're getting from space, most people think that they're photographs of what it looks like from space, what the Earth looks like from space. But once you look into it deeper, NASA even admits that they make those in Photoshop. Okay, so what you're looking at when you're looking at most of the imagery from space is artist impressions and digital, basically digital artworks, right? So that's, composite images, right? Or they'll take what they'll say, they have a bunch of data and they'll have a visual artist basically turn the data into what people think that the Earth should look like from space. Okay, so there's an interview there from the guy that makes these images that works at NASA. And he explains how he makes it in Photoshop. So, yeah, so we don't even have to say it's fake, right? Because NASA tells you it's fake.
Okay. So what if the photos were like so bad that you cannot see it? Like it's super bad. So they photograph it and you can see it clearly. So what would you say about that?
Well, they give us a whole range. Some of the stuff is really blurry. And, they have a whole range of really blurry footage or obvious like CGI footage. I'm not sure. The thing is, we can't validate any of that information anyway.
Okay.
You know what I mean about that? Like, let's just say, we don't have to call any of the information fake. We just can't validate it to be real.
Like, are you saying that you don't trust it, right?
Yeah, well, I don't trust it because so even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I've done enough research into fakery by NASA to know that I don't trust NASA, even if I thought the Earth was a globe, right? A lot of people that think the Earth's a globe know that NASA are liars. Okay, so if you did research into NASA, you might see that maybe they shouldn't be trusted as much as what you think, that you trust them now.
Okay.
Yeah, the main thing that I think everybody should be focused on, if you're in this channel, is not looking up to the sky, looking at photos from space. You should be very interested in curvature, which is what is necessary if you're on a sphere. So if you don't have curvature on the ground over large bodies of water like the oceans or the vast lakes and seas, then you're missing a huge component of the narrative, right? So if we don't have curvature, we can't possibly be living on a sphere, right? Now, the stories that you've been given or told about outer space come from the people who are giving you the radius. They're saying that this radius is confirmed and it's well documented. Now, if you disprove that radius, you could basically throw their credibility out the window.
Okay. Wasif,
Yep.
are you there? Yo, Wasif?
Yes. All right. If you will see that I have sent a link in the video. Is it?
Yeah, it didn't
What?
work. I clicked on it. It says this video isn't available anymore.
What?
I don't know. I'll try a different browser.
Oh, I missed one letter. I missed one letter. Sorry. I actually missed just one letter. Try this one. I missed the C.
Okay.
Wasif, can you send me the video also?
It still says the same thing. It says this video is unavailable. Error code 4. But the live footage from the space station, you know, there's tons of fakery in that as well. I mean, hold on, I'm just trying to get it working.
How
But
do you
I
fake
know,
something that's live? And do you have any evidence for it being fake?
yeah, sure.
You have any evidence of it being real? Like, this is my point. It's like, if you can't verify the stuff, you shouldn't just go trusting these people that have given you a false radius value. You know what I'm saying? You keep looking at these images coming from these people who gave you a false radius value. They told you the Earth was a sphere, and it measures flat, not even curving a little bit, dude. This is the problem. But meanwhile, you keep wanting to go to liars for truth. Now, whether or not they're lying intentionally or they actually believe what they're saying, that's up for debate, right? But the fact of the matter is that there is no curvature. That's really the focus of this group here, trying to enlighten people to actually go and look for themselves and do the research. Because when you do it, you find out it can't possibly be a sphere. Why? Because there's no curvature.
Yeah, so I got the video working, you know, and I've seen it a bunch of times. But look, I mean, look at the screenshot I just posted. This is pretty much the view that you get, the entire video. Now, once again, like, you know, anyone can put a video on and say it's live. For starters, how do you know it's really live? Right? That's the problem. But regardless of that, like, how hard do you think that would be to fake? Like, that would be easy to fake. You got to remember, NASA gets like $70 million a day, right? You think they couldn't fake this footage right here? I could fake this footage right here for hardly any money. I mean, I'm not even saying it is necessarily like that. I'm saying it's proven to be fake, even though it is. I don't even have to go there, right? Because we can't validate it.
Alright, so how do you explain the Coriolis effect? How hurricanes move in two directions in both of the hemispheres.
Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
My bad. I just entered.
No, you're right. I've been talking for ages. I'd love a break. So yeah, go ahead, please, bro.
I'm in the middle of work, so I'm not even palatable to listen to. I will say, what do you? I will say, that's interesting. Google probably says that, right? What's the Coriolis effect? Do you know how it's defined?
It's how hurricanes in both hemispheres.
No. Hurricane is a hurricane. What is the Coriolis effect? What is it?
What do you mean by no? What do you mean by
What is it in principle? What is it fundamental? What is it?
Let me just tell you. My
I'm
computer
waiting.
is
I need you to tell me and know what it is so that you know that what you just said doesn't make sense. That's
the
why I'm waiting.
Coriolis effect is an apparent force caused by the Earth's rotation that deflects moving objects to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, so what does the word apparent?
What?
What does the word apparent mean?
That it appears to be a force.
But not actually.
This deflection is not a real force, but rather an effect seen. It's an effect
Right.
that is seen.
Right. So what you just described with your Google result has to be incorrect because what you just told me just now literally does not coincide with what you said before. Both
It
things
does.
that you said don't go together.
Okay.
It does go together.
No, it doesn't.
If you know,
Of course it
if you know
does.
what is
How does it
No, it
not?
doesn't.
How does
Because
it not?
you just said it's a fictitious force. It's not a real force. So it doesn't actually do anything. There isn't a consequence of it doing anything because it's an effect, right? So when you say in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere, this, that, and the third, that's stuff actually happening, not appearing to happen. So the definition is broken. But your brain has to not be broken to figure out where there are contradictions. I can't do that for you. Not your mother.
They are not contradictory because we can actually see that it's an effect
All
that
right,
we can see.
let me tell you what a Coriolis effect is.
Yes.
Coriolis effect is when you have something on an inertial reference frame and you can see something appear to curve on a non-inertial reference frame. That's not what you described to me, but that's what Coriolis is. So it's an apparent deflection from an inertial reference frame.
Yes, it's an apparent deflection from an inertial.
So where's the inertial reference frame and where's the what are you looking at to say what you're saying? Because you don't have a person that is in the inertial reference frame appearing to see something deflect. Or am I mixing it up? Non-inertial, whatever. That's not what you're describing to me when you're talking about the northern and southern hemisphere. That's not what you're describing. That's what the Coriolis effect is. That's not what you're describing.
All right. Can you explain the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse, please?
Why are we moving on? Why are we moving on?
What?
Why are we moving on? I need you to understand this right here before we move on to anything else.
Yeah, what? What?
The fact that what you described isn't the Coriolis effect, based on the definition of Coriolis effect.
Where do you get this definition of the Coriolis effect? I get this definition of the Coriolis effect.
You can Google it. Like, but the reason that they're telling you is that you can see a deflection is because the Earth is a rotating surface. That's what. Listen again. You have on the inertial reference frame, which is a rotating surface, and then you have a deflection of something in the non-inertial reference frame. I don't know if I'm mixing that up, mix match it, whatever. But the bottom. I'm sorry. Since you're interrupting me, I'm going to stop my explanation right here, and I'm going to ask you to explain to me what it is.
Just look it up on Google.
Okay, so find it on Google and then post it so that I know you understand. You can see it right here on Google. The Coriolis effect is the apparent deflection of moving objects when viewed from a rotating frame of reference. Now, they give examples, but the bottom line is, without those examples, it's exactly what I said. Now, if you use the Earth as a rotating frame of reference, then you would have to be watching something appear to curve, which is actually going straight. But you're telling me something is taking a curved path in another direction because it's in the snow. It's not a curved thing. It's something that appears curved going straight, but that's not what you've explained. So you got it confused because Google said something. Google says a lot of things. Google also tells you that you can see curvature from an airplane. And that doesn't make any sense. Because if you can see curvature from one window and turn 80 degrees and see the same thing, what does that mean? That the curve is a McDonald's arch? No, it doesn't. So the bottom line is you have to think for yourself. I really don't think I don't think that I'm getting through to you though. I don't think I'm doing you a service because I'm a little too impatient for you, to be honest with myself.
I have to go.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah, I think he was at
They're a religious zealot little child. It's very, I mean, it's crazy how religious children are. You know, like, I mean, you may as well go be at like a monastery praising Buddha, or, you know, at church on Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday, and Tuesday. Like, you know, you may as well just be going through the motions if you're going to do this for heliocentrism without any thought, without any critical thought whatsoever. You may as well.
It's called Space Camp, Eli. Space Camp.
Well, I heard some adult in the background like giving him prompts. Is what I heard. Like some adult in the background, like coaching him on what to say.
I guess that's twice as sad then.
It kind of seemed like a book, yeah, like some type of book report type deal. And like, yeah, I heard an adult talking in the back, so it's kind of, yeah, like you said, twice as sad.
I mean, whoever it was couldn't even come up with their own set of questions.
Yeah, that was definitely like a Google script of questions for sure. Maybe AI generated.
It's almost always the same questions in the same order.
It really is.
Okay, so
What about maps?
the surface is supposedly the non-inertial. Right? Got that mixed up?
Oh, I mix that up all the time. I have no idea now.
It's not your problem.
Yeah.
They mix it up.
Yeah, because it's accelerating, so not inertial.
Yeah. It just pisses me off when like somebody comes with a Google result and it's like, but like you almost can't say, "Hey, this is wrong," because people expect what's on Google to be correct. It rubs me like the wrong way. Like Google's dead ass gonna tell you that the horizon is 3 miles away for a 6 foot observer. It's not gonna say shit about reflection, and if it does, it's just gonna say it's gonna still be 3 miles, but it's gonna be like 3.7, and it's totally wrong. It's totally wrong. Their claim is totally wrong.
Hey, I'm back again.
Why? Do you understand what an inertial and non-inertial reference frame is? Why don't you go digest your food? I'm sorry. I am being an a-hole at all. I'm gonna go on mute.
So, Wasif and Irfan, are you guys doing a project for school or something like that at the moment, or
No.
just generally interested in this topic?
Yeah,
Yes, you could say so.
we're just interested.
You could say so. So my question is that why did flat earthers not go to the edge?
We don't claim that the Earth is an object.
Time out. What are you talking about?
Why has flat earthers never gone to the edge?
What are you talking about?
Listen, they're not saying that it's a disk.
Okay. So are you saying that it's
Ask the person who's talking to you if they're a bigot or if they understand what bigotry is.
what is
Do you
that?
understand what bigotry is?
Nope.
Okay, it's when you make presumptions about a group of people never having spoken to or had experience from them. So here you are in a room labeled Flat Earth asking me about things that I've never told you.
Okay. So
So a statement like this, flat earthers think the earth is a disk. I could say Middle Easterners smell like spice. That would be a bigoted statement because I can't speak on the whole because that's ignorant to do. It's a dumb thing to do. It's a very not smart thing to do.
I agree
To make
with you.
assumptions about a group of people.
I agree with you.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure it's not on purpose. So again, I don't know what you're talking about when you ask me, I'm a flat earther. What the fuck do you mean? Why haven't I gone to an edge? What does that mean? I didn't acquire the flat earth via a flat earth. What would I need it for?
Can
What
you
would I need it
what?
What would I need it for? What would that piece of information about the edge be valuable to me for if I knew the earth was flat before or prior to even imagining an edge?
Alright, so are you saying that the earth does not have an edge?
What I'm saying is, I don't need to tell you about an edge to know that the earth.
Okay, if it doesn't have an edge, that means it's not flat. It's a thing.
Excuse me? What did they say?
They're gone.
Huh?
No, this was it. What did they say?
I don't know.
What's your response?
I think he just said if the earth does not have an edge, How is it flat? I think he asked
Did,
that.
did I say that it doesn't have an edge? Did I say that?
No, no.
Okay. So just because I'm not giving you an answer doesn't mean there isn't an answer to the thing that I'm not giving you.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Right. Again, you're smart enough to realize that these questions are dumb.
Okay. So how do you explain
Why aren't the
solar?
questions better? Why aren't the questions better? Right?
So how do you explain
If
solar?
the
Yes.
Earth being a globe makes sense, why are the questions so dumb?
So how do you explain a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse?
Did I make a claim about a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse? Who made a claim about a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse? Isn't the claim about a lunar eclipse that you have a syzygy, aka an alignment between the sun, the earth, and the moon? Isn't that why are you asking me to explain it? Did I make that claim?
What claim? That
What I just told you. Did I make that claim?
The claim that the solar eclipses and lunar eclipses doesn't happen. That claim?
Did I say that?
No.
So then is what you just asked me very dumb? How could you ask me if I said something that I didn't say right after I said something? That's very dumb.
All right. Yes, I agree with you. That was a bit stupid. Yes. Now, so in a solar eclipse, we know that the moon comes in between our vision and the sun.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
By seeing
There's
a
the
solar
claim
eclipse,
right there. How do we know?
by just observing it in the sky. By observing it in the sky.
I don't get what you mean because during a lunar eclipse, the moon is in new moon phase where you don't see the moon. How can you see something
I'm talking
that
about
you
a
don't?
solar eclipse, not a lunar eclipse. I'm talking about a solar eclipse, not a lunar
My
eclipse.
bad. I'm talking about a solar eclipse as well. I misspoke. So during a solar eclipse, it's new moon, which means nobody sees the moon for like 3 days. So what are you talking about?
What do you mean nobody sees the moon for 3 days? It comes directly between our sight and the sun.
No, that's your claim. But the truth is, during solar eclipses, there's also something called a new moon, which you don't see the moon for 3 days. So again, if we're talking very frankly and very straightforwardly, you're telling me something that I can't see for 3 days is blocking something. That's your claim.
Bro, just look at if you have you ever seen a solar eclipse?
Do you know what a new moon is?
Yes.
All right. Do you know when they happen?
When no light shines on the moon, according to the heliocentric view.
Do you know when it happens? A new moon.
Once every month.
Okay.
So, according to the heliocentric.
So if it happens during an eclipse, you cannot say that you see something that you cannot see obstructing something. You can't. That doesn't make sense.
The new moon.
Regardless of whether or not you believe it, it doesn't make sense to say that the sun is being blocked by something that I do not see for 3 days. That doesn't make sense. Regardless of what you believe.
By not seeing means that no light shines on the object.
So again, that's your claim.
Wait, I have a question. Do you how do you believe that the sun and the moon change altitude? Do you believe that?
Well, it apparently does that. So if I can't do anything other than watch it apparently do that, how can I truly know? It looks like it does that, but we know that that's not the case because when it's on the horizon for me, it's above someone else's head at noon somewhere else.
Yes. So, for the full moon, how the sun would have to shine directly on the moon, right?
Yeah, that doesn't happen though.
What? Then are you saying that the moon creates its own light?
I'm saying that you can't confirm that the sun casts its light on the moon shot on the moon. As a matter of fact, it's one of my favorite phases. Right now, the moon is in a waxing gibbous phase.
Yeah.
So around 2 o'clock in the morning, when the lit portion of the moon is facing the west, the sun is somewhere overhead in the UAE to the east.
Yes.
So the sun can't be lighting the sun like that. Most definitely not. Doesn't make sense. But you got to actually go outside and pay attention to know that stuff.
Alright, if you held a dark object over a dark background, would you be able to see it?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Of course you won't be able to see it.
No, that's not true.
How? That
Explain it.
how is
It
that not
depends.
true?
If you have two black things,
Yes.
you most definitely can see the difference. It depends. If you can't see it, then you don't have enough light to discern between the two objects. No shit. What's your question?
My question.
Oh, excuse my language.
All right. How did you ever see a solar eclipse? Did you ever see a solar eclipse?
Yeah, I just watched one.
All right. Then how does the moon come in between our sight and the sun?
The moon is not present. It's during a new moon phase. There's
The
no
moon
moon to
is
witness.
present in the new moon phase, according
No,
to
it's not.
science.
No, it's not. It's a contradiction. And you're
All
smiling
right.
because
Then
it
what
doesn't
blocks
make
this?
sense.
Then
But
what blocks your sight?
you have a religious belief. Now you're asking me what blocks because you don't know what blocks. That's why you're asking me. You assert that it's the moon, but at the same time, you know that they say that during a new moon phase, you can't see the moon. So you have to parse out in your mind how something you can't see makes sense to see during a solar eclipse. You
All right.
can't.
In the solar eclipse, we
Only
see
thing you can
something.
say is, oh, it is what it is.
All right. In a solar eclipse, we see something block our sight from the sun. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
Then what
Looks
is
like
that
it.
object? That
I don't know. I don't know. That's
that's
the
the
answer. I don't
moon.
know. How do you know if you can't see the moon for 3 days? How do you know? That I did not ask you that initially and you left. So that's my question. How do you know?
Be-
Because they said it,
when
right?
you can't see
Because
the
they said
moon,
it, right? Because they said it, right? That's why you believe because they said it.
when you
Because you
can't
can't
see the
see it.
moon,
You can't.
yes.
You can't see it, so you can't track it to say you've seen it because it's not there because you can't see it. My bad. Let me reframe because this is the English, so I have to be very precise with my language. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it's. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it's not there. So I misspoke. That being said, how do you know it's
Yeah.
there?
Because it over surrounds us.
Excuse me.
Because it orbits around the Earth.
I didn't understand that.
Because the moon orbits around the Earth. That's why.
Well, that's another claim that. How do you know?
You just see you can see it.
Okay, but doesn't the Earth spin? The moon doesn't. Well, never mind. I guess technically it supposedly does. Meanwhile, we see the sun do the exact same thing, but we don't say the sun orbits the Earth, do we? So how do you know? You're watching the same thing in the sky. The
Yeah.
sun goes around, the moon goes
Yeah.
around. How do you know?
Uh.
I have an even better question for you.
Okay.
How do you know that 7 billion years ago there was a planet that crashed into Earth, depositing its molten iron core and breaking off a little piece of the Earth that we now call the moon, that happens to be 400 times smaller and 400 times the distance from the sun, so that we can get a perfect eclipse? How do you know that? Because that's what NASA says. They're
Yeah.
scientists, right? How do you know? You believe everything they say, right? How do you know? How do you know that what they said is true?
Because they did research.
So how do they know 7 billion years ago, when no one was alive, planet crashed into? Then
Well,
stayed
I think I'm
400
having some
times
lag
the
issues.
size and some lag, you think? Anybody else hear me lagging? Do
Probably
you
just
still
my
hear me lagging?
no. You're fine now.
Okay, so my question to you is, how
What? My parents told me to get off, so I think I'll come back tomorrow.
all right, thank you for your time.
It's like we're having a conversation with a human interface for a computer.
That is so wild to me. He is a hypothetical planet supposed to be roughly the size of Mars that is thought to have collided with the Earth billions of years ago. This is the leading theory for the moon's formation, as the debris from the collision is believed to have coalesced into our moon.
Getting paid as a scientist, becoming a science fiction writer in the process.
So, how did the kid do?
Mm-hmm. Terribly.
Which argument was he trying to use anyway?
It doesn't matter. My criticism about it is they don't understand the rebuttal. They have a Google result. Google tells them X, Y, Z. You say, hey, this is why the Google result doesn't make sense, and they don't get it.
Yeah, that sounds pretty common.
Well, a long time ago, a lot of people believed the world was flat.
Stressed out. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, yeah. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money.
Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, yeah. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah.
is round, you're totally wrong. Flat Earth is what we're living on. If you think the world is round, then you're probably a moron. You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know.
Hey yo guys, what's up? Hello. Why the fuck is no one speaking? Hello,
Hey,
hello.
buddy. Sorry about that.
Marcus.
I'm at
What's up,
work,
guys?
so yeah, sorry I haven't had much time to talk today. But yeah, welcome to the room.
Marcus.
Thank you, good. Thank you.
Nice
Marcus Aurelius.
statue. Nice statue of Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, bro, yeah. So, could anyone change my mind why the fuck Earth is flat and not round? I don't believe that Earth is flat. Why do you guys believe that Earth is flat? That's my
Yes, I
question.
can. I can. What did believe the
Okay, change my
Romans?
mind.
What did believe the Romans?
I don't know who Mimi is, by the way, Marcus.
What?
He's not one of the 24/7 crew, as far as I know.
What? I don't know what are you saying. But anyways, the Romans. So you like Rome, right? You have Marcus Aurelius.
I don't like it, Rome. I just added it just for fun. I don't know shit about Roman culture. I know basics.
Why do you have Marcus Aurelius statue?
Because I thought it was cool to put Marcus Aurelius on my PFP.
You know Marcus led the whole empire to Kamada.
Yeah. I know the basics, bro. He wrote a book called Meditations, and I've read it. So I know the
Okay,
basics.
yes. I know that so much people that like philosophy and those things talk about Marcus because he wrote Meditations. Yeah, I know that book.
Yeah.
But I didn't
That's
read
his
it.
major contribution. I guess you should.
What? The Romans think about not a flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
They knew from 100 years
Mm-hmm.
before that the earth was not flat. You know? But I'm not gonna say my opinion, okay? I'm just because
I
I
want
know
to know your opinion. You're talking like
no.
my opinion right now is that Earth is not flat. It's circle. It's sphere. What is your
I'm not,
opinion?
my opinion, okay.
Yeah. Is Earth flat
I'm
or
not gonna
not? Yes or no?
Okay, wait. I'm gonna say it, but I mean it can be seems like it can create a conflict here. You know?
It won't, bro. I'm saying Earth is not flat. I'm saying that. Nobody is like
But
fighting me or killing me.
But I don't want to
That's why
debate.
I'm here.
I
That
don't.
was my first question, bro. When I came into this VC, that was my first question.
Marcus,
Help me change my mind.
Marcus.
Yes.
Marcus, we're not here to change anybody's mind. We're here to just share some valuable evidence. Okay, so
Okay,
you
okay, my
said you
bad,
believe
my
that
bad.
the Earth is you said that you believe the Earth is round, correct? You believe it's a
Yeah,
sphere. Okay,
yeah, yeah.
so how big is this sphere that you believe that you're on? Like, what's the radius? Do you know?
It's pretty big, bro. That's what I know.
Okay, so you don't know the radius, right? Just an honest
No, I
yes or
don't
no
know.
answer would be good.
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
don't know
cool.
it.
So basically, most people that come in and say that they know or they believe that the Earth is a sphere, they don't know the radius, right?
Uh-huh.
That's common.
Yeah.
We talk to thousands of people, right? So
Okay.
the radius, just so you know, the radius value is 3,958.8 miles. This is the claimed radius
Okay.
value, okay?
Okay.
Now, based on that radius value, you could do some pretty
Mm-hmm.
good, eighth grade geometry equations, right? And figure out how much drop over distance there should be from your position, right?
Okay.
So you have universities have put out their own curvature calculators, so you can easily go in there, go on the curvature calculator. You put in your distance to the observed object, right? And then you put in your height in feet, right? Your eye level or the level of your
Okay.
camera or whatever above sea level. And then it's going to give you a distance to the geometric horizon. That means the physical horizon that you should not see any further behind that, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So for a 6-foot observer, the geometric horizon should be about 3 miles, 3.4 miles, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So there's plenty of options. Yeah, there's plenty of observations that not only debunk the radius, but they just debunk curvature in general, right? So there's a lot of arguments we hear. Like, people always want to talk about a myriad of different things. They'll be talking about, well, explain this, explain that, explain this. Like, our whole thing, what we're doing here is explaining to people that there is no curvature, right? We're not here to explain why, how the world works, right? I mean, the fact of the matter is that if their radius value is true, then the curvature should be found, right? That supports that radius value, because that radius value is baked into tons of math and all types of stuff. So if that radius value is incorrect, everything's kind of riding on that number being correct, especially the credibility of all the different space agencies that agree upon that radius value. All right. So I'm going to
Okay.
go ahead and just post some stuff in the side chat, and you could go take a look at it. Like I said, I'm at work right now. I was hoping that we had somebody who was available to have a good conversation with you right now, but since no one else was talking, I
No
figured
problem,
I'd
buddy.
use the service and hop on in. All right, cool. So I'll do that real quick,
And
and then
sorry
I
to
got to jump
disturb
off.
you too, bro. Sorry to disturb you.
Hey, no problem, no problem.
I just thought it, I'll come have a nice conversation with someone. So yeah, that's what my intent of coming here was.
Do you like meditations, Marcus?
Bro, I have a controversial opinion on that. I think it's overrated as fuck.
What is that?
Like, it's overrated. That's what I would say.
Listening water, behaving like
Overrated means like over exaggerated, like too much limelight. There are like better books than meditations available.
What? Can you repeat again, Marcus? I was not paying
There you go.
attention.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Real last thing. Yeah, so Marcus, I posted 3 things in the side chat. Start with that
Yeah.
one
I can
video
see
that
it.
has
I
the
can see
oil, has the oil rigs and stuff. All right, thanks, guys.
it. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. About what? Can you repeat it again, Marcus? I didn't pay
I was
attention.
saying that meditation is overrated as fuck. Like, it's not that good too. It is good, but it is like very overrated.
Very well. Oh, overrated.
Overrated, yeah. Overrated means like over exaggerated. It's like not that good like, but the hype is too much of that book. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. There are. I mean, it was like the things that Marcus think about. So
Yeah, it was like his observations, his like what he learned, what his grandfather used to say, what his father said, like 3 to 4 lines, short paragraphs, short quotes.
I mean, Marcus was a great emperor, but he led
Yeah.
the empire to his stupid son. It was bad.
Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may.
Fatima, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the room.
Since the beginning of mankind, people thought the earth was flat. A giant disk underneath a firmament dome. The earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, science told us we live on a globe. A spinning ball shot into infinite space. They want us to believe that we are nothing but random stardust. Meaningless, but they're wrong. They lie. Wake up. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Space is a hoax. We never landed on the moon. Do you believe believe we're living on a rotating ball flying through space at thousands of miles per hour. Where is the curvature? Where? They control our minds. They control our thoughts. They control everything. Think twice. Think again. Wake up. The earth is flat.
Don't take it for granted. We've never been to the moon, and we do not know the real shape of this planet.
Based on what they're showing us, it seems very fake. When we're being presented with things like the moon landing footage, and you've only got to look at it with a critical eye to see that it's done on a set.
NASA on blast, spherical trigonometry dictates the fate of your fake geometry. Where's the curvature? What you looking nervous for? Crater in your Zeta, Darth Vader in your elevator. Black helmet, force choke your mind. James Earl Jones narrates your life. Be like Gus Grissom blowing whistles till they kill me. Houston's got a real problem now. Eric Dubé. Brass taxes, NASA forecast is partially cloudy with duplicate patterns, completely unchanging for 24 hours. Magical clouds with subliminal powers. Robert Simmons with his ribbons of imagery. Copy-pasting, debasing your reality. Artists' renditions, shifting perceptions. Minions, misgivings, shills, misdirections.
All these pictures of Earth from space, they're all CGI composites, and NASA admits it. They go, oh, you know what, we take the images and we take this information strips, and then we get an artist to put together. I'm like, wait a minute.
Solid like the rings around the flat plane, acknowledge infinite plane, profit kill, agnostic garbage. You believe in chemtrails, believe in conspiracies, believe a black man can kill a cop and go free, made him flinch. You know the Earth's curvature miles per square inch exists, study a bit hints. You believe in lies indeed, intercourse with the truth. You believe in involuntary solitude, trips to the moon. Nah, never been, no pretend, axe Buzz Aldrin again. It's knowledge for those ignorant men. Who's Surveyor? Bridges don't amount for curvature. Paid actors working for NASA. Who's your master? It's true. Movies indoctrinated you. The spinning ball at the beginning. Every movie flick doesn't exist. Research too, and not to believe. In Hebrew, the word word NASA means to deceive. Don't believe everything you see or read. Research what they feed. Lies I combat with facts. Check the flight patterns in the maps. Stanley Myers bars. I believe water can be fuel to drive cars. NASA photoshopping stars. The moonlight colder than the night shadows. Aliens didn't make the pyramids. It was the pharaohs.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why.
You guys aren't even getting real pictures of the fucking Earth from space.
They destroyed all the raw video footage, the raw audio footage, all the telemetry data which tracked where they were in space.
Let's take a photograph.
Is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop to build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run. Yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And, which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Welcome back to Deep Thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, on this beautiful afternoon. Boy, it's nice to be out in the summertime, even though it's September. September 13th is the day. So, I've talked about the moon missions for quite a while, and you guys are gracious enough to watch them, to compliment them. And so, it's a subject that fascinates me to death. I have the conversation at least 2-3 times a week, and I don't look for the conversation. That's the interesting thing. It seems to happen at my smoke lounge a lot. And what's kind of funny is it's the moon hoax conversation in the overall great awakening of conspiracies, which is very dark. All the real dark Epstein stuff, right? The moon is like the wacky mirror house at the carnival compared to like the super duper intense stuff that happens at, a major Six Flags or something. And, I just read an article from probably several years ago lambasting Casing. Casing was a gentleman who worked for one of the subcontractors that helped put together the Saturn V and all this stuff. I believe he was a Rocketdyne guy or something like that. But anyway, he was privy to all the documentation. He was literally told it's a 1 in 10,000 chance this thing could ever do what it's said to have done. And of course, it didn't do it. So he very quickly comes out and spends basically 40 years going after the truth. And he knew the truth. He was telling everybody it was a lie. Intelligent people listened to him. Followers grabbed the tail of NASA and just hung on for dear life. But Casing dies in 2005. And The Guardian does an article on him. And the funny thing was, they tried to make people feel bad for finding Casing's rabbit hole by saying you were a Fox News enthusiast, you were an anti-vaxxer, you're a flat earther. I mean, it was the most pathetic attempt to associate your lucid mind with crazy stuff. Interesting. And this continues, and I think a lot of it is probably, in my opinion, at this point, one of the strategies is just, you tell the press, just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. The more you talk about it, the more we're going to lose because we didn't go. And the amount of scientific proof and capability for the average engineering student to prove that is now categorical, meaning absolute. They can prove we didn't go with basic simulation software today. Bart Sibrel, Sibrel.com. He has been a champion of the truth, and he has had to pay a gigantic price where they have, done everything that they can to keep the guy from being employed in any way, shape, or form. Now, of course, this does happen over time anyway. But if you really want to hear a guy talk about it straight, he says, look, because we're all trying to find that smoking gun way of telling you that it was a hoax such that no one can undo it in your mind. But again, no one is happy that we didn't go, okay? We're not happy. Well, at least, No one in my camp is happy. We wish it was true. We wish that we could go to the moon ourselves and sit in a space station and have a drink, with Dr. Chandra. But it's the first time in world history that man has a scientific breakthrough and cannot accomplish it again for 50 years. We go to the moon, 1969 technology with 1/1,000,000th of the computing power of the average crappy cell phone from 15 years ago. I would suggest that is a gross underestimation of the processor power. The technology, although capable of putting someone in low orbit, it's 200 miles up. In 1969, that's what low orbit was, and they said they went 236 to 37,000 miles up. What's the percentage of 200 from 200,000? Let's just put it that way. It's over 1,000 times further away. Again, my analogy that I want you to remember and repeat to people is if you have an 8-foot wall in your house and you divide it into metric, because every centimeter translates pretty well to 1,000 miles up. The ceiling, right when the plaster hits the top there, that's right where the moon is. And if you divide it into centimeters all the way down, you get around 237 or so. And the beautiful thing about metric is that it's a base 10 system. So if a centimeter off the ground is 1,000 miles, then NASA, as of 1968, had gone about 2 millimeters off the ground. And I believe in Apollo, 8 and 10, they went all the way to the ceiling and back safely, negating every single thing that we know about space right now in terms of radiation from the sun, radiation from the Van Allen belts, supposedly all this, 100 million particles / meteorites that hit the Earth's atmosphere per second or per minute or something like that. I mean, there's supposed to be a bunch of dust out there. Now, some of that could be all crap, but the principle's the same. Getting all the way up there and pulling off maneuvers that could not be simulated on Earth ever, because we don't know exactly what the circumstances are, right? And I'll give you an analogy of, or a likeness in terms of scientific method. Where is there another frontier of space that we are still exploring, and man has done amazing things, and we've proven it? And that is the ocean. The ocean, I think at its deepest depths, I've always been told about 7-8 miles down, which is just terrifying, right? I mean, that's just, imagine if you traveled 60 miles an hour, it'd take you 8 minutes to get to the bottom of the ocean if you started at the top. That's crazy. That's amazing. What is 30,000 feet, the average distance that the commercial airlines fly? That's 6 miles in the air, roughly. And if you jumped out of the plane in some spacesuit and you didn't get torn to shreds by going too quickly, it's going to take you a long time to fall back to the surface of Earth, right? So the ocean is gigantic. If you got the surface of that 7-mile point and you just remove all the water and you go down to terminal velocity, it's going to take minutes to hit the ground, hit the mud at the bottom. And so we have penetrated the sea at all levels, from a person snorkeling at the top or playing in the waves as a surfer. But we experiment, We made little submarines, and we made bigger submarines, and we made huge submarines. We make these little diving vehicles. We drop guys down inside, pressure suits with big, thick metal encasing so they don't get crushed to death by the ocean. We study the vegetation. We study the fish life. It's a very slow process, but we experiment one little bit at a time to figure out how to do that. Now, this is going to focus on the early part of the space program because I want to recap everyone's mind so that you have sort of the stepping stones of how long man has been thinking about rockets in general and some of the basic technologies that we use to get to the Saturn V. Then we'll do a little bit of the conspiracy on the top end and talk about all the conspiracies in between. But imagine when man found out that, there's this, I forgot what they call it, but it's a breaking point when you go about 40 feet down into the ocean. The water above your head starts weighing more than any buoyancy that you can generate, and you start getting pushed to the bottom of the ocean. It just gets faster and faster, and then you get crushed by all the water and the pressure. When I first saw steel get utterly crushed in the depth of the ocean, it blew my mind. To this day, it's still kind of, without air in the center of a chamber, I don't understand why an I-beam would get crushed or bent, because it's definitely more dense than water. But anyhow, we have a long history of experimenting and making mistakes, and hundreds of thousands of humans over millions of years dying down there, and fish and all this other stuff teaching us how it works. And so to suddenly say, because I want you to take the ocean's history and its knowledge of being circumvented and deep dived, and flip it the other direction. Right? So we have 200 miles up is all we've done as of Apollo 7. Okay. So that's just a few feet down inside the ocean. And then we have this 237,000 mile, on average, distance to the moon. We got the Van Allen belts we never touched, never experimented with, although supposedly with geostationary orbit we had. And then we've got past that, we've got the normal radiation from the sun with coronal mass ejections. We have all the debris that's supposedly in space, and not the stuff that we've launched, which is today's problem, but just natural space. And again, imagine someone taking a rock about the size of a die, 6-sided die for Vegas, right, and shoving it through your body at about 35,000 to 100,000 miles per hour. And I want you to imagine what your body would look like after that happened. You'd probably be turned inside out, or you'd have definitely a hole all the way through your body, and you would suddenly start just dying. So let's briefly go through the history of sort of rocket technology, because it goes back a really long way. Now, some of history obviously is to be questioned in terms of its accuracy, but the earliest use of a propellant in a controlled space like a little tiny firework was in the 1200s. About 1230 in China, they were using it as an experimental methodology to create fireworks, which obviously talks about the gunpowder derivatives that made this possible. And again, there's a lot of natural rocks that will spark and burn. You take titanium and shave it down into little shavings and then light it on fire. It's quite a little bomb. Takes forever. But it takes about 400 years for this stuff to be turned into weaponry. And that is still in China. 400 years, man. That's a long time. Now, why it took 400 years to enter combat is a little strange. And I'll tell you why that doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense to me. I'm not denying any of the history of that, but it blows my mind it took so long. As a child, the very first time, now again, up to 1230, serendipitously figuring out that you could put propellant in a cylinder and it creates a bottle rocket looking thing, totally understand that. But once you fire a bottle rocket and you realize that if anybody's in the way of that thing, it could take out your eye, it could put a hole in your body, depending on how big it is, it could rip you to shreds. The propellant coming out of the back is dangerous. I'm sure someone burned themselves several times to figure out, oh my God, that's really hot. Then the idea that you could shoot it across a field and make it land on somebody's head. I figured this out when I was a kid playing with fireworks. The big deal in the Midwest was that bottle rockets were outlawed because they could land on a roof early in their cycle, and then the flame could still be coming out, and you could light the house on fire. seems to make sense. And the major rooftop was a shake roof where those little wood slats, very flammable, and the more they just sit up there, but they are kind of treated with flame retardant. I've never seen a roof catch on fire in my personal experiences, and I had a cousin that would pretty much try to burn down anything he could get his hands on. So it just baffles me that it took 400 years for people to realize that, hey, we could poke people's eyes out with this. We could, light fires. We could attach bombs to it. Maybe that was the big thing, is to trigger the bomb in a last moment thing. But they've been lighting arrows on fire for a really long time to pillage villages, and I'm sure that goes back tens of thousands of years. It's very interesting. Now, I'm probably going to brutalize this guy's name, but the Russian Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, I apologize. This dude was a science teacher. By 1902, he published a paper theorizing how liquid rockets could achieve flight. And in this paper, he talked about, rockets taking on this fuel, the speed that a rocket could achieve based on its mass, and the velocity of which the propellant would be used up to create any effect. So really sort of the basic principles of rocket engines in general, right? You have to know, okay, you can't just attach a rubber tube to the rocket and feed it its fuel. You're going to have to put it on board, which means you're going to have to figure out a way to balance in some sort of cylinder the propellant to go through the rocket engine. So it was a tremendously exciting time for this whole new frontier of rocketry to balance it out, And again, I'm sure that the solid state stuff that had been going on up to that point did lend itself a little bit of technology, but think about it, just trying to figure out the aperture of which this fuel is going to fall out of an engine. You're going to light it on fire. It's going to bounce against a cone-shaped exit point to unify the force, right? You can't just have, a flamethrower coming out the end. That won't create any significant pressure, and you can't control it. So they start this process, right? By 1929, the guy had released a paper on multi-stage rockets, theorizing both not only two-stage rockets, but three-stage rockets. Now we're cooking, right? It took 400 years to figure out that you could poke someone's eye out with a bottle rocket in China, and in Russia, in less than 20 years, this guy, or a little over 25 years, he figured out, man, we're going to need potentially one form of rocket to get it going up the first stage, and then we're going to peel that off. I mean, just think about the complexity of a multi-stage rocket. We are not talking about a time when you can go down to the store and buy an Arduino circuit. We don't have microchips. We don't have, technically, we're getting close because the V2 rockets started using wires and gyroscopes to figure out things. But it is, for me, it's just phenomenal that they had reached that level of sophistication. And what's kind of funny is, and people forget this all the time, is that Buck Rogers, the series on television, the one in the 1930s, had been building, puppeting models to show how he was traveling through space. And of course, the 1905, I believe, movie, I think that's the year, 1908 or something like that. The real famous one that looks like a multi-stage rocket takes off from Earth, shaped like a bullet. Actually, I guess it's not multi-stage, but it's a bullet that's then sent off and it hits the moon in the eye, and then they get off on the moon. Phenomenal how quickly this theory evolved. Like, everybody was thinking about it. So then the second dude in the United States, named Robert Goddard, by 1926 had launched his first rocket that was a liquid-based rocket. And so now we're starting to operate on two fronts. The Russians are operating, and the Americans are following them. And again, let's think about that. Russians have the drop. When you have the drop, it's a huge thing. What I always have been taught in business is whoever's number one in a particular sector, number two is an order of magnitude less than number one in most cases. For instance, in the video game industry, you have Activision Blizzard is number one. Their market cap, I don't know what it is today, but last time I looked it all up, it was around $25 billion market cap. And Electronic Arts, which I used to work for, I guess technically I worked for Activision first, but EA, who was number one forever, had a market cap of $7.5 billion when Activision Blizzard was at 25 plus. I think it was technically at 26. So that's the difference. It's almost a 4 to 5x difference. So by Russia going first, we'll have to see where it's going to go. And of course, we know that Germany took off in an exceptional way. Now, before von Braun really got famous, there was a German by the name of Hermann Oberth who was experimenting in Germany with rocketry and ended up contributing to the V2 rocket. Now, remember, the V1 rocket is more of a sort of a plain-looking thing with wings, and it wreaked havoc on all of its neighbors in the area. But the V2, mainly England, but the V2 was a proper rocket, and it had wires in it, a gyroscope in it. They had rigged a timer in it, so they couldn't just have like modern day rockets that look down at the ground and say, oh, or they look up at a satellite and say, this is where I am, GPS, now it's time to go down and hit something specific. The V2 was just arbitrarily flying in. So was the V1. And so what they did was they just did math. They said, look, this thing travels at approximately X miles per hour. London's that far away. Let's go ahead and just point it in that direction, fly it, and it's got a big conventional warhead on the end, like TNT or whatever. And as soon as the nose cone hits, horrible things occur. And again, all it has to do is dislodge a building's foundation, and the building will be the weapon, not necessarily the conventional warhead. So if you could hit a building towards the base, well, here comes a big slab of that building down, and people who are in the building are going to die, people on the ground are going to die. It's just a bad situation, Now, in World War II, we have Wernher von Braun, Oberth, and a bunch of other scientists that will go nameless because they did participate. I'm sure they did amazing things, but they always put it at one head dude. We know that after World War II, there were approximately, and I've heard the number increased by 500 recently, but I've always been told 1,200 Nazis. I recently heard it upgraded to 1,700. The Dulles brothers, who have the Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C., they were instrumental in bringing over all of these Nazis and smuggling them into the United States under something called Operation Paperclip. A fair percentage went off to the intelligence agency that was the Skull and Bones CIA, and the other half went over and started working on rocketry. But there was no formal organization until 1958 when NASA was formed. And the catalyst for NASA being formed was Sputnik. Went up in October 4th, 1957. Sputnik was just a round ball with some antennas off of it, and it is beaming down messages to the surface of the Earth. And the reason why we believe that that's 100% real was that it was moving extremely fast, and everyone with a ham radio or some type of receiver could get the little blips as it's going across. So imagine someone trying to tell you their satellites don't exist, it's all balloons. And they did do, one of the first communication satellites was called a Satelloon. We'll get into that 1 minute here because we're getting really close to its timeline. But when you have a vehicle going across the sky and someone, you're on the phone with your uncle and they're going, yeah, I see it. And someone in Kansas goes, okay, I'm picking it up now. And someone in California goes, I pick it up now. And it's in the span of, maybe an hour, 30 minutes or whatever. It's not a balloon, folks. It's something being hurled across the continent. Now, again, whether or not, we're not going to get into any debates of the shape of the world. For this particular conversation, it is a heliocentric ball. All right? But this moment freaked out the United States in a big way. So we had to rush because we were in a paradigm debate with the world, in that it was socialistic, communistic Russia was saying, hey, everything's better over here. we have better technology. Look, because the whole debate of communism versus democracy was which society is more intellectually powerful. And by saying intellectually powerful, scientifically, educationally, what have you, you obviously have a nourished, healthy society underneath that layer. It's hard to barf out a team of scientists if everybody's starving to death. It's hard to, put together an educational system to create the scientists if you have a flawed system. So to Khrushchev, he's coming over and saying, bye-bye, we're going to walk past you guys. And so when Sputnik went up, it was a big deal. So by 1958, February 1, we put up the Explorer 1 satellite. Basically did the same thing that Sputnik did, but it did it for the United States of America. And what's interesting is if you think about looking up on Wikipedia or some satellite, or science page on YouTube about, when was the first communication satellite put up? Well, Sputnik was the first. The information it broadcast was nonsensical and just simply there to prove a point. But it was there, and it flew way faster than any jet aircraft we had, pioneered or theorized by 1957. So it was real. So then we start getting into what I think is the absolute foundation of the space agencies. The next following year, you have NASA's formation. We got to get organized, folks, if we're going to do this. NASA's probably one founding grace is that they invited the world to participate, minus the Russians. Everybody who was a free, democratically elected country could participate, if they had the economics and the science to do so. I think the entire thing was about military capabilities, the whole thing. Again, you have Titan rockets and Atlas rockets, and I think, we're going to get into it, but they turn into ICBM units as much as they might have contributed to Skylab or any other space station up there. That's always the sort of cover story of why this rocket was created. Meanwhile, it's being attached to all kinds of military things. So, again, right after the fabled hoax of going to the moon 6 times to land and several times, 3 other times to just orbit, Apollo 11 being the weirdo lie about it having a problem, we got ICBMs really soon. I mean, true intercontinental ballistic missiles. And they technically occurred before, or at least they occurred on paper before NASA ever went to the moon. But they wanted these things to be miniaturized, put inside, submarines to be pushed out as a torpedo, and then they obviously naturally go towards the surface. Once they pop out, there's a timer in there that goes, once you hit air, do all these special things to blow off your casing, hit the booster, and get going. And of course, they're screaming across the sky at a speed that no weapon at the time could take out easily. But there's a gentleman by the name of Arthur C. Clarke. That in 1945, he had published a paper called Extraterrestrial Relays, because he was sort of, he turned into a science fiction writer. But in 45, he was talking about potentially putting a satellite in space at a certain 22,000 miles up and rotating at the same speed of Earth's rotation, such that you could have geostationary satellites that could just be right over your head. And then you could beam stuff up, bounce things off. Now, it's probably important to say at this point, or relative to the conversation, to designate the different type of satellites that were initially put into space. There are satellites called passive satellites and satellites called active satellites. What's the difference? Well, passive satellite is nothing more than a reflector. You hit it with a huge cone of transmissions, and a fair amount will bounce off of it and come back down to Earth. Now, the ionosphere can also perform the exact same function. This is where a lot of folks fall off. The satellites exist situation, and because some of the first communication satellites were put up with balloons, and they still are tested with balloons, the theory is that they don't exist in space. I've said it several times, I've been privy to some pretty top secret satellite technology, and I have held the schematics of these things, and they look extremely real, okay? For someone to go to this, I guess, role-playing exercise to say that these things don't exist, well, Big Brother is going to use this stuff, and already is using this stuff, to encapsulate the world into a tyrannical place. And so if you do not think that they exist, you are simply giving away an ace to your opponent in this game, this poker game of life. So I implore you not to do that. So Arthur C. Clarke works with a couple other guys, and he gets to a point where geostationary is something that we accomplished based on theory. Now, there was an interesting experiment, again, it was called Project SCORE. It was in NASA, 1958. It was the first proposed satellite to relay communications, because they just realized, hey, this would be great, wouldn't it? You don't have wires on the ground that have to be constantly maintained. We can literally just beam it through the sky, and good for us. That's what we have, August 12th, 1960, you've got the Echo 1 goes into space, and it's on a balloon. They call it a Sataloon. And this was the first time we ever really built something specifically designed for communications. The Pioneer 1 in 1961 was the first one that actually gets into low orbit and does a relay of communications. So you can see where this technology is building a platform in space. It's first, you got to figure out how to get there, so you got to develop all the liquid rocket technology, and then they're starting to immediately use it for utilitarian purposes. And imagine an Air Force base in, I guess, the East Coast communicating with an Air Force base and the West Coast, or whatever base of any kind, and they don't have to worry about a nuclear bomb blowing out the center of the Earth, or center of the United States, excuse me. And I want to bring your attention to the invention of the internet, and the protocol TCP/IP was an invention that was debuted in, I believe, 69, technically speaking, at least so that the world could see it, which for any of you who are web engineers and you deal with time stamping, 69 is this special time that we have to deal with in the technology. But the reason why TCP/IP was invented was that the military said, look, we're flying drums, disk drive drums, or tape drums, excuse me, from one station to another, one base to another, and they're being put in communication centers where they're played back, deciphered, messages are being written on cards. They took the card and they'd clip it to the edge of their cubicle. Women on roller skates would come by and grab them and then deliver them to the post office, and it was literally the initial protocol of a TCP/IP packet. From, to, message, go, with the timestamp on it. So a general could send another general a message, and they would know that it would get there either top secret delivery, which is probably more of a human being carrying a package, or non-top secret messages back and forth. So that was the old way. Then they put wires between bases, and then they realized, oh my God, if we suffer espionage from a foreign country where they're blowing up all of our wiring stations, then no one can talk to Kansas City. But with TCP/IP, you had a methodology of wiring everything redundantly all across the continent, and if one wire goes out, it doesn't matter. It's going to wiggle around and find another way to get the packet into Kansas City. It might, the wire coming in from Oklahoma might be dead, but the wire coming down from Nebraska is okay. And it will wiggle around until it makes it. And one of the analogies I teach my students to understand TCP/IP in a crude manner is at the beginning of the class, I find out everybody's name. And I remember a student completely across usually it's a giant conference table or a classroom. Now I bring a Post-it packet with me, and I write a Post-it to that person from me with a hello message. And then I fold it in half, and I write their name on the outside, and I give it to the first student, and I say, look, if this isn't you, if their name on the outside of this isn't you, then pass it to anyone else in the room, but you can't pass it to anyone who's already had it. And eventually, wiggle, 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 gets to that person, and they get to keep it, open it up, and read inside, and that's how the packet gets to them. So satellite technology was awesome. It got around this entire problem. So we get a few more geostationary satellites. The Hughes Aircraft Company did one called CENTCOM-2, which launched in July 26, 1963. I'm giving you some of this history so you understand there was a lot of foundation before we got to the moon. It wasn't like it just showed up and there's a Saturn V rocket and that's why it's a hoax. Not at all. Not at all. But prior to the CENTCOM geostationary satellite, you have this guy, Yuri Gagarin, in 1961, as the first one to leave Earth's surface in a rocket, 1961. That's a big deal, right? They had tried it out on dogs and monkeys first. And ironically, all those animals usually perished on the way up. I think the monkeys came back okay. Some of them didn't, some of them did. A guy named Alan Shepard is the first one that went up for the United States and the Redstone rocket. By 1963, John Glenn goes up, and he's our first American dude in space. And then it started turning into like rocket families with certain objectives, you know, certain payloads, payload requirements. And it starts off pushing through a family of rockets called the Delta, the Atlas, Mercury, Gemini, and the Titans. This is all prior to Saturn V. The Titan is supposed to be the big boy, and the Titan is what is now versioned up to get things out to supposedly Mars. We're going to talk about that a little bit. Atlas is in its 5th version. There's been the Delta still flies. There's 325 successful missions on the Delta. But think about it. While all this is going on, JFK eventually comes out and says, look, we're going to the moon safely within the next 10 years to put a man on the surface and bring him back, right? So that galvanizes the United States to be in a space program, and that is always what needs to happen in a kind of wag the dog scenario. You have to get the public behind spending billions and billions of taxpayer dollars to do something extraordinary. But what if JFK had come out and said, we are in a rocket war with Russia, and we know that their goal is to put a nuclear bomb on the end of one of these rockets and deliver it to the United States, and if we don't get with it, they're going to be this predominant country in the world, and if communist Russian objectives continue, it's like the Borg. They just want to take over everyone and convert them into socialism, aka total control. And, you know, for those of you who are historians with, you know, from Strauss to Marxism and all that kind of stuff, you know that socialism has always been the wet dream of those that control the world. Whether they call it communism on top or pure socialism, they don't give a crap. They don't care. And that's the war we're in now, is that they're coming back to make a final play before everybody wakes up due to the internet. And so what's going on in the 60s is that JFK is saying, look, and, you know, who knows what he knew was true and false. I don't think anyone in 61, or by 61 I should say, wanted to fiddle with the moon mission and not make it happen. I think they really wanted to do it. And I think we still should do it. Now, some of the estimated numbers of spending that went on in the NASA organization from 1964 to 73, the technical amount of money they spent was $6.1 billion. In today's money, it's about $42 billion by the year 2018. They managed to rustle up 400,000 employees, roughly, to make the moon mission even attemptable. The Saturn V rocket, well, its on-paper cost was $185 million a unit. In today's money, that's about $1.6 billion. So that's expensive, but if you think about it, a B-2 bomber's, I believe, $1 to $2 billion. So it's about average cost for something massive to occur. The three companies that are solicited to really handle the bulk of assembly and design as Boeing, North American, and Douglas. Some of these companies have obviously merged. The Saturn V could lift a payload of 310,000 pounds. Now, obviously, a tremendous amount of that is the fuel. For those of you like technical statistical buffs, I thought this was rather interesting. It was 138 feet tall, 33 feet across, and it empty weighed 287,000 pounds. Pretty wild. They said his gross mass was about 5 million pounds. Wow. Unbelievable, right? That thing went into the air. That is not a debatable fact. It did go up into the air. It did disappear into probably low orbit. A company named Rocketdyne was hired to develop the boosters to go in the bottom of this thing. Now you have an interesting thing, because you have Russia getting caught in a forgery saying a guy went up, didn't go up. You have Russia losing cosmonauts in horrible burn fires, because the rockets crashed. And so, things aren't going completely smoothly. Obviously, we had Gus Grissom die on the tarmac, I believe, in Apollo 1, 1965, probably conclusively murdered by cyanide prior to the fire that burned up, because the official report on him dying is several inches thick, I think nearly 18 inches thick. Bart Sabrehl has had the privilege of not only reading that report, but conversing and having a fairly decent friendship with Gus's wife and son, who's now a commercial pilot. And the official report says that all three gentlemen died of cyanide poisoning, and then there was a fire. They were strapped into their seats. None of them moved as a result of being on fire. When they have blast doors, because the rocket wasn't going, they're just sitting there running through a test, I believe the day before the launch was supposed to occur. But Gus Grissom came out and said, look, this thing is never going to the moon. It's a lemon. We have rocket technology, but it's low orbit stuff. And he was quoted as calling it a lemon at a press conference within the week of his death. But Rocketdyne starts off with the J2 rockets and eventually ends up with the F1 boosters, which have gone through several iterations. What's sort of interesting about this is that in modern day times, Bezos, Jeffrey Bezos, the guy that created Amazon, who's now disgustingly rich, has actually put together a mission to go out and, find the F1 boosters on the bottom of the ocean. And I think it's interesting. He says he found them, and of course we've seen the photographs of it, and they're all in different states of disarray and corrosion and what have you. But immediately NASA said, okay, if you bring those things to the surface, they're immediately our property. You can't keep them. It's a very interesting thing to hold a space agency hostage with their own bullshit. And I think there might be a bit of a play with Bezos doing that. Now, their F1 boosters scattered all over the United States of America. They're in parking lots, they're in museums, they're in all different locations at all different states of being inversions and what have you. According to NASA, of course, all these are disabled, all of these are missing key components, what have you, so you're not able to walk up to it and steal its designs, let's just say. But who would steal the designs? It would only be a country that couldn't go to space, most likely. The Russians are creating this RD series of boosters. And one thing I have to give credit to Russia for, and you'll hear me say this several times, is that the Russians got to the point where they had built a massive rocket. And I mean, it was designed around putting as many boosters in the bottom as as physically possible, I should say. And that their base went down and expanded to fit more engines at the bottom. And NASA's whole kind of dismissive claim towards why the Russians didn't go to the moon was that, oh, well, we put more F1 boosters at the bottom and our F1 boosters were more powerful, blah, blah, blah. Untrue, untrue, untrue. So there's a Netflix special out there called Cosmodrome that you should watch, because it shows you the BS around NASA saying that Russia didn't have the booster strength to get to the moon. And that was, and of course they say, oh, you know, they had a big explosion that happened. It was like an explosion on the tarmac or a launch pad of a rocket was hardly a deterrent for doing anything. We had massive numbers of launch pad explosions that were unmanned. They just immediately explode. We kept going. They had the same thing. They kept going. So for them to bail out was very interesting, and they bailed out for scientific reasons. But 1995, in this documentary, if you just watch it, it's all in Russian. You're gonna have to watch some you know, transcribed subtitles. NASA was told that these boosters, which were supposed to be destroyed, because in 1973, after we had finished in 72, supposedly going to the moon 1 million times safely, Russia cancels their program. I believe they did have an explosion towards the end, but come on. Plus, Russia is going out of business. They're running out of money. And that was one of the true objectives of the space program, is to break their bank by getting into a competition that we would visibly win using probably Hollywood. But in this documentary, you're going to see them pull open the doors to this Siberian stash of these boosters, and they are all wrapped up beautifully. And again, they were told, the head scientist was told, destroy these. He didn't. He had them shipped to Siberia, put in a warehouse. When they resurrected one of these boosters, I believe here in California, I could be wrong, but I think it was California where they tested it, and there's a video of it being tested in this documentary. They said that the average booster power against the F-1s was 2.1 times faster than the best, or more powerful I should say, than the best booster NASA had developed by 1995. Now, I'm no historian on rocket boosters or anything like that, but I would imagine that the F-1 booster, the Rocketdyne, created in 1969, has been versioned several times in the 25 years that followed its use in the Saturn V rocket. And even with all the improvements that NASA and all of its partners were able to manifest into these engines, they were still less than 50% towards where Russia was in 73. But of course, we're told this lie that Russia didn't have the booster strength to get there, or the rocket design to put enough in the bottom. Lies, 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 lies. So America/NASA starts licensing this technology from Russia. Now, the huge difference between the two rockets was that Russia had mastered the technique of creating what is effectively, for those of you who know cars, a turbo inside their rocket design. So all of the fuel that was unspent, falling through all the chambers for combustion, was then recaptured and put back through the rocket. So it used more of the fuel than anything NASA had put together, but also the design, I guess it's probably because of the sustained burning. I don't know quite what the thruster, pivotal point is, but it was better. So with all that background, and again, we have phased spacewalks from Gemini, where it's all stop motion animation, where the astronaut jumping out of the vehicle in low orbit, and there's like a glove that goes off into space, and his tube's banging around, and he's all animated. He's all just like King Kong back in the day in the 1930s. He turns his head and looks at the camera and waves. Turning your head is impossible in these suits because that's how you take off the helmet. It wasn't something that was a feature, but the animator took artistic license and made something happen that couldn't happen. Spacewalks, faked. I think that most of the orbital video that you see from Russia looks horribly fake, because Earth down below looks nothing like the Earth we see today. But let's think about it. The Saturn V rocket was lit up beautifully because NASA hired, Hollywood professionals to make this thing look amazing at night. And it launches, and it is, and this is what's important for those of you who don't believe that this was a hoax. I'm a hoax person. I believe it wasn't true. I was debriefed by two guys from NASA at a lunch. Totally unintentional, just happened. Then what they told me in 1991, I held for 10 years, not believing a word that they said, but remembering everything that they said, because it was the most bizarre conversation I ever had in my life. I was raised a NASA kid, loved everything NASA. I mean, I had the space shuttle poster, and I used to draw the Saturn V, and I used to work with the old rockets, you know, the A, B, C, D engine rockets you used to build in cardboard. I was very good at that, by the way. And so I was a huge believer. Then Bart Sibrel, 10 years later, releases the movie A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which you need to see. If you can handle parting with $30, definitely go to Sibrel.com. I'm going to put it in the description of this video, but definitely go over and get a copy. He'll sign it for you and send it to you. He uses that as a fair amount of his income, and I think he deserves our funds to do that. I have an interview with him in season 3. If you haven't seen it, just go to the website deepthoughtsradio.com and search on interview, and you'll find the video in the search field. But he reiterates everything that my friend said from NASA, and he got most of his original information from casing. But Bart Sibrel was given a video that is a top secret video that wasn't supposed to be released to the public, which proves that they were using a gel against a window with which what he now thinks is a false picture of the Earth that had been kind of digitally put together, or not digitally, but put together inside of razor blading negatives and putting together high altitude composite shots to create this Earth. But it's proof. You watch the video and you're like, oh my God, yeah. There's a CIA track that comes in while they're talking between the astronauts in Houston, and this voice goes, talk. Because they were trying to keep all the communications delayed by 4 seconds to keep up the illusion they were traveling away from Earth. But the Saturn V launches. It's the trailer of MTV back in 1982. It's amazing. It's an amazing accomplishment of man, bar none, putting a group of astronauts in 200-mile up, low orbit, to sit there for the entire trip, and then when it's time for them to come down, they come down. But you have a bit of an issue, and we're going to create another couple episodes that are going to go into this in further detail, but one of the listeners sent me a great video of the animations that were put together for this recent Indian, in the country of India, satellite that was supposed to go to the South Pole, I believe, of one of the poles of the moon. And of course, they're allowed to say that they go because they have to stay away from all of the missions that we did, because if anybody landed a rover, which is one reason why they never have put a rover on the moon, it could drive over to all of these supposed landing sites and prove that nothing's there, which is why that platform that's on Mars, supposedly, lie, has never been tested on the closest body in space, which is what any logical space organization would do. As I've said several times on the show, if you and I invented a car that ran on orange juice or whatever, or we just have a weird engine that runs on gas but doesn't use much gas, whatever we're doing, first thing we would do is drive it down the street, turn around at the stop sign, and come back to the laboratory. Next thing we might do is go to the drugstore. Next thing we might do is go to the city next door, maybe the state next door, then across the United States. We'd prove that the car worked before selling it to the public, right? Not so much with the Mars situation. They go immediately to Mars and immediately succeed. It's a joke. But the elliptical orbit that's supposed to be achieved by this rocket is the most nonsensical thing you've ever seen in your life. And what's funny is if you use the animations, which I can't show you because they'll hit me with copyright strikes, which I've already done with previous videos and had to re-edit them and repost them. I probably lost 10,000 views just from copyright strikes where I had to re-edit the video. What they're telling you is that they're putting a satellite, which is the lunar module, lunar capsule, all that stuff, in orbit around Earth, and supposedly this thing then, suddenly, with a fixed amount of speed, right? So the Saturn V blows all of its stages off, and this thing is now in orbit around Earth. If you look at the old animations in the 60s, they blew it. They just created this perfectly circular orbit and then said magically it breaks away and goes to the moon. In fact, I never heard of, I'm sure it was on paper back in the day, but as a child I was never taught the slingshot theory until science fiction movies started using the slingshot theory, and then all of a sudden it was a part of NASA's daily claim of how they made it to the moon. Now, we know from normal satellites that if you put anything into space, and remember, an orbit is nothing more than an object that has been thrown so far and so fast away from the Earth that by the time it starts trying to fall back to Earth, there's no Earth there, so it just falls around the outer shape of the Earth. Yeah, it makes sense on paper. You know, I have a different theory of gravity that's ether-based and not phenomenon-based. Go see my episodes on gravity to figure that out. DeepThoughtsRadio.com. Type in gravity. There's a couple episodes on it. Go see all my episodes on ether. You'll have a beautiful rebirth of all science in that realm. But immediately when the rockets stop pushing this thing, it's going to immediately start losing its orbital distance from the Earth, because as it continues falling, it does lose just a little bit of its orbital diameter from Earth, and eventually it crashes into the surface of the Earth. Usually it burns up, hitting the atmosphere, and you've seen that several times on the news, right? But what they want you to believe is that they've thrown this thing in a way. Now again, there's two sides of this equation for slingshot theory. There's the leaving a body slingshot theory, which that's the one part that never will make sense on paper without a different type of rocket. And then there's the catch. The catch could make sense as long as the body that you were going towards is not moving faster through space than your rocket that's approaching it. But the idea is that you come at the moon at a kind of a sideways angle that wouldn't normally hit the moon, but the moon's gravity grabs the vehicle and starts pushing it into this elliptical orbit. First one is really, gets close on one end and goes really far away, and then magically it never loses its bottom arc, so it never hits the moon. But then the outer arc is starting to collapse, and then you can do all kinds of wild things with supposedly getting in stationary orbit or landing or what have you. You see this for the reconnaissance satellites around Mars and Jupiter and Saturn and blah blah blah. Okay. But the problem is your very first exiting strategy makes absolutely no sense on paper whatsoever. Because what does the exiting strategy look like? The exiting strategy means that you are in this perfectly circular orbit around Earth, and supposedly, somehow, magically, you have a sudden introduction of force that starts to make that orbit that's perfectly circular around the Earth turn into an oval. And then supposedly you have this other extra amount of energy that's introduced to pop out of this large elliptical orbit that's initially around Earth. The amount of power that would be required, and von Braun mentioned this in his design, which he shared with Walt Disney after he launched Disneyland, and he had Tomorrowland. He started putting stuff on TV to really inspire kids to get into this, which is all commendable and amazing. Again, von Braun is a bad guy because he pioneered the V1 and V2 rockets. Whether or not he truly redeemed himself in the eyes of God by inspiring kids to get into science for the remainder of the majority of his life, at least half of his life, not 2/3 of his life, that's debatable. I really can't weigh in on that myself personally. But the reason why his design was completely different is because this elliptical orbit thing is impossible without designing. It would be essentially a Saturn V rocket that pushes another Saturn V rocket into space. And once you get into that stationary orbit, you're going to have to take the second rocket and push really, really hard to get this elliptical thing to start to occur. Once you reach the sweet spot, you're going to have a third engine push it out of that elliptical orbit towards whatever body in space you're trying to go for. No such rocket has ever been invented, ever. There's an animation and a video you can watch that I can't put on this video because I'll get striked, but when von Braun worked with Walt Disney, they created what looks like, to me, the absolute foundational science that was in the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. You have to build a space station in space, which von Braun theorized as a wheel in space, exactly like you saw in 2001: A Space Odyssey, although it looks a little corny in the 1950s. Then you have to ferry, as von Braun said, lift a bunch of fuel into space and store it at that space station. Then you build a different type of ship that is nothing like the Saturn V with its capsule and any of that kind of stuff, and you launch from that space station directly towards the moon because you have all this fuel. You can just point it and go. Are you going to have to still combat the gravity of Earth? Absolutely. But you could achieve, theoretically, a mission to the moon with his technology. Now, von Braun is also very famous for stating in, I believe, a 1955 or 56 paper, and then reaffirming it later in the 60s, that the Saturn V rocket, well, I should say this, not the Saturn V, but whatever rocket was going to take us to the moon would have to be around the size of the Empire State Building to get us there. And of course, they shut that guy up. The second that we're done with the moon missions, he retires from NASA in 1974. He passed away in 1977. It should be noted that the president of NASA also resigned within a month of landing on the moon. Why would he do that? Okay, you were sitting on top of one of the most, if it's legit, one of the most amazing accomplishments of man, besides learning how to make fire and the wheel, and now you're quitting. And you're quitting, in my opinion, because you don't want to be caught in this scam. You want it to go on with other people being in charge, so by the time anyone's ever caught, you're insignificant. You're just the president who had to inherit a lie, and if you got pressed by the public, you could say, look, I knew it was a lie, I couldn't say anything, they were threatening my life, but you could see on paper I got out the month after. I wasn't going to have anything to do with this, and of course, he never had to pay that price because the hoax still exists to this day. So von Braun had it right. I mean, at least that's a legitimate platform to consider. But there's another phenomenon about all space programs that I want you guys to remember, and it's something that you need to almost knee-jerk say to anyone who's trying to guilt-trip you for being lucid. The game of space travel and of space programs, other than ones that are probably low-orbit satellites, maybe geocentric, geostationary satellites, etc., is the second, well, it's called out of sight, out of mind. What does that mean? Okay. Well, the Saturn V rocket goes up in 1969, in July 19th, I believe. I'm not sure if that's the day we touched the moon, or I think it's the launch day. But it gets out of sight, out of mind. It launches. It launches out of your sight, and it's this unbelievable. I mean, imagine watching. I watched the space shuttle go off when I was probably about 13 years old, and it was phenomenal watching that thing take off. I mean, the engine sounds are
How's it going? Oh, you might not be able to talk. Sorry. What's up, man? Looking for stuff to play.
Mike here, glad you could join me. And today I have two special guests.
I'll play that. That's good. You know, I want to make a game. Me and my son we're talking about this because he had like couldn't get one of the modern warfares to run on his computer, Steam or like no version. The Epic version wouldn't run. None of it run on his PC. It would just crash. But you'd like, I'm troubleshooting. I can get like after troubleshooting for 30 minutes, I'll like get past the loader, and then I'll get to the splash screen. Then it'll freeze, and I have to restart it, and then get past the splash screen to the freaking to like the intro, and then it'll freeze somewhere in the intro, and I get a little bit further in the intro, and then eventually I get to the the menu in the game, and then it would crash in the menu, and then it would crash on the game. So I thought of developing a game where the game is getting to game to start in the first place. Like that's the objective of the game, is to get the game to start. And you get badges like, you made it to the splash screen. Splash screen warrior. Yeah, that's just sadistic, man. I want gotta edit auto spec, and you gotta have the IRQ where they have to load the drivers on the right IRQ and edit that, and then like then it just freezes up everything, your mouse, your keyboard, or freaking the sound card, or like the sound to work, and like when the sound is playing, your mouse freezes, and then when the mouse works, the sound freezes.
We got a few minutes.
Testing. Yeah.
Yep, sounds good.
Word. Yeah, that game would you just call it like early night computing 88 through 92 or something. Can you get this game to run? That is the challenge. I never got that.
Who'd have thought?
He just like went out and he like paid for like 3 different copies of it to get it to run on his PC. It just would not run. And it was like go on the internet and look. Nobody else, like, for some reason, it just like certain setups, it just would not run on it no matter what you did. It was like Modern Warfare, one of the versions.
That sucks, man. That's frustrating. I can definitely relate with that in many ways.
Well, I mean, he doesn't really know anything about computers, so I'm like, oh yeah, this is easy. Cracking my knuckles, walking up the computer. Like, fucking thing. I troubleshot this thing for like 6 hours, man. Like, I mean, combined time, you know what I mean? I didn't just like do it all at once. Just like, okay, it's just this version. It's a Steam version. Download another version. Cancel this one and get the Epic version. Nope. Get the standalone version. Nope. Get any version. Nope.
Suddenly, I remember the days when I had like an underpowered 486, and all the great games were optimized for Pentium. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not going to spend $2,000.
I had a 386 SX with a Math coprocessor, 4 megabytes of RAM, maxed out, dude. Maxed out.
Yeah.
It's like $150 a dim. Like,
I remember saving up my money for like RAM upgrades like that. I'd head to the computer store and they'd go fish it out of a shoe box with the bubble wrap. Here you go. I'm like, oh, greedy fingers, man. I can't wait to get home and shove that in. My frame rate's gonna double.
I got like a 40 megabyte hard drive, 4 megabytes of RAM, a 386 SS, because it was a Tandy 2000.
I remember those, yeah.
Yeah. Optimized for performance, man. I could run Need for Speed at 12 frames a second in 8-bit color. Remember when the Voodoo 2 came out, man? That was like, oh
yeah,
God.
that thing ripped. That thing ripped. I forgot all about that. Playing like Half-Life on that thing.
Yeah, and Quake 2, man.
Yeah.
That was a game changer as far as like performance. Because there was other graphics cards, but like they weren't much better than the CPU. So like, I don't remember you remember that freaking company STI? They made the most ass graphics cards.
I think I had one. I may have had one.
Probably. They were the cheap, right? So like like that was like a company that made cheap. It's like it accelerates 3D. Yeah, in direct 3D, like you can make the little cube run faster.
Yeah, you could play that shitty like. Man, I forgot what that damn game. Never mind.
It really could only play games that like it came with a couple games. I think it would like accelerate Tomb Raider. Like this.
That's right, Tomb Raider. Yep. And so maybe just done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, Tomb Raider was one of the most popular games that they accelerated. That one and God, man, it's been a while.
It was like a car game or something, right?
There was one of those. Yep. Dang. I was big into Descent and Descent 2, and I had Descent 2, and I bought one of those graphics cards and was able to accelerate that. It added really nice texture maps to the wall.
Descent is the one with the ship. Do you go through like?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I played that. I played the hell out of that.
Dude, it was like an IQ test for my friends. Like my retard friends with shitty spatial awareness couldn't hack it at all. I'm like, come on, guys, it's so much fun. I bet those guys are Globers today. Can Globers play Descent?
Then like all the graphics cards after that just freaking were ass. Freaking, yo, like, do you remember the problem with the FX 5200? It was like NVIDIA vaporware that they never came out with, like forever and ever and ever. And then when they finally did, it was like borked, like the shadows would be cast through objects. You know, objects in the game.
I recall it. Was that NVIDIA or like AMD or something? Was that?
No, it was NVIDIA. It was the 5200 FX. It was like a giant ass graphics
Okay.
card. It was
I
like,
remember what you're talking about.
so, you know, the JAXA
Yeah.
moon?
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Dude, it's like they rendered that in with a 5200 XX because it has the same fucking problems that the 5200 XX has. It had
Holy
hard
crap.
shadows, right? It had like these hard stencil shadows. They implemented something called stencil shadows. So it would basically like make the outline and then add, like, change the color value. But it had a problem where they made the floating point precision on the Z clipping something like only like 12 bit or something. So it fucking just did whatever.
Isn't that funny? Like you can trace the actual graphic errors to known problems that you. Yep. So that reminds me with the what was it called? The one of the Artemis missions where they sent this thing around, and you know they had the obvious like telemetry fed CGI modes, and then they had what was supposed to be real, and you could zoom in and you could see like clipping ishes, and you can see anti-aliasing on the shadows where there was like a Terminator. And I posted this in our server, man. You could probably find it somewhere. You could see like the staircase anti-aliasing on edges and of the shadows especially. It was so bad.
That's nuts, bro. This is why I'm convinced. Like,
just a few years ago.
NASA's not faking this stuff. They're outsourcing that to Indian sweatshops, and that's all they have for hardware is like hardware that's like 22 decades old. And they're like, you know, we can do it.
Probably right, dude. Yeah, man, it looks exactly like they needed to go into the settings and bump their step from like 4x to like 8x anti-aliasing to smooth things out a bit. It was so. I wonder if I got it. I'm gonna fish around my directory real quick. I'm on my phone. I found the directory, but I'm outside, so I need to find like shadow so bright.
Yeah, I posted something about anti-aliasing on an image of Jupiter, but Goldber's, it was a stacked image, and Goldber's don't know anything about that, so they posted like, "This is a photo of Jupiter." Like, no, that's not a photo of Jupiter. That's about 1,000 photos of Jupiter. Remember when they did the anti-aliasing, what was it? The super sampling, where basically they would render it and then scale it down to get rid of the like. How stupid of a? I mean, yeah, I like anti-aliasing as much as the next guy, but dude, if you're just gonna scale it up to scale it back down, you're rendering the whole thing anyway. I just use a higher resolution.
And so there's some of it. I've got some others somewhere else. Yeah, like that's what cheap dithering.
Oh my goodness. Yikes. No, that's
texture maps look
the
flat
shadows
too.
are being rendered in a lower precision than the freaking
Right.
anything else.
That's right. I mean, we all know how
shadows
much
shadows are
Yeah.
kind of ray traced. You know what I mean? So yeah, either they could do it like a shadow map, right, where all the shadows are pre-rendered, or they can do like they have like the environment's like a static environment with pre-rendered shadows, and they only have to render the shadow for like the character or other. But typically, if they do like an actual like shadow calculation, it's basically ray tracing. So they go over the precision because it's computationally expensive.
Yeah, they would have almost been better off doing pre-rendered shadows so they could keep, they could up the resolution a bit. If they just had it like a movie, where you didn't need any computational power for the live ray tracing, then yeah. But they had to make concessions here, so they had to bump down some of the accuracy. And
you've seen the wireframe from when they were like the ISS alpha magnetometer that they were installing, and the video shows it like cutting to a wireframe. It's like an ISS with no textures.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like, what do they call it? So I used to run Quake like this, Quake 3, and I would
using a wireframe mesh mode.
You could turn off all the dynamic lighting, so it's just like what do they call it? Light map or something like that. I think that might be the name. It might be light mapped or global illumination or something like that. But it looks like that. Like the lighting on it looks like that. Like they flip a switch and then like they go in software and go, okay, dynamic lighting, boom, now you got shadows and freaking hot spots and reflections and all these things.
Yeah, it's as cool as it is. I mean, nobody's ever really gotten it completely right yet.
Difficult, super hard, man. Because part of the problem is that there's a human being that has to get it right on their end before they can display it to another human being. And like, okay, you got high dynamic range. You got a high dynamic range monitor. Are you actually computing in high dynamic range? Like, then you got the color variation of the human eye is way beyond what's shown in a freaking computer. Like our color range values are, if they were digitized, they'd be a lot more than 16 million colors. I'll tell you that. And then you got differences in screen output, right? So you got a dude that's doing something. He's like, man, this looks like yeah, on your screen. looks like on your screen with your monitor, with your freaking computer that's rendering it the way it's like. And then That doesn't mean when you like make a digitized MP4 or whatever and then send it out on the internet that it's going to look the same way, rendered completely different. You know what I mean? Rendered from a MP4 file, and yeah, there's mad anti-aliasing in that. That's crazy.
Hey man, let me dig up some more here. I'm got some more time.
Either that or it's just a really bumpy surface.
What's going on, gentlemen? Hey, Super Zakar. Welcome.
Dun, dun, dun.
Hello.
And his brother, whatever your name is. I can't say that.
Salt. You can name me Salt.
Okay, cool, man. What's up, Salt?
I'm doing great. What
Cool.
about you?
I'm
So-
copacetic.
Okay. So, do you think Earth is flat?
Well, why would I think it's something else?
Okay, Indio, check those out. It looked like clipping issues.
Someone didn't put in. Yeah, someone was like, "Man, it's 5:00 on a Friday. I'm going home. That's good enough."
Yep. So that was Artemis. For everyone watching, this is NASA's Artemis. And this is CGI.
Yeah. So why would I think the Earth is a globe when I observe it as flat and motionless? Other than people telling me, and then in that case, like, why would I believe them when they're telling me the entire world is an optical illusion?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah. He dipped. He heard what I said. He heard me. He didn't like it. Now, Zokar, do you have more courage than that guy? Zakar? Super Zakar?
Yes, I think maybe he was scared of your voice, but I don't.
I don't think he's scared of my voice. I think he's scared of the topic.
He has no arguments to that fact that the Earth is not flat.
No, the Earth is flat. Let me ask you. How do you?
Yes, I know it's flat.
Oh, okay. Good. So does everybody else. They just everybody knows the Earth's flat, but a lot of people refuse to believe it. And they want to go believe something else. That's really the situation here. Someone goes, "Hey buddy, Earth's a globe." And they're like, "Really? But what about the flat looking Earth?" And you're like, "That's an optical illusion. It's just a ball, you just can't see it." And they're like, "Really? That's so cool. If you play your cards right, you can go to a place where if you try to drop something, it don't fall." Like, really? That's so cool. Yeah, here's a Star Wars DVD. It's like this.
Okay, then why do you think that almost all people are lying to us that the Earth is not flat?
They're not lying. They don't know. Didn't you just hear what I said? Most people believe that the Earth is not flat, but they have no knowledge of that. They just believe it. It's like people believe in ghosts, right?
But it's a lot of photos from a space.
How do you know that?
I saw them.
You saw
Okay,
the photo?
maybe
No,
it
but
was
how do you
fake.
know those things that they claim are photos, or even that what's depicted in the image is even the Earth?
That's what what all
Because I can
people
make this argument,
were
right?
saying.
There's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake. Right? And then I'll say, well, we have lots of photos of Santa. That proves Santa. I can show infinite photos of a little fat guy in a red suit. Say, look, Santa's proven, man. I've seen Santa with my own eyes. I've been outside. But you can't even say that about the globe. You can't even say that you went, like, saw the globe with your own eyes. So a lot of people just believe this idea, but they have no actual evidence for it other than something they saw on the screen, something somebody whispered in their ear, something that was in a book. But as far as like, let's put it this way.
So you have evidence?
Hold on.
Earth is flat?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just gave you some. It looks flat. That's evidence the Earth is flat. Do you think the Earth looking flat is evidence it's a globe?
No, it's not.
Okay. That doesn't prove it's flat. That's not what I'm saying, but it's evidence. You know, if I see a whole far away, I see a whole bunch of blonde women. That's evidence. It could be my mother, but it's not proof it's my mother. Assuming my mother was blonde, which she's not, but let's just say she is. That would be evidence one of those people are my mother. Then as I got closer, or on final inspection, I could conclude none of those are my mother. So, looking flat doesn't prove it's flat. But that's just like what we experience, how we experience the world. It's pretty much indisputable.
Okay.
But
supposing it's flat,
go ahead.
then why the moon is round and the stars are like dots?
Why would you think the Earth is like that?
What?
Why are you connecting, like, you're looking in the sky, why are you connecting those as, like, the Earth is one of those things in the sky? Why would you think that?
Because Earth is in the space and other things are also in the space. So probably Earth
We're just
is
like stacking shit.
like that.
Well, how do you know the Earth is in space?
I'm supposing that it's truth.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. But your truth is completely an idea in your head. If I said to you, I want you to search your memory right now. Search your memory, really. I'm going to tell you what to search your memory for. Search your memory for the Earth being as a globe. Yeah, you remember experiencing it that way. You can't find anything in your memory. I can't find anything in my memory, and no one in this chat can find anything in their memory. Okay? Totally conceptual. It's an idea. So there's three ways we think of things, right? We, like something that exists. We experience it, right? And we can just experience it right in front of our face. We can remember it. That means we experience it at some point in time and we're remembering that experience. Or we can imagine it. That means, that there's a thing, I've neither experienced it or remember it, and I'm just imagining it to be like a unicorn. Right? So this is a condition with the globe Earth. Everybody just imagines it. There is no there as far as like human experience. And people have been convinced that their experience of the world is wrong. I mean, I don't know if you understand like the significance of that, just in a societal term, that a universal experience, they've convinced everybody that the Earth looks flat and that looking a flat is an optical illusion. That it's actually not that. It's actually something else. And that you're spinning, but you can't feel it. And the feeling of being not in motion, that is also an illusion. And anyone that, well, not me anymore, but I also, like you got, I ran around thinking, yeah, man, it's just all optical illusion. But in reality, I guarantee you, probably everyone in your family, you've observed, you've made an observation that debunks the globe, but you don't know it. Okay? And I'll give you, for instance, if you go to Lake Michigan, you can see across it 52 miles, which is, I don't know, 76 kilometers or something. And you can see the entire Chicago skyline from the beach. Okay? Now, if the Earth was a globe, it should be under the curve and you shouldn't be able to see any of it. Now, lots of people have seen this. Okay? Hundreds, over periods of hundreds of years. And they never realized that was what they were watching was not evident, was evidence against the globe. They just assume that the Earth is just so big that that's normal. Right? So you probably made the same type of observation, but just didn't realize that's impossible on a globe. Because this idea, most people don't know about it in any significant detail. What's up, T-Dub? What's up, Professor Triangle? The toughest teacher on the internet.
What's going on?
Hey.
We call Professor Triangle. His students are horrible, man. He must be a horrible professor. They never learn. Like 5 times they take the same test, they still don't get it right.
They get it wrong every single time. Even when they get it right, when I go over it with them, they get it right. And then when I go back and I say, now, is this a triangle? They say, yes, it is still a triangle. And it's got a curved side. I don't know what's going on with them.
They must be like the special students. You must be doing like chapter 1 or chapter 11, whatever they used to call it. They wear helmets, like they take the short bus.
Yes.
So Zolkar, when you were told as a child, hey, Zolkar, did you know you live on a giant ball in space? Did they ever show you evidence for that? Like when you're 5
No,
or 6,
but
4.
all physics rules are working, and they're saying that the Earth is round.
Okay, can you name like a specific one?
Which what specific rule?
Yeah, what physics rule makes the Earth a globe?
Okay, it has some explanation. It's a big, heavy, very heavy ball, and that's why we can jump over the moon.
Oh God, it happens every time. You guys just go into mental frickin' retreat.
Did he go say the cow jumped over the moon?
Yeah, basically. Hey, diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle. What's the English? Should we sing it to him? It's the English learning server. Maybe that'll help him learn.
Man.
Singing nursery rhymes.
Holy cow. There we go. That's what he was talking about, the holy cow that jumped over the moon.
Well, Zakar, I'll tell you the truth. I find this conversation interesting, not because of the topic, not at this point. It was interesting, but now it's old hat. People like you make this interesting. How I gave you like true information. Nothing you can't say anything I said is factually wrong. It's 100% objectively true. But instead of addressing it, you go into freaking mental degradation and start talking about jumping over the moon. And I watch you guys do this over and over again when the information is presented to them that they can't deal with. Like you guys have a mental breakdown or something.
But you're don't giving a right evidence. You're just giving an observation.
Okay, you want measurements? Okay, we got that. We got you, bro.
Yeah, man. Earth's not curving.
Well, measurements don't really work because if we have measurements, but they don't have measurements, so he doesn't have anything to compare them to.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, dude. Like when they told you the Earth was a globe, what'd they show you? observations.
With it, trust me,
This is
bro.
suspicious. In the chat, brother. These are laser measurements, 1.92 meters across 41 kilometers. Laser hits 1.5 meters. Okay, so basically the laser's parallel to the surface of the Earth, and no, parallel does not exist on a ball. So, we got more than this too. There's just tons and tons. So these laser measurements were done at like IJsselmeer in the Netherlands. And I should trust you, like what? Like you might be asking yourself, "Earth is so big. Why are these laser measurements? They don't mean anything." Well, at the other side of the 41 kilometers, the laser should be 127 meters in the air, right? But instead, it's 1.5 meters in the air. And the important thing, we can figure out 100% what the Earth is by determining one thing. Does the water that supposedly covers the majority of the Earth's surface, does it curve or does it not curve? If it curves, it's a ball. If it does not curve, it's not a ball. Very simple. It's not complicated. You don't need complex theories. You just need to measure stuff. Because even if you had a complex theory, you'd have to, like, say you have a theory. Hey, gravity forms things into balls. That's your theory. You still got to go out into the real world and prove that your theory is correct by observation and measurement. You don't just think it, well, I have a prediction that predicts Earth's a ball, so Earth's a ball. No, you actually have to prove your theory true by confirming the prediction of the theory.
Okay, sir. I would like to have a discussion with you, but I don't understand you completely. So.
I mean, well, I mean, you asked me. Look, bro, we realize that this is most of the people in here are not native English speakers. So don't be embarrassed. I've been talking to people that aren't native English speakers for a very long time. Look, I don't like go, oh man, this guy's dumb. He don't speak English. I never think that. You're doing better than me because you speak at least 2 languages, which is more than me. So, if there's something you don't understand, I can go back and explain it or use different terminology because, it is a technical subject. And typically, when it comes to someone learning a foreign language, specialized words like scientific words like, I don't know, physics or quantum mechanics or I don't know what, like they might not train, like people might not be familiar with those type of words and might only know conversational English. So if you have questions, I'll answer. If you just want to like brood on it, that's cool too.
No, I don't think it's work like that. If you'll explain me every word I don't know, our conversation will change our mood, and it will be some extra class that you with.
It won't bother me. Won't bother me one bit, bro. I have infinite patience for honest people. I have zero patience for dishonest people.
Thank you. But next time. Good
Yeah,
luck.
okay. Yeah. We're here 24/7, bro. Come back whenever.
Okay.
D-Dub, want to know what I'm going to do in about an hour?
What's up, man?
I'm going to cook shrimp on the Barbie just for you.
Awesome.
What do you guys cook that with? You guys got like secret sauce you guys use?
No, man, I've actually never done it.
You're a communist.
Put shrimp on the Barbie. I've never done
Did any babies eat your dingo? Or dingoes eat your babies? Sorry.
No,
You don't want the
it's
babies
funny.
eating the dingo.
It's funny you said that, right? That way around, because Mrs. read out an article the other day, or showed me I think a post on Facebook or something. A toddler, I don't know if it was in Australia, was it Australia? A toddler bit a snake. A cobra, was it? A cobra?
Feed your kid.
Holy shit. This toddler survived, like it wrapped itself around around the kid's arm, and the kid didn't even get bitten, but the kid bit the snake and killed it.
Yeah, beat him to the punch.
Crazy.
How shocked do you think the snake was?
Well, they rushed it to the hospital, to the vet, for an anti-toddler shot, but it didn't survive.
Anti-toddler venom. Their mouths are disgusting.
That's awesome, dude. Can't make that shit up. Amazing. Only in Australia. Yeah, so I was telling Sporadic that Robert showed up again last night with another alt account after DJ banned him like earlier in the day. And I was telling Sporadic, I was like, the guy's got to be on the job, man. Like, who the heck is that relentless that they keep getting alt accounts to come in and mess with 24/7? Like, you really have nothing better to do with your life.
It's more surprising
Yeah.
if he's not. Do you understand? Like, you're doing this for free?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I was telling Sporadic, I was like, it's kind of odd. I feel like he's got to be working for somebody. Sounds like something an employee would do, you know? Sir, they keep banning me. Well, here's the funds. Go ahead. Whatever you need. As many alt accounts as you need. Go ahead and get back in there. Whatever it takes. Doesn't sound like the behavior of somebody that is legit, you know, a human being here on their own accord. That's just my general feeling.
You think they took his family hostage and they're making him come here?
No, I think he's on the job of some sort. Who knows who he
I
works
mean,
for?
I hope so, because if that he's doing those things for free, that type of behavior coming back again and again and again. He's psychotic, right? Totally psychotic if he's not getting paid.
Yeah, it's
Well,
pretty strange.
he's always
I feel like he's always trying to reach the audience. So I think he's definitely here on somebody else's behest. I think his job is to try and paint a narrative that he's debunked people that aren't around, you know? Because that's his like MO. That's what he keeps saying. It's like, oh, they're afraid of me. I debunked them, you know. I'm like their worst nightmare, you know. It's just like always saying some outlandish stuff.
Dude,
And,
Robert lost all credibility the very first time he jumped into VC when he said he knew a rocket went to space because he touched a rocket. Or he said he knows space is real because he touched a rocket. I asked him, was it still hot, brother? Was it fucking still warm? Is that how you know?
I listened to that recording. That was amazing. Because he's like, John, we never had a chance to actually speak, you know. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, but I've listened to your arguments. I've heard your recordings. He's like, oh, so you know that I actually, you know, I won those debates, you know. And I'm like, no, I wouldn't go as far as to say that, dude. But I told him, I was like, yeah, you're really not welcome here, and it's not really up to me. I said to him. He's like, well, I've tried to reach out to you to talk to you in different areas. I'm like, yeah, man, my time is spread thin. Do me the favor of not having to ban you like DJ banned you earlier today, and here you are back with another account. I was like, do me a favor and just don't come back. If you see me in here by myself, please don't bother me. And he left. I was like, thank God. Yeah, that was a funny argument, though. I touched the Saturn V rocket, man. Like, oh, okay, so that lets you know that it's been to space. And then he's like, you know, when I see a lawnmower, I know it cuts grass. You know what I mean? If I'm from the desert. I'm like, okay, dude, this guy's a trip, man. But yeah, like I said, I don't really think that guy could genuinely be coming in here on his own accord, getting alt accounts to keep coming back. It makes zero sense. He was another one saying that just claiming refraction for every long distance observation. But yeah, those guys get shredded all the time. And I mean, a normal human being is not going to continue to come back. But yeah, like you said, maybe somebody who's got mental health issues, but yeah, somebody who's like of sound mind, I don't believe would be wasting their hours, you know, arguing with people in a Discord chat. Just does not compute.
Well, I mean, people that are obstinate like him and just want to like say refraction for everything, I just go, okay. Is any observation we could make? Is there anyone that can't be explained away by refraction? Just to show how absurd they are. Just to demonstrate it. And they'll be like, and I'll go, well, if we saw 100 miles, 1,000 miles, if we saw our own ass, could that be explained away by refraction? And they'll go, yes. So there's no observation you can make to disprove the globe. And then they just like, well, if you went to space and saw flat disk, then it would disprove the globe. Like they go in total meltdown mode.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like a haggler. You know, you're dealing with like a street haggler in a street market in freaking India or something. You know, and they're like, okay, well, if you admit that space is real, you know, I'll give you no curvature. You know, like, okay. If you admit they went to the moon, I'll give you some I'll grant you no curve. Yeah, like I said, you can't present this type of evidence that's like totally irrefutable and have somebody who's being honest with you, you know? Because somebody who's got that much cognitive dissonance going on, they're going to wind up spiraling out, you know, getting emotional and whatnot. They're not going to maintain that level headedness, which is why I have my curiosities about Mr. Learns. He's another one. Can't quite figure that dude out either.
Ah, but you see, Matthew, he's trying to save us. You know what I mean? His words, not mine. So
Yeah, I'm not
Did
sure
he?
if I buy
Did he really say that for real?
I'm not sure if I buy that bag of bullshit. Just
Save
because
us from what?
he shows up at flat earth meetups and stuff, man. Like that's not that's not yeah, that's not your average bear, dude. Again, like this seems like the type of behavior of an agent that's put on a case, man. Like I'm just telling you, dude, like this is not what your average people are gonna do with their lives. They're not I don't give a crap if they try and sell you a story that, oh yeah, it's just out of the generosity of my own heart that I'm showing up to flat earth meetups on my spare time. And like he allegedly has his job where he's a educator, you know. So on his off time, he's going to meet up with randos at a flat Earth meetup. I mean, multiple times, and then he shows up in these VCs on a daily basis. I don't know, man. I don't know if I buy that bag of bullshit.
I think Matthew Lance thinks that he's been hired by God. If anyone's hiring him, it's God, and he's on this spiritual mission to save the deluded. Right? So it's outreach. It's outreach. He'll go to these meetups and gain their trust, like that article said.
So God wants us to believe the Earth's a globe. Well, then why did He make it an optical illusion?
Yeah, I don't know. But seriously, because he's told me personally that one of his motives for hanging around us is to make sure that because he knows that a lot of people go to Christ through flat Earth, right? And if they ever find out that and realize that they were wrong about flat Earth, he doesn't want them to turn away from Christ because they've hinged Christ on flat Earth. And if they let go of flat Earth, then they'll let go of Christ. And he wants to be there with open arms to say, hey, brother, you don't have to let go of Christ just because you've realized the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, that's right. That's where I would chime in with cool story, bro. I'm telling you, I don't buy it one bit. It might have been a well thought out ruse, but I highly doubt it.
And his other reason he told me for being here is to make sure that people coming in that are new get both sides of the story, which is an insult to us because it's like saying that it's insinuating you won't tell them. I need to be here to make sure that they get the correct information from the globe side. You won't encourage them to research it. You'll fool them. You'll deceive them. Basically, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, he's gonna show them how to say "nuh-uh" properly. Nuh-uh. You think action explains it?
Thought it was the gospel of Matthew. When did it become the globe still of Matthew? Who made him the official globe purveyor?
God. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, my bad. Didn't even think of that.
Hey, look at this observation. No, that's not. Nope, you're not seeing that. That's just light bending to make the Earth look flat.
Well, the way
It's
the
like,
globe
hey, that's
explains
just
it is that it's swamp gas hovering over Venus. Here, look in this neuralizer. Chick.
oh man, that guy. When he said that to me, I said, any observation? He's like, yeah, every long distance observation has to be due to refraction. I think refraction is the good explanation. I'm like, brother, that just makes zero freaking sense. No matter what conditions, no matter what day, it doesn't matter. It's always going to be refraction. I said, wow, dude. I said, what are the odds? I said, how are you going to tell? So if you didn't know about this spherical Earth theory, right? I said, and somebody was trying to convince you that it's a ball, and they told you the only reason that it looks so flat is because it's curving, and it's just light bends, and you'll never be able to see that it's curving. But trust me, bro, it's definitely curving. You would have freaking laughed them out of the room. You wouldn't even have thought twice to laugh them out of the room. But now, because you've been indoctrinated into this stuff, you're trying to convince other people. It's like, no, man, don't trust your eyes. Forget about it. It's a ball. It's just kind of crazy. That's why I can't take it seriously. It's like, that's not even an argument.
Well, I'm with you. I'm with you, John. I'm not buying those stories, man. Just not doing it.
I mean, it wouldn't with the freaking budget these people have. I wouldn't put it by them throwing a few freaking employees at this. You know, hey, every day go in there, do your thing, report back to me. Update your
Why would they
files.
keep hiring incompetent people though? Because you have to admit, the anti-flat earthers they're a who's who of incompetence. They're
I
very
mean, they kind of
ineffective.
have.
They're like
It's a
like
tough.
as far as like okay, so your mission is to stop the bleeding on flat Earth, and they're super ineffective. Like yeah, I figured you'd keep firing people until you found someone that was good at it.
Well, they're trying different angles. Like it's not like they come in and. I mean, I think it's just like a night. Like I said, It seems like it's just like a salaried position. They got to come in, just show face, make an argument here and there, update the file. I don't think that their job is to. It's a tall order if that is their job. If they're like, hey, we need you to try and stop the bleeding. I mean, like, how are you going to stop the bleeding? All they do is cry refraction when you bring up the long distance observations and say, nah, right? It's not like Matthew doesn't have a rebuttal to everything that we say. He always has something to say. And it's like if the bot's not around, they're really not interested in talking. So I really feel like they are trying to stop some sort of bleeding on somebody's behalf. Yeah, and like think about this one too. If from an 8 foot observer height, right, you can see well beyond 10 miles, right? Like we don't even know how far past that second oil rig and the evening black swan, the twilight black swan. So we don't even know how far beyond that 9.41 mile oil rig we're actually seeing in that image. So how far are we seeing, right? Like how many hundreds of miles are we seeing from 110, feet up, from 110 feet observer height, right? When we send up like these high altitude balloons and we look at this high altitude balloon footage. And like that's a great question, right? Because they're talking about, oh well, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature from that height because Earth's too big, blase blase. But when we look at the curvature calculator, the geometric horizon from that height would have to be visible, not just from front to back, it'd have to be left to right as well. So I don't think that's being adequately factored in. It'd be great if we could get some distance markers as the high altitude balloons are on their way up. Some points of reference, right, to really say, get this stuff figured out.
We've got Jay Tolan's infrared. We've got the Canigou long distance observation in infrared. Yeah, we've got things like that yeah.
I'm aware of that one. My point being is like, if a high altitude balloon was launched with this in mind, right? Saying, okay, well, I'm going to launch here. I know this peak will be visible, you know what I mean, at a certain height, maybe with an infrared lens on the camera or something. So we could get some of these things dialed in, right? Some of these numbers, right? So here we are, we're at, we're looking at the altimeter, figuring out what altitude we're at, and then at what point are we seeing what, right? And then punching those values into the curve calculator to basically debunk their whole idea that, oh, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that distance at like 110, because it's a huge problem, right? Because of how far we're able to see from an 8 foot observer height. So that's my point, is like, okay, so once we get, because they're saying there would be no curvature visible, like it would be great to debunk that claim, because it would have to be visible. Like that's the one thing that's driving me nuts.
I think it's common. Okay, so like it's just time and resources, effort that's going to be required on some people's part, civilians, to deploy that sort of technology into high altitude, because we've got horizontal views from so-called satellites in infrared using LiDAR, right, which just show a vast stretch of flat horizon. With because they're like using this Sporadic knows about this, right? He's got the imagery, and it's it's showing cloud formation.
Oh yes.
But now the argument is that the data collected and formed into imagery is not raw, so it's not raw data. So the imagery you see has been interpreted by something and then presented to us in that form for simplicity's sake, basically. But I've got a funny feeling that that's just the way it is, that they haven't needed to do anything to that data except give it visualization, just present it to us in the form that it was collected, but visually.
Are you guys really thinking that Earth is flat?
Oh, it's observably so, and it's measurably so, and it's practically used as that. And you will never find yourself in a situation where you are observing curvature or measuring curvature or using your surface as if it's curving and spinning.
So you think our Earth is flat?
Yeah, but not in the sense that you probably think. Not like a flat planet, right? It's not like in a solar system. We're not in a solar system. So we're not a disk in
It is a
space.
sphere. It is a sphere. It is a sphere.
You know, what evidence do you have for that?
No evidence, sir.
Yeah, John, you want to continue with this guy? Because I've just got to finish off on this, making some stuff here.
Okay, have a good chat, everyone. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
You don't have to leave, bro.
Why?
You can continue to talk with us.
I will leave. So everyone, have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you, Ben.
Well, Brother T, I mean, I've looked at the data myself. The data is available to the public, Brother T. So you can download it.
Not welcome here, brother. Sorry. See you later.
Isn't he entertaining though? I mean, I guess it's a mandate or whatever, ban on site. But the guy is fucking funny, you gotta admit.
Yeah, he's a character, that's for sure. He keeps ban evading. Like, this is ban evasion. You are breaking Discord TOS, not just server TOS. Discord's TOS, Robert. I've reported you several times now. You're going to end up finding any account that you make banned from Discord. I suggest if you don't want that to happen, stop harassing us. Stop ban evading. Mick, if you wanna entertain him for a bit, you're welcome to.
Sure. I mean, I'm kind of half occupied, but I can try and chime in there. Robert, what's going on, bro? Why do you keep coming back, man?
No, brother, the same reason why everybody's here is to have the conversation. I mean, I don't have anything against anyone here. I have never met anyone here. People have disrespected me, and I have not disrespected them back. So the only reason why they despise me is because I keep winning the debate. I don't.
How are you winning?
Big man. Oh, okay. Well, do you want to have the conversation?
I mean, what was your one-hit KO? I'm kind of curious. Just bring me back in time.
Okay. I am the one that removed QE from 24/7. I went in there and I asked him a simple question because he keeps saying it measures flat. And I say, give me the SI unit for flat. And he paused and he spiraled out of control. And he called me some of the most vile names. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. I don't have much time. And he called me some of the most vile names you can ever imagine. So much so that the folks had to shut him, they had to mute him. So he was done because there's no SI unit for flat. You cannot measure anything flat. Period.
Stupid.
What? Fuck.
Stupid.
I mean, the SI unit for flat. That's not the point. That's not the whole purpose of that.
He's an idiot. It's called zero. It's called zero.
Yeah.
Zero what? Zero what?
Variation.
Zero what?
Flatness.
Are you kidding me?
Zero what?
Zero meters.
Give me the SI unit.
Zero
meters.
Zero meters. Whatever one you want. Fuck's sake, bro. You don't shut up.
You.
I'm gonna fucking kick your ass out of here.
Brother, see, he's losing, and you see how he gets mad?
Oh shit! Because you keep talking while I'm trying to fucking answer you, you fuckhead. Sorry, John. Sorry.
I'm telling you, I'm so good at this, brother. I am the most powerful debater here. They hate me.
But Robert, yeah, dude, you're asking a malformed question, dude. That's like saying what fruit is the color red?
What do you mean? There are many fruits that are color red. Apples that are red. Give me an SI unit for flat.
But sorry, that was a stupid comparison. It's the wrong comparison.
Exactly.
But it's not. It's a malformed question, dude. Because it's a characteristic.
I shut QE down, and I did the same thing to Nathan Oakley.
No, but you didn't hear me, dude. It's a malformed question because it's a characteristic. If you think about it, right? Flatness, right? The attributing something as being flat or not. Right? It depends. It's basically a ratio between the overall surface area, right, proportional to the variation of the highs and the lows over the surface area, right? So something is the degree to which something is flat is a degree to which that ratio approaches 0 or 1 or whatever the value is, right? Probably 0. I think.
How much, brother? How much flat is it, brother? I can tell you how much time. 12 seconds. 10 seconds.
Because you're measuring but dude, you're measuring a unit there. But you're measuring it in a particular unit. When something measures as being flat to whatever degree, they're measuring the ratio between the surface area and the overall variation in the highs and the lows.
No, degree is for angles, brother.
So shut up.
Come on now.
Shut up, Robert. I'm going to show. I'm going to show. Shut up. I'm going to post something that expresses Mike's statement there. Here we go.
There's no SI unit for flat. That's
there
all.
you go. Have a read of that. Have a read of that. You complete moron.
Look at what he's calling me.
I say,
You see, John?
Shut up, you idiot. So, in order to compare surface flatness measurement results taken with different measurement systems and technologies, it is important to refer to certain ISO standard. The ISO 1101 standard defines that the distance between two parallel planes must be as small as possible while including all measurement points. Right? There is your standard and your units, whatever units you're going to be using, millimeters, centimeters, feet, miles, it doesn't matter. That's the standard of flatness.
You need to give me how flat is it? Is it 12 inches flat? Is it 2 inches flat, brother? That's all I'm asking you.
No idea. Okay, next question.
Right. Okay. If I type into Google right now, what's the flattest country, right? Am I going to get a result?
Just say you don't have an SI unit.
Am I going to get a result, Robert? If I type into Google, what is the flattest country? Will I get a result? Or will it say, I'm sorry, there's no results that match your search terms?
Unfortunately, brother, you cannot measure anything flat. I'm sorry.
Am I going to get a result? Answer. Answer me,
brother,
Robert.
Answer me. In what? You haven't answered my question. What is the SI unit?
Dude, it's a malformed question. The fuck?
If I type into Google, right?
Right, go ahead.
What is the flattest country? Will I get a result?
I need an SI unit for flat. That's all I need.
Robert, stop asking that question, dude. It's fucking retarded. That's like saying, what does the sky taste like? Or something. Like, what the fuck?
Ask me how long it takes to get from New York to California. I can give you in time, in seconds. I can give you in hours. Give me flat. Give me an SI unit for flat.
Yeah, 800 meters. How's that?
The world is 800 meters flat. Come on, brother.
Yes. On average.
No.
That's the average. That's the average. elevation above sea level. So you've got two parallel planes. You've got a parallel plane extending from sea level and a parallel plane of the average height of all the land masses.
Then the Earth is not flat. If you're going to say it's 800 on average flat, then the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, that's how flat it is above sea level. All right, that's the average elevation above sea level.
Okay, so sea level is how flat.
So you've got differential. So you've got differential between two parallel planes. Now, if I type into Google, what is the flattest country? What am I going to get?
No, you haven't given me the SI unit for flat yet.
Hey, bro, if there's no SI unit, right, for flat,
you're right.
then
So you cannot measure anything flat.
If Robert, open your fucking ears for a minute. If I type in, if there's no SI unit for flat, and you little piece of shit.
That's so ridiculous. That's such a stupid question. I don't understand that. What the fuck?
He's just doing it to get under your skin. There's no doubt.
That's so ridiculous.
Vivek perma-banned just now from the server.
All right, fuck that guy.
Like just now.
Awesome. Thank you. My point being, because like I was gonna ask him, if there's no SI unit for flat, then how could it be that if I type into Google what is the flattest country, I get a result. And it tells me that it's the Maldives. If they're not measuring anything to be flat, then how is the academic community deeming the Maldives as being the flattest country? What unit are they using? What standard of measurement are they using to determine that the Maldives is the flattest country on Earth? Because that's what Google result you'll get. When you type that into Google, what is the flattest country in the world? It says, oh yeah, that's easy. That's the Maldives. And it says that because it's considering sea level as a horizontal plane of reference, and then it's adding up all the elevation changes of the Maldives above that and averaging it. And again, comparing that with all the other averages of the other land masses, all the other countries' land mass elevation change. And it's on average, it has the lowest change in lowest elevation above sea level, and that's its determination for it being the flattest country. So what SI units are they using, Robert? You complete weasel.
You little weasel! Look at you, you little fucking weasel! I can see it in your eyes! You're a fucking bitch!
That is wild, dude. I can't believe it. He came in here just to do that. Just to get under your skin. Zechariah, welcome.
No, he left. Zachariah is actually pretty cool, man. We spoke the other day. I think you were there, eh, John? He's a good guy. Good conversation.
Yeah, I didn't even. Must have been one of those times I wasn't actually looking at the phone. Just hearing the voice.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, I think you might have been there, but it was Kemba who was actively participating. Yeah, he was a really good guy, man. Worth having him around.
Yeah, I love it when good people come in.
You're going to be hard pressed to find anything in nature that actually has, that is perfectly flat. I mean, that's just an ideal concept. But as is expressed through the International Organization of Standards, right, to gauge flatness, right, you will compare all measurement points between two horizontal planes, and the width or the length, whatever the distance between those two parallel planes, your aim is for that to be as small as possible in order to achieve um, you know, productive flatness, right?
Well, if over the whole thing is like if the first 100 miles is curving, right? There's a drop over distance of I think it's like 7,000 feet. It's over 7,000 feet. If that's the first 100 miles, then the second 100 miles has to be exponentially greater than that 7,000 feet, right? So my point being is that's a good bit of drop over distance for 100, for like a 200-mile observation, right? That's like over 2 miles on the second mile is what it should be. On the second 200 miles, I mean, stretch. So what I'm getting at is like, if you can see from an 8-foot perspective, from an 8-foot observer height, if you could see 12 miles over, I mean, well over 10 miles, we'll say, right? Well over that 9.4, whatever. We don't know how much distance is compressed. That's why it would be great to have another distance marker beyond that platform habitat, which would be that landmass behind there, which I believe is not exactly sure how far away that landmass is behind it. That's pictured in the other one. I think it's the 17-foot one. Let me see. But what I'm trying to quantify is as you increase that observer height and then you implement the infrared, how much further are we seeing? You know what I mean? Like as we gain altitude, right? On this plane, right? So only to disprove that claim that you can't get high enough to be able to actually see curvature, like that whole Neil deGrasse Tyson comment. Because if over 100 miles you're going to have a mile of curve, a mile of drop over distance, that is a tremendous amount of drop over distance. That would be visible. You know what I mean? Like you can't say, "Oh no, that would be imperceivable." Because if back to front, like from your position to in front of you, you're witnessing a certain amount of distance, right? Then left to right, that distance would be greater due to convergence, to the point of convergence, since it's compressed left to right, like how much you're actually seeing. Does that make sense, T-Dub? Like what you're seeing in the background, like as far as you could see at the horizon, would be a compressed image left to right. Due to the way that our eyes work. I'm not sure if that's computing to anybody. I feel like the left to right, because it's so compressed, left to right, it's a far greater distance than what we're actually even comprehending, like what we're seeing, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson might also argue that if you had certain altitudes, if you had a wide enough field of view, you might perceive a little bit of curvature or whatever. But I mean, it would have to be congruent with like the geometry. You know what I mean? It'd have to display what you would absolutely most definitely expect to see if you were above the surface of a sphere, right? Of the claimed size. And given that you're only seeing a percentage of the surface of that sphere. I mean, I can get my phone on top of a yoga ball, right? And get the lens just above the yoga ball, and the lens perceives curvature. It's not showing any great distortion like a wide angle lens or anything. Right? And I can turn the lens 360 degrees. And as it turns, it shows the curvature of the surface of the yoga ball, right? Like that's what you would expect to see if you're above the surface of a sphere, you know, with a certain field of view and a certain altitude above it, etc., right? It's there's nobody's sending up any camera rectilinear lenses into the air that are like, 30 meters wide or whatever. This is why they use these smaller lenses, which are wide angle lenses or fisheye lenses, because they want to get as wide a field of view as possible. They want to get into the shot as much of the surface of the earth as they can, right? And unfortunately, when they do that, it distorts the imagery. It distorts horizontal lines, right? Or it'll exaggerate any curves that are present. So this is why Neil deGrasse Tyson had, actually, I don't even think he was doing damage control. I think he honestly believes he's on a sphere. And I think he wants people that believe that they're on a sphere to appreciate it for its true beauty, right? Like he thinks, let's say we were on a ball Earth. Well, he's saying, don't be bedazzled by the media when they misrepresent your sphere Earth, right? You should be in just as much wonderment as at not being able to see curvature from extremely high altitudes as you would if you could see the curvature. I mean, he finds that fascinating, right? These people that understand what they think they believe in, right? Appreciate that being on a sphere of said size and being at a certain altitude, you wouldn't perceive the curvature. They appreciate that. They think that's really cool. That you still need to go higher before you could perceive the Earth as a sphere, right? And they're trying to, and he's expressing that in at that conference or whatever it was, that speech he did. He's expressing that. He's saying it's disingenuous of NASA or whoever it might be, Red Bull, these amateurs that are all over YouTube, to send up your cameras, these fisheye lenses and wide angle lenses, and then publish the imagery and say, look at the curvature of the Earth. Right? That's disingenuous. It's a misrepresentation. He doesn't like that. I'm sure there's a lot of other people in his field that don't like that either.
So, one thing I was thinking about too, T-Dub, was, if you were to divide, like treat the Earth as like, let's say an orange, right? A spherical one as you could find, and you were to cut that into 8 slices, right? At its widest point around its center, right, you're going to get let's say you're going to get like 3,100 something miles, right? If it's the Earth at the equator. But the further north or south you go from that point, if you're cutting it, you're figuring around that portion, that number is going to change, right? Because it's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner on that slice as you start moving towards the edge of it. So my point being is like relative to like where anybody is on this alleged sphere, let's say like I'm above the equator by a certain a distance, right? The section of like if that eighth of that slice of the earth really, right, is going to be that number is going to decrease, right? So that 3,000 number is going to decrease to like let's say 2,000, and eventually it's going to get to 1,000. Eventually it's going to get to a few hundred, and then it's going to finally get to nothing when you get to the pole distance between one point of that slice to the other. My only reason in bringing this up is like let's say at the equator you divided that orange up into, if you were even capable of cutting these thin of equal sliced sections, you would have like of 1/24th, right? 124th, right? You were to cut that into 124 equal parts. You'd have only 194 miles, right? At the equator. So my point being is like if you take all of that curvature, all that drop over distance around the equator itself, because people like to think of this thing as like, oh, so massive, it's so big. Yeah, it's so big at the equator. You know what I mean? But this curvature has to be visible with the amount of distance that we can see from these high elevations. If we're already seeing over 10 miles, only 8 feet above the surface. So that's what I mean. Like that whole notion that, oh, no, you're not high enough to see any curve. It's just not feasible, dude. Like I can't, I mean, I understand the argument, but it truly makes zero sense as far as like left to right due to perspective. Because left to right, you're going to have to see some. Because the further off in the distance you go, the more that's compressed left to right is what I was getting at. So that coupled with because what was it, the dog cam that they sent up with that high altitude balloon, that footage wasn't very much, that wasn't distorted that much. I felt like if we did have an infrared camera on that high altitude balloon launch, we would have some really good data. That coupled with an altimeter while you're on your way up, I feel like for sure you'd get something going there. But I'm not, that's to be determined, really. Yeah, what's going on, Mehdi?
I'm good. What about you?
Yeah, I'm hanging in. Got to get a little bit more work done, so I won't be able to chat too much. But yeah, we're here.
That's nice.
Well, you know, like I said, given time, and it is a bit of an appeal to the future fallacy, but yeah, I'm sure with time and more resources, more finance, and more availability to sophisticated modern technology, right? That there'll be flat earthers doing some very high altitude and very long distance observations in the future. Better than what's being done that we currently have. And unless they're going to try and, you know, stop people, like somehow tighten up the laws, aviation laws and whatever. You know, make it very expensive to want to send up an amateur weather balloon, maybe. I don't know. You know, like, who knows? You know, because you'd be looking at like stabilizers, gyros, and, you know, whatever, you know, like keep your imagery steady and fixed, whatever, you know, like I'm sure that, you know, eventually there'll be people attempting to do these things, you know, with very large lenses, telescopic, and you know, infrared, different other different wavelengths of light. So,
How scared gravity works?
hello, Tariq.
I have a question.
Yeah, what was it? Sorry.
Yeah, how's gravity works if you are